Jim, what do you see in the recesses of your own mind as the future of our nation? And I ask that question in that way because I think that the future of the Negro and the future of the nation are linked.
They're insoluble.
Yeah. Now, what do you see? Are you essentially optimistic or pessimistic? And I really don't want to put words in your mouth because what I really want to find out is what you really believe.
Well, I'm both glad and sorry you asked me that question. I'll do my best to answer it. I can't be a pessimist because I'm alive. To be a pessimist means that you have agreed that human life is an academic matter. So I'm forced to be an optimist. I'm forced to believe that we can survive whatever we must survive. But the Negro in this country, the future of the Negro in this country is precisely as bright or as dark as the future of the country. It is entirely up to the American people and our representatives. It is entirely up to the American people whether or not they're going to face and deal with and embrace this stranger whom they maligned so long. What white people have to do is try to find out in their own hearts why it was necessary to have a nigger in the first place. Because I'm not a nigger. I'm a man. But if you think I'm a nigger, it means you need it. And the question you got to ask yourself, the white population of this country has got to ask itself, North and South, because it's one country, and for a Negro, there is no difference in the North and the South. There's just a difference in the way they castrate you. But the fact of the castration is the American fact. If I'm not the nigger here, and you invented him, you, the white people, invented him, then you got to find out why.
Well,
and the future of the country depends on that, whether or not it's able to ask that question.
As a Negro and as an American, I can only hope that America has the strength and the capacity,
the moral strength,
to ask and answer that question in affirmative and constructive ways.
To face that question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
That was James Baldwin speaking with Kenneth Clark in May of 1963. I'm Jonathan Lack.
I'm Sean Chapman.
Welcome to the Weekly Stuff podcast. A little different at the top of the show today because the world is in a difficult place. Although one way to put it, as evidenced by the fact that I think I could play a clip from 1963 and it feel extremely relevant, is that the world isn't suddenly in a dark place. Mm-hmm. It's been a dark place for a very long time, and people are starting to wake. White people are starting to wake up to it. So Sean, later today on today's show, we are going to be playing an episode of Weekly Suit Gundam, mm-hmm. our sister show, where we are talking about Turn A Gundam. Great show. We're going to have fun with that, and that'll be sort of edited in here as the main topic. But just want to talk a little bit at the beginning about, as we said, the state of things. Comment on it just a little bit to acknowledge what is going on before we dive into the silly stuff, because it would feel you would feel irresponsible to just dive in and talk about Gundam like nothing else is going on, right?
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, because we have not recorded that episode of Weekly Suit Gundam, and Turn A Gundam is not that's also not going to be. We're just talking about silly anime stuff.
You're right. It's a very heavy, yeah,
because it is something that for me it has been a nice coincidence that all this shit is going on, and that's the show that we're watching. Because if we weren't watching that, I don't even know if I could have watched another show, because that has actually been one of the lenses through which I've been kind of understanding and kind of thinking about everything that's happening, because media is one of the ways that I, the lenses that we use to understand the world around us, and that is the right show for me to be watching right now compared to if we were on Gundam Seed, which is a show I like. I don't know if I would be able to just sit down and watch it and do a podcast on that.
Yeah. So, I mean, we also haven't talked in about 2 weeks because last week's show was pre-recorded.
Yeah.
Because I was out of town. I was in Iowa for a week. just getting some stuff together before coming back to spend the summer here in Colorado. So I do have my PS4 now, things like that don't seem to matter much, but we have a heavy summer of games coming up, so we'll be covering all of that. But I don't think there's any other stuff to talk about this week. There's no entertainment news, which is good. There shouldn't be. Yeah,
there was going to be, and then they're like, yeah, let's not do that.
Yeah, which was good. There's no other stuff for us to talk about, I don't think. I'm not going to, sit here and talk about the One Piece movies I've been watching and enjoying, because that's not, that's more frivolous, right? Mm-hmm. So I don't know, Sean, where's your head at? I know it's a big question.
Yeah, I mean, I guess for me, and like, we're going to talk about all this stuff with Turn A. But like the thing that whenever this kind of stuff happens, I feel like there's some people have this response of like, where does this come from? Why is this happening now? Or like, this is this problem that like, oh, we're solving this problem now. This like this new thing.
Yeah.
And it is this like, for me, not the most important thing, but an important thing to always keep in mind is that what is happening right now is not a new problem. It's not something that's like just started happening the past few years. You can't go and look back at like Ferguson where this stuff happened and be like, oh, that's the first, this is like a continuation of that problem.
Police brutality is new.
Yeah, you can't do that. This problem is, if you're just framing it in the context of America, it is as old as the country itself, right? Like this has been happening.
It's the foundational sin of the country.
Yes, it's been happening forever. And it is, I think, the reason why that's important to keep in mind is that this is just another phase in the continuing struggle to improve what has been happening with institutionalized systemic racism, brutality, and violence against people of all minorities, but particularly black people in America, right? And that this is another instance of us trying to push for change. I really hope that this time we will get meaningful change from this. But it is important to be like, if change happens, we have to recognize that it's not going to be permanent necessarily, that it's not automatically just going to be continuous, that this doesn't mean that things are going to be better forever, because we live in fucking America, right? And that's not how it's ever worked.
Yeah. What we're largely talking about among, because there's multiple conversations going on here, right? Because the frustration among African Americans is not, oh, we're suddenly aware of this problem. It is, this problem has been boiling over for the, lifespans of anyone alive today in America and their ancestors, their parents, their grandparents, their great-grandparents, and
their
beyond.
Families who were ripped from the place where they lived in bondage and came unconsenting to this country. Yeah.
And were frequently ripped from the places they lived here, too, later on, And I think there's that, anger and passion and attempt to be heard. And then there's the conversation among white America, which, if there is any shred of optimism in this, it's that people seem to be listening in that other conversation, Yeah. And it's not all people, and it's not perfectly.
Yeah.
But it's, I heard a conversation between Ezra Klein and Ta-Nehisi Coates this week. And Ta-Nehisi Coates is not someone known for his optimism.
Yeah.
And the first thing he had to say was he felt somewhat optimistic because, holy shit, white people are listening. And you have the all lives matter stupid people out there and whatnot, but boy, it seems smaller than it was in Ferguson 5-6 years ago. Boy, it seems less rampant than when Colin Kaepernick tried to take a knee, It feels like, and I think one of the reasons why I was drawn to that particular James Baldwin quote is because Baldwin was so, great American, great writer, so great speaker, so uniquely capable of clarifying the stakes of these things, And I think what he's clarifying in that 1963 clip is it's a choice whether or not white America wants to fess up to what they already know, and that this is a problem in their hearts and minds. And if America is going to succeed and continue as a country, that has to be done. And I feel like I wanted to play that because that totally feels like the moment we're in.
Yeah.
And on some level, if there's any optimism, the amount of white people seeming to get it is higher than it's been before. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, and it feels like one thing that I'm really happy about is that, like, the direction this is heading in, of it being so firmly about not just like reforming, but like completely redoing the entire concept of what the police is in America. Like that is maybe where I'm most surprised by the amount of acceptance those ideas are getting, because that's the kind of stuff that, like, I believed for a long time, but just never thought would have any kind of traction.
Yes.
More widely in America. It is, the police are maybe one rung below the military in America in terms of people are just expected to have this just incredible, ingratiating amount of respect for anybody mildly associated with those areas. Man, if we could do the same shit for the military, it would be fucking great. But like looking at, they're actually going to like defund like the LAPD, like is going to lose like $150 million or something. And then you look at that and like, man, why, what was even going on that these police departments were getting that kind of money? You give the school district I work in 10% of the money you're taking away from this fucking police department, that's still going to have more money than they need to do the shit that the police are supposed to do, and you would completely change everything about the school district I work in. And seeing, maybe this will actually bring like substantial, meaningful, lasting changes to the way that the police work in America. That would be fucking incredible.
Absolutely, because the phrase that's out there right now, defund the police, it's one of those left-wing phrases like Medicare for all that means something completely different to different people.
Yeah.
But the general idea of, giving police less money, giving police as we understand them now, we should say less money, and investing in a wider range of solutions so that, I think the key thing that you and I would both, say is, and a lot of people would say, obviously, is that having a person armed with a gun and other weaponry sent out for a myriad of problems, 99.9% of which do not require a gun and other weaponry, is one of the key sources of problem with police in this country. Mm-hmm. And it feels like just, whether you want to call it defunding the police or something else, like the idea that, we should change that, getting traction is amazing. And it's something I just didn't know if I would see in my lifetime,
Yeah, because again, it is one of those things that has just always felt intractable to me in American politics. Yeah. Again, it is like right below military stuff. There's like any politician, you cannot be a functioning politician in America without kowtowing to any potential military interest possible. And the cops are like right next to that. And, the police, again, have always been, this is not new, they have been, I don't care how old you are, when you were a kid and your uncle was a cop and you really liked your uncle, they have always been enactors of state violence. They have always been killing black people. It has always been happening, and it's always been murder, and it's never been fucking okay. It's not new. And so feeling like maybe this is something that we can actually change the way we think about structures that are put into place to protect our communities, that actually exist to protect communities rather than to enact violence on them to maintain a destructive and disgusting status quo. That would be fantastic.
Yeah. And I think part of it is the understanding that I feel like people are coming to, that is getting more traction, of this being a systemic problem, is the breakthrough. Mm-hmm. And it being, for so many years we had to hear about, it's the bad apple. And people just completely ignoring the actual source of that phrase, that a bad apple spoils the bunch. Not that you take a bad apple out of the bunch and then they're all fine.
Yeah.
Which is not the phrase. Because, your uncle, when you were a kid who was a cop, maybe he was a great guy and a great cop.
Yeah, maybe he was really pushing for, like, police reform and he was fighting the good fight within the system. Probably not, but maybe.
Maybe. But he didn't succeed, because no individual can in a system right?
Yeah.
If it hadn't been Derek Chauvin on the neck of George Floyd, it would have been someone else doing something else. Or maybe the exact same thing.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's, and it's not like this is the first time the police have murdered a black person between the Ferguson protests and now, right? Which are like the Ferguson protests being the last like huge, massive, nation-spanning version of this. Like, it's been happening constantly between then and now. I think right now, probably combined with like all the stresses around like the coronavirus, have probably been what has pushed this specific instance of it over the threshold to be that straw that breaks the camel's back. But it's never about this one person got murdered. It's here's all these people that have been getting murdered this entire time, and now we're just not going to fucking stand for it anymore.
Right, and that's the systemic thing. Is it's not, you know, when you say fuck the police, you say abolish the police. It's not take every one of those individual people and throw them in jail because they're all evil. No institution is like that. It's not that a bunch of evil people got together and said we're going to do evil things. It's that a system that was built on, you know, the modern policing system in America. You can listen to much smarter people than me talk about this, about how it is built on, you know, fugitive slave catching brigades. Yeah. In you know, America's, you know, pre-Civil War history. But you just, you know, look at the systems, and it's this is expected of people. This is how they are trained. This is what they are told to do. This is who they are told to fear, you know. And this is what happens. And you know, when you give someone a gun, when you give someone a tool, you know, a hammer sees everything as a nail. Yeah. A gun sees everything as a target, and that's the world we live in. And again, the systemic nature of that being finally brought to the fore is amazing. I mean, and just in terms of talking about feeling like change is actually possible, it's been really fascinating for me watching, mostly the Democratic leadership has been incredibly hilariously feckless during this last week and a half. They've just kind of been like on the sidelines feeling like they're kind of gawking like, what the fuck's going on? Because
wait, there are actual like leftist people in the world? Oh my God.
But I've been fascinated to watch Joe Biden during this, because he is this politician who is like perfectly in the center of the Democratic Party throughout his whole career. Yeah. You know, through times when the Democratic Party center has supported very, very bad stuff, like in the 90s, to now where you have the Democratic presidential candidate, he's not out there like stepping the line of like, you know, most cops are good, but this is like, that's what you would have heard even from Obama, like in the mid, you know, in his, and you're not hearing that. You're hearing, yeah, we need systemic reform. The protesters are good. We support the protests. You know, maybe the once in a while the standard line about like, you know, don't burn shit down, but you know, whatever. Like
also burn shit down.
Also burn shit down. Yes.
Burn those fucking police departments to the ground, please.
Yeah, burn them down. Yeah. But yes. Anyway, but like that's been fascinating for me because that feels like, okay, if we had a Democratic administration in 6 months, in January, things like demilitarizing the police and different, you know, not complete defunding, but obviously steps in the right direction to tackle systemic issues. Yeah. Oh my God, that's on the table as the current center, which means it can also be moved, you know? Yeah. Because it's being moved right now. And that's the kind of stuff that when you talk about like, oh my God, change is actually possible, there being an actual like clear route to that. And you know, things like this weekend, we heard that the Minneapolis City Council has a veto-proof majority ready to just completely abolish their police department and start over afresh, which is incredible. Yeah. You know, and that's after 2 weeks of protests, not even. It's amazing, but of course also it's so sad and painful that all this, you know, has to happen to do this.
Yeah, and
you
again,
the George Floyd video, you know, I'm a little wary when people say like, well, this one was just so beyond the pale. That's fuck that. They're all beyond the pale. Yeah. If you could watch the Eric Garner killing or hear about Tamir Rice or any of the other instances that have happened, Ferguson and beyond, and be like, and be able to go like, well, actually, you're a racist piece of shit. Fuck off. They're all completely beyond the pale, unjustified. There is something to the extremity of the visual, and the only way it could be more symbolic of the problem is if that fucking fascist pig was wearing an actual boot and putting it on his neck. Yeah. That's the only way you could make it more. It's boot on the neck of black citizens. Yeah. You did nothing. You know, and even if they did, doesn't fucking matter. Yeah. There's almost no scenarios where that would be. There are no scenarios where what that would be an acceptable use of force. And it's just the sense of the extremity of that and people waking up to it. But it's insane. It's insane that all this pain has to go around, and it always feels for every step forward, there's a step back. Breonna Taylor's murderers have not been arrested yet. Months of that, it's just but I think people are seeing the horror of that there is an arm of the state that can, with impunity, illegally break into someone's apartment and murder them in their sleep and not be arrested.
Yeah.
How can you not react to that? And I would have said that about a lot of things over the years, but it's just, and I think in part because all these officers have gotten away with it, and because these protests have not led to systemic change yet, that's why it keeps getting fucking more brazen.
Yeah.
And maybe that's why we're at a breaking point.
Yeah, and it, I think the thing that I want to continually urge is that even if these kinds of reforms happen, to always understand that change is not permanent.
Yes.
Right? Like, I think that is like the main thing that I learned in 2016 when Trump became president, was like, oh, right, history is not linear. It's really easy on a human scale to think that, like, well, things just get better. That, like, because it felt that way when we were kids. It's like, oh, it's just, the Bush thing is that a little dip. But, like, by the time we were politically active, we started with Bush, went to Obama. It's like, oh, things are getting better. And then Trump is such a huge swing in the other direction that's like, oh, everything we fought for can be lost in a second.
Yes.
Which I think has been the greatest failing of the left in America, has been an inability to keep sustained pressure. And that's what the right has been so good at for so long, is that they have they engender a very despicable amount of just sort of fanaticism in enough of them that there's this continuous pressure from the political right, and the left pops up for elections and then and like some protests and then goes away for years. And if that's what happens again, maybe we get Biden in office, and that helps push through widespread national reforms that's not just on a city level, so that everywhere in America could benefit from these changes. But that could go away after the next 4 years if it swings back in the other direction, which is the stuff that concerns me, based on what has happened historically.
Yeah, I wonder if, sometimes I think this is getting into philosophical territory, but I do wonder sometimes if the American body politic has if human beings have the capacity to carry this all with them, this level of pain and suffering, and acknowledging of that, and actually do something about it over a sustained period of time. Because the reaction to shut down and try to do something else, I understand, because of the level of pain involved with that. But, then I think about that, then I think about, well, black people don't have that choice. There's no stopping being vigilant, because that's potentially the end of your life.
Yeah.
And I think part of these protests, I hope, is people starting to realize this isn't a occasional fight. Protest is not, as journalists, I have not been able to get out of my head some of the flippancy of journalists over the last couple of years to some of this stuff. And I remember when Trump was inaugurated and we had a lot of protests, how much people were like, protest is the new brunch. And the flippancy of that did, I think, also reflect a certain flippancy in parts of the American left, the white American left, who did probably treat it that way. That it's not, and protest is not, and never was. Effective protest never was a bunch of people, wrapping arms around each other and singing "Kumbaya" in front of the Washington Memorial. It is the ugly, being brutalized by the state kind of shit we've seen. This isn't new. This is, if you have not fully, studied the 60s and seen what the civil rights movement actually looked like.
Yeah, not the incredibly sanitized version you get in American public education, where everybody marched up to Washington, D.C., and Martin Luther King Jr. said he had a dream, and then we solved racism, right, Jonathan?
Yeah.
That's how it worked.
Ignore that he was shot in the head.
Yeah, exactly.
No, most people know the March on Washington.
Yeah.
Well, the March on Washington was, the end is the wrong word. It was the culmination of a lot of much, much uglier events. Not on the part of the people protesting, but on the part of, what kind of violence they were met with. And in some cases, because this was part of King and Company's philosophy, intentionally invited to show the world what was going on.
Yeah.
They knew full well they march across that bridge at Selma, they were going to get brutalized. And the whole idea, like King's idea of nonviolence is if you go read it, is so radical. It is about putting yourself on that line and being so radically nonviolent that, you will not lift a finger even when the cops are beating you, but you will show the world what is going on. That's a part of it. I'm obviously not doing it justice. And that's what engendered change. Not the March on Washington was very important and all of that, but that's not the thing that got people awake.
Yeah.
If they were, because we also have to remember most white people were not awake in the 60s, and King died an unpopular figure in the United States among white Americans. And it's just, I think a lot about, and you're a teacher, I'm sure you think even more about this than I do, what we read and think about in schools, like that. Yeah. I feel like the sum total of of literature about racism in English classes is To Kill a Mockingbird, book by a white lady, and maybe a Toni Morrison novel if you're lucky.
Yeah.
Not that there shouldn't be a Toni. There should 100% be Toni Morrison on every syllabus, but she herself would tell you that's the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, like you probably get beloved. Like there's lots of there's lots of work by English teachers trying to get particularly a lot of Harlem Renaissance era poetry in there. So like getting some James Baldwin. Sonny's Blues is a great James Baldwin short story that I did last semester. So yeah, it is, and it's one of those things of like when you talk about systemic problems. Here's like two major examples of how that enters education, and here's a really great example of how progress is not immutable and that history does not always move in we're just getting better all the time. That schools are more segregated now than they were in the 70s.
Yes,
for lots of systemic reasons that mostly have to do with how neighborhoods are put together and housing policies related to that. And a lot of Reagan type bullshit. But basically, the end of it is that white schools are very white and get a lot of money. Non-white schools are very much not white and don't get money, right? And so that's the situation. So if you think like, oh, we just desegregated the schools and we're done, we did it, yay. Nope, that's not how it fucking works. And then the other thing is that schools are criminally underfunded. And so if we wanted to teach more black authors, we need books by black authors, right? Like, we're using the same fucking copies of, like, Heart of Darkness from, like, 1950 or something like that, right? Like, we teach what we have, and there's only so much you can do. And it is this really frustrating sense of, with my 10 honors kids, I can have them go buy books because they're in the honors track, which means that most of them are from families that are off enough that you can expect them to be able to get books. And the one or two that are not, you can figure out a different solution for them. But for the school that I work at, the regular non-honors track kids, you cannot ask them to go buy a book. That is not reasonable because the majority of your students would not be able to reasonably get that book. And so that is where when I see police departments losing millions of dollars, I'm like, what were you using? What were you doing? Were you just buying more guns and putting them in a corner somewhere? Like, what could you possibly be using all this fucking money for when I couldn't buy an anthology of African American authors? Like, we don't have the money to do that and teach those books to those kids.
Yeah. One of my strongest held education beliefs, so it's a very granular one, is that the Autobiography of Malcolm X should be required reading for every child in this country.
Yeah.
It's a teenager, not child. That would be a weird one to teach in elementary school because nobody would have the context for it. But I read that book, after I graduated college. I mean, I was never assigned that for anything. And I finally, of my own accord, read it. And it is one of the most eye-opening books. And I think it would be eye-opening for black children and white children alike. Because if you gave that to black kids in high schools, they would discover, as a lot of black people have over the years, the sense of pride Malcolm X tried to instill in people and successfully instilled in people. This is how Barack Obama talks about that book, of discovering the idea of black pride. People should need to read, because otherwise so much of the black canon that is taught in schools is about black people being brutalized and dying, which is important to read, but also, the pride is something you need too, right? And white people would understand from a first-person view the political problems of this in, this era of the 60s, but also where it came from, and I think in a large part where it went after that because of what that book opens up. And that's just one. There's a million suggestions. That's the one that I probably feel strongest about, that just should be something everybody knows. But, man, there's so many you could pick.
Yeah, and you could destroy the, weird false binary between Malcolm X and King, and the way that Malcolm X has been, so heavily demonized. I mean, there are lots of schools in America where you would not be able to teach the Malcolm X autobiography, not because you don't have them, but because either the school board or parents, you would get enough pushback that you would not reasonably be able to teach that and expect to continue to have a job.
Yeah. But I mean, man, I just, if you haven't read it, listening to this podcast, it is the most stunning, beautiful work. The arc, the arc of his life is so emblematic of the arc of America in so many ways. And it is one of the most fundamentally American stories at every level. And there's so much to uncover. And God, that's just one. That's one of my personal I don't know, soapboxes that I have to regularly get on because it drives me crazy. Because also I just remember, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, I don't know if we were even taught about Malcolm X in school.
No.
And if we were, it was very much in that binary of King is the shiny person we put on top of the Christmas tree, and Malcolm X was the guy who said we should kill all the whites. And it's no, he wasn't, and he wasn't. Fuck you. But I didn't know that as a kid.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think Malcolm X ever came up in high school history at the very least, Yeah.
So anyway, we're getting a little off track, but just... Yeah. What else should we say here, Sean?
Fuck the police.
Fuck the police.
Give me some of that money.
Yes.
By me, I mean
the education system. Yes,
please. For the where I'm still waiting for an email that's going to come eventually about what the fuck's going to happen with the budget. Because I guess maybe this is the other thing to say is all this stuff happening with the coronavirus around it, which I think is maybe, as I said earlier, I think is maybe one of the reasons why this ended up becoming the thing it was, is because I think some people's feelings are against the government are already so incensed because of just how royally fucked up everything was in terms of the handling of this. I think
you combine the extremity of the George Floyd video and how much it feels like the ultimate visual... Metaphor is the wrong word because it's a real thing, but the ultimate visual symbol representation of what black people have suffered at the hands of the police for generations.
Yeah.
You take that, you combine it with Donald fucking Trump being president and
for 4 years now.
Openly, flagrantly racist administration and political party under him that is about state power and oppression. And we all know that.
Yes. And is criminally incompetent in the biggest health crisis.
And that's the third part, right?
Yes.
Is biggest health crisis, criminally incompetent, and it being very, very clear that our government, more than any government in the world, failed us.
Yeah.
And sent over 100,000 people to die. You put all that together, 1968 Part 2. Yeah. Fucking crazy.
Yeah, you get this. But then the thing that I'm scared about is that the effect that this will have on causing the pandemic to continue, right?
Yes.
That obviously, it is this rock and a hard place situation of these reforms are so needed. Not reforms, just revolution is so needed, and has been so needed for so long, forever. But then at the same time, what is going to be the long-term consequences of this many people gathering together during this pandemic? And it scares me, thinking about that, and then thinking about, obviously for me personally, what my job specifically looks like in August when we come back. I don't fucking know. The district has 50 different, we hybrid this, remote learning that. Like, there's so many different ideas about what it could be, and we have no idea because we don't know what the public health situation is going to look like. And we certainly couldn't predict it accurately 3 to 4 weeks ago. And right now, it's like, I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea what's going to happen long term with the pandemic because of this stuff.
Yeah, and I don't, because of this, like, partially that, but also that there is still no federal, and there never has been, any federal public health response to this. There has been no plan, there has been no guidance, there has been no funding, there have been no efforts, there's been nothing other than some of what Congress has done, and it's woefully inadequate. So yeah, it's not, I don't think it's the protesters' fault. I don't want to do
we should make it clear that anybody who continues to die as a result of this pandemic, that fault lands at the hands of the government and the police. And it is not, I am not worried because I think the protesters are doing something wrong in doing this. I'm worried because if this has, that these are, the people who are attending these protests are the best people in the country, right? Like, those are the people that are the most politically active, that are out there risking themselves. And I'm scared that they are the people that are now going to suffer even worse consequences than they would otherwise, because they're putting themselves not just in harm's way because they're facing the police and state violence, they're putting themselves in harm's way because they're also putting themselves at risk of the pandemic. Yeah.
And I think that is a good transition to the last thing I just want to say before we move on, before we stop for today, is I just put a short list of donations together that I want to call out. And urge people to donate where and when you can. Here are a couple of suggestions. I want to start by saying, for a full list of resources, this includes petitions, numbers to call, donation links, protest tips, and things like that, I would go to blacklivesmatters.carrd.co. This is a site someone put together with so much. It's very comprehensive, and I would really recommend visiting that. Minnesota is obviously the epicenter of our current moment. The Minnesota Freedom Fund has been getting lots of attention. That's minnesotafreedomfund.org. But lots of other organizations in Minnesota that need money and have not gotten as much attention. These include Reclaim the Block, an organization advocating for community safety initiatives. That's reclaimtheblock.org. The Black Visions Collective is a Black, trans, queer-led organization working against systemic oppression and violence. That's blackvisionsmn.org. Most states in the U.S. have something like the Minnesota Freedom Fund, which is a bail fund organization to help pay the bails of individuals in prison. Here in Colorado, we have the Colorado Freedom Fund, which is, I've donated to this. It's at Fundly, which is fundly.com/Colorado Freedom. We're both from Colorado, so I started there, but pretty much every state has one. I would recommend searching for yours. The National Bail Fund Network is a site that lists all of these organizations. You can find that at communityjusticeexchange.org/NBFN-directory. And you can find a list of everything there. Act Blue also has a donation page that splits your donation evenly across 70-plus community bail funds, mutual aid funds, and racial justice organizers. That's secure.actblue.com/donate/bail_funds_George_Floyd. And all of those would be worthy causes. There are also funds benefiting the families and loved ones of victims of police violence. There are GoFundMe pages for George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Ahmaud Arbery, among many others. These aren't really links I can read out, but search GoFundMe George Floyd, Justice for Breonna Taylor. I Run with Maud, MAUD, is Ahmaud Arbery's fund. And I also wanted to mention, because this really moved me yesterday, Ramsey Orta is the man who filmed the killing of Eric Garner by police in 2014. Eric Garner was killed by a chokehold, said, "I can't breathe," made that statement a statement of protest. By making that video, Ramsey Orta helped further open our eyes to the evils of police violence and the profound failings of our criminal justice system. And Ramsey Orta was subsequently retaliated against by the police. He was tortured in prison with multiple attempts on his life by guards and officers. He was just released from prison this week, and there is a GoFundMe to help him get back on its feet. It's the Ramsey Orta Welcome Home Fund. That name is RAMSEY Orta ORTA. Again, search for that on GoFundMe. And again, I would visit blacklivesmatters.carrd.co for a comprehensive list of victim funds, bail funds, protest funds, black-owned businesses to donate to, and more.
Yeah.
All right. So you're going to hear our conversation about Turn A Gundam next, if you are a Gundam fan. If not, go in peace. Fight the good fight. Next week, I think that they did finally reschedule the PlayStation event. It's going to happen apparently on June 11th.
Yeah, so it's going to be next Thursday, 1 week from when it was going to be this week.
Yeah, so tomorrow, if you're listening to this podcast is coming out Wednesday. So
Right.
we will probably talk about that next week. Stay safe out there. Donate where you can.
Fuck the police.
Fuck the police.
Hello and welcome to Weekly Suit Gundam, the special bonus podcast brought to you by the folks at the Weekly Stuff Podcast. I'm Sean Chapman.
And I'm Jonathan Lack.
And we are here once again to dive into the wacky, wonderful, wide, and strange world of Mobile Suit Gundam with Turn A Gundam. And it is, Jonathan, our 1 year anniversary of Weekly Suit Gundam.
Today, June 10th, when this episode is coming out, is indeed our first year anniversary. 1 year ago today, we put out episode 1 of Weekly Suit Gundam, where we talked about episodes 1 and 2 of the original 1979 Mobile Suit Gundam. That's all I had seen when we recorded that. I had seen 45 minutes of Gundam, pretty much.
Yes.
Right? I guess 50 minutes if you add up like old school anime runtimes. So less than an hour of Gundam. That was our first one. I was very excited because Gundam has a really good premiere episode.
Oh yeah, it does.
And now, Sean, it has been 1 year. This is our 19th episode. This is our 11th Gundam show or movie we are doing in depth.
Yeah.
Depending on how you count it. I've seen more than that. And we were talking about Turn A Gundam, the show from 1999 where Yoshiyuki Tomino came back to bring Gundam into the 21st century.
Yep.
By looking to the past and the future all at once in a sort of universal quantification, we might say.
Sure. Yeah. It is. This feels like a big moment for me on this podcast, specifically because I feel like I've told this story a couple times on the podcast, but one way that Weekly Suit Gundam happened in the first place was while I was really stressed out about doing student teaching a year plus ago, I rewatched Mobile Suit Gundam just because I needed something that I knew I really liked. So it's like, it'd been like 4 or 5 years. I'll rewatch it and rewatch that. And then my plan was basically, I was like, okay, I'm going to watch the original cycle, Mobile Suit Gundam, through to Char's Counterattack. And then I'm going to watch Turn A Gundam because that was the other one where I'm like, I really want to rewatch that one. And I think I watched Mobile Suit Gundam, Zeta Gundam, Double Zeta, and then it became clear that, oh shit, this podcast is actually going to be the thing that's going to happen. And so then I put it on a pause. And so I had been waiting 1 whole year to finally get to Turn A Gundam so I could watch it. Because it was my other favorite Gundam show, this and the original Mobile Suit Gundam. And that still is true. It is still my other favorite Gundam show. Turn A Gundam, called Turn A Gundam, really fucking good show.
Completely agreed. It is also my favorite Gundam show, other favorite Gundam show, along with the original. We will get to that momentarily.
Yeah.
Today is mostly going to be about Turn A Gundam. We are going to do our full navel-gazing 1 year celebration episode in a future episode. Still this month. It's going to be maybe in 1 or 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Still in June, where we are going to do a bunch of rankings and look backs. It's going to be very fun. Today's mostly going to be about Turn A, but because, Sean, this is the 1 year anniversary.
Okay.
I want to think a little bit about the podcast so far.
All right.
We did start it. It wasn't even its own separate podcast feed. It was just a little bonus for the summer where we were going to watch this one old anime show.
Yeah, where I had split it up into 5 chunks, and yeah, it was just going to be...
Originally, it was just going to be a segment on the Weekly Stuff podcast, and then you sent me this document where you had kind of broken it up, and my podcast producer instincts just clicked, and I said, this is its own thing. Mm-hmm. This is its own thing. And so we started that, and then I got bit by the bug, and Sean, do you want to know how hard I got bit by the bug? Because I did the math.
Okay, I'm very excited to hear. So we've got some numbers here.
Got some numbers.
Okay.
So here is 1 year on. Again, it's been exactly 1 year of watching Gundam for me. Here's how much I have seen, Sean.
Okay.
We have not done in-depth, comprehensive reviews of every single one of these. That is something in the next year we're going to move into, I think, is reviewing all the OVAs. That's definitely a plan. But here we go. So, Sean, I have seen Mobile Suit Gundam 79, 43 episodes. I've seen the movie trilogy from that, 3 movies. I have seen Gundam The Origin, the 6 OVA series. I've seen the 8th MS Team, 12-episode OVA series. 0080 War in the Pocket, 6-episode OVA. 0083 Stardust Memory, 13-episode OVA. Mobile Suit Gundam Thunderbolt, I watched the movie versions of those, so I'm counting those as 2 movies. I've seen Zeta Gundam, 50 episodes. Gundam Double Zeta, 47 episodes. Char's Counterattack, 1 movie. Unicorn Gundam, 7 OVAs. Twilight Axis, which we never, I think, talked about, but that's a unicorn-adjacent half-hour OVA. I'm just counting that as an episode of television because that's the length it is. Narrative Gundam, 1 movie.
Yep.
Gundam F91, 1 movie. Victory Gundam, 51 episodes. Mobile Fighter G Gundam, 49 episodes. Gundam Wing, 49 episodes. Endless Waltz, I'm counting that as 1 movie because that's the version I watched. After War Gundam X, 39 episodes. And Turn A Gundam, 50 episodes. Doing the math, that is 410 episodes of TV, half-hour anime episodes. 410 times 24 minutes is 9,840 minutes, or 164 hours of television. 13-hour-plus OVAs. I actually did the actual runtimes of Origin and Unicorn that come out to 863 minutes, or 14.4 hours. And I have seen 9 movies, which total 992 minutes or 16.5 hours. But I did watch the movie trilogy F91 and Char's Counterattack all twice, so that's an extra 11 hours. Add that all together, Sean, and in the last year, I have watched 205.9 hours of Gundam, which is also known as 8.6 straight days, over 1 full week out of the past year, or 2%. 2% of my lifetime on this earth. In the past year, Sean, has been spent watching Gundam, and I didn't add in all the time spent talking about Gundam. Or building Gundam.
Or the manga you read.
Manga, I have read 6 volumes of Crossbone Gundam, 1 of Skullheart, 3 of Crossbone 7, the 7th Samurai one, 7 volumes of Thunderbolt, the Gundam novelization, that's 3 novels, and 1 volume of the Origin manga. It's probably more than 2%. How do you like them numbers?
It's very impressive. I have to say, I'm really proud of you, Jonathan, because it is, again, we will do more of the looking back on this podcast on the next episode. But it is just so funny to think back to these humble beginnings of where I'm like, we should start with we'll do 2 episodes, and I'll talk about what Gundam is, so I can give Jonathan a primer. And then after we did Mobile Suit Gundam, it became very clear that this is going to move at a pace where we can't break these episodes down into chunks. We'll just do the whole show because that's how we like to do the podcast anyways. We like to do big holistic discussions. But it is funny. Jonathan, do you want to know what's scarier than those numbers?
What?
The fact that when I first watched these shows, I did it at a faster pace than you are now.
Shit. Well, you weren't doing a podcast.
Yeah, I wasn't doing a podcast about it, but I did get through almost all of Gundam in 1 year.
Nice.
So yeah, I think at this, you would have to be at Build Fighters about now to be at the same pace I was moving at.
I think if I weren't doing the podcast, I could do it. But obviously, I watch a little slower because we're thinking more analytically. I pause so I don't jump ahead to the next show before we do the last one. So yeah, we also did Evangelion in there.
We did. That's true. Yeah.
So anyway, it's been quite an adventure, Sean.
It has, and that adventure has brought us to this point, Jonathan.
Turn A Gundam, which I will say, if there were any other Gundam show we were ever going to give the treatment of doing we did the original Gundam and doing 5 or 6 episodes on it, this would be the show.
Yeah, I thought about it, and then it became clear that was not going to work. Because that was something I thought about around the time we did the Zeta Gundam podcast. I remember having this realization of Turn A Gundam is going to be hard to do. And I think that's going to be right. I'm so excited to do this podcast. I think it's going to be fucking hard because a lot of shit happens in Turn A Gundam. It is a dense show.
It is incredibly dense. It has so much on its mind. It throws out giant, massive ideas and themes and chunks of world building left and right, just all over the place, especially in the early episodes. The early episodes are practically delirious with creativity and ideas. And it settles into more of a rhythm of a show at a certain point.
Yeah.
Because it has to be a show. But even then, there is so much you could talk about with this show. And I guess, we usually start with initial reactions.
Yeah.
And that's it. I think this show is a masterpiece. I think it is the only other show that I love. All the Gundam shows we've talked about, minus Gundam Wing, I love them all. This is the only other one that I think fully lives up to the original. Lives up to is the wrong word, but fully matches that level. And part of it is that it is the most brazenly original one.
Yeah.
It is the one that is, while it is very much in conversation with Gundam's history, it is the one least indebted to that history, I feel like, because it is the one that is, obviously it's 100% new characters, but its setting, its aesthetic, its musical style, like everything is so original. It feels like it stands on its own feet the most. Like, I can't recommend Zeta without you having seen some form of the original.
Yeah.
I would never tell someone to start with Victory Gundam.
Or Afterward Gundam X would be a weird one to be your first Gundam.
Yeah. G Gundam is on its own island, and that one stands very much on its own, but in a weird, like, kid shonen anime kind of thing.
Yeah.
Turn A feels like a masterwork on par with the original in terms of how much it stands and as its own towering achievement, you know?
Yeah.
And that is not to take anything away from shows like Zeta or Unicorn Gundam or the other shows we talked about that we love that I think are also A-plus series. But you know, I think the original and this achieve the S rank.
Yes, it is definitely, if you're making your Gundam tier list, the original Mobile Suit Gundam and Turn A Gundam are S tier for sure.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Everything else is, there are lots of other A plus, however you want to break that down. Maybe the A plus if you want to get very precise.
Yeah.
But Turn A Gundam and Mobile Suit Gundam, in my opinion, are the two that stand at the pinnacle.
Yeah, especially if we're talking about full TV series, because I think
Yeah.
you and I might also argue to put War in the Pocket up there.
Sure, yeah.
But War in the Pocket is a little 6-episode thing that's quite different.
Yeah, that gets to be its own little own pocket series, one might say, for War in the Pocket. But yeah, in terms of your traditional 50-ish episode, I mean, this is exactly 50 episodes, but generally they're around 50 episode long, 1 year long anime shows. It's, you know, it doesn't get much better than Turn A Gundam for anything. Not only is it like one of, if not the best Gundam show, it is one of my favorite shows, bar none, of anything.
Oh yeah, easily. It's also the most stunningly animated TV show I've ever seen.
Yeah, I agree.
And you've seen way more anime than I have in other genres and stuff, so I would be interested to hear your thoughts. But at least the only things I would point to for an ongoing anime series that's not an OVA that would be to this level is something that's like only 12 episodes, like One Punch Man or something. And even then I wouldn't quite put it on this caliber. And they did this for 50 episodes. This looks like a 50-episode OVA.
Yeah.
Like, you could hold this right up to 8th MS Team or Stardust Memory or something like that.
Yeah, and it's 50 episodes with only one recap in episode 17, which is, I don't know why episode 17 is such a weird one. Usually the recap's in the middle, but they decided episode 17, let's throw it out there, and did a little recap episode. So it's really 49 episodes of full original content, but that's way more than even a 4-core or like year-long running show normally does. Normally, if you're going for 50 episodes, you'd have like 2 of those be recaps.
Yeah, and it's just stunning. And luckily, this one has gotten a beautiful master on Blu-ray. If you have the Blu-ray masters, this show was done, the last Gundam show done on film at all, and it was captured fully on 35mm. Some anime are captured on 16. Some, obviously, once we get into the 2000s, we're going to have the dark age of video, which we're going to have to suffer through with Gundam Seed.
Yeah.
But this was on full 35mm, so it looks like a movie when you're watching it on Blu-ray because you have the grain structure and color depth of 35mm film. There are some effects shots that are clearly upscaled because the original film material probably doesn't exist. But other than that, I mean, it also it survives in incredible quality, quite like the original, which I think is also a 35mm show. And it's fucking stunning.
Yeah, so Turn A Gundam definitely has this feel of it being it is a Gundam that exists outside of time. Like the design of the show, of the characters, everything about it, and like the look, with it being the last sort of hand painted on actual like animation cells Mobile Suit Gundam show. Obviously, it's not the last anime done that way, but for TV Gundam, the last one done in that kind of traditional way with some digital effects in the specific shots, means that it really kind of just exists on an island of its own in many ways, which makes it, I think, very easy to go back to. It doesn't feel dated. It feels like it does not exist to a specific era of anime to me. It feels like it is totally on its own thing.
Yeah, if you took the eye catches out, and ignored a couple of the CGI augmented shots scattered through the show, there's nothing in here that would signify this was made in 1999.
Yeah.
Not a goddamn thing. It looks so 60s, 70s anime. Like, it clearly is drawing on, like, Victory Gundam did this a little bit, too, but Turn A goes, like, full bore. This is, like, Isao Takahata, World Masterpiece Theater,
yes.
Heidi Girl of the Alps kind of stuff.
Anne of Green Gables, ass, it's very much like that.
And it has that kind of lush, hand-drawn quality with those lush, like, rolling backgrounds and color work that recalls, like, early Studio Ghibli or something like that.
Yeah.
It is, I mean, God, Sochie, that character is just a Miyazaki heroine.
Yeah, she's just,
ripped out of,
straight up with hair, like, spiking up when she gets mad. Yeah, it's very good.
And I also think just in everything it does, it is so, as you say, kind of out of time.
Yeah.
And it's especially coming off of the 90s are such an interesting period for Gundam, in part because after F91, they're pretty budget challenged, at least on TV. You go to the OVAs and there's incredible work being done. This feels much more like it's coming out of the 90s Gundam OVA tradition than the TV tradition, where the TV series are all kind of up and down with budget concerns. After War kind of steadies, but then it got canceled, so not too steady. And this one just there's no episode where it's like they had to cut corners here. It's very consistent, and part of that is just Tomino is a director of incredible consistency.
Yeah,
but because even Victory, I think, hides its budget problems better than most shows that have budget problems.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But yeah, it's oh my god, it's out of this world.
Yeah, so let's transition into the history lesson segment of the podcast. So
I always love these.
Yeah, we can really dig in. And to do the history lesson for this one, we can't start at the last Gundam we did, Afterward Gundam X. We have to back up to Victory Gundam because, as we've said multiple times, Turn A Gundam is the return of Yoshiki Tomino, the father of Gundam, to the series after Victory. So Victory Gundam was 1993. To briefly recap with that one, if people remember from our episode that we did, there were lots of weird production issues on that one because of conflicts between Tomino and Sunrise, the production studio. Like the most obvious one of those being that the order of the first 4 episodes is completely mixed up. And like it's like episode 4 is episode 1, and it maintains to be one of the weirdest things ever at a TV show. Is you just start with episode 4, and then episodes 1, 2, and 3 become flashbacks, and it's very bizarre. And Victory Gundam is, not met with like huge acclaim necessarily, and then Tomino is like very, frank on record as not liking Victory Gundam. Clearly, like the experience of working on that show was difficult for him. So after that, Gundam gets handed off to other people, and that's where we get, the Gundams we've talked about in the last few months of G Gundam, Gundam Wing, and then Afterward Gundam X. While all those shows were being made, Tomino kind of took a break. Because, he had been making like one movie or 50 episode TV show a year since the late 70s. And so after 1993, he doesn't put anything out until Garzy's Wing, which is a much maligned 3-episode OVA series in 1996. I have not seen Garzy's Wing. I know it has, both in the West and in Japan, just an awful reputation. It's some kind of fantasy thing. I don't know that much about it. Garzy's Wing is one thing that's interesting about it. It is one of the only productions that Tomino has ever worked on that was not produced by Sunrise. Because he's, the anime production studios, particularly back in the day, very much had that like old Hollywood feel of you had your like directors and animators and producers worked for those companies and you produced stuff for those companies, and you didn't like, I'm going to do stuff with Sunrise, and now I'm going to go make something with Madhouse or A1. That's not how that worked. So with Garzy's Wing, he went off, did his own thing in 1996. In 1998, he comes back to Sunrise and makes a series called Brain Powered. He's the writer and the director for Brain Powered. And one thing I have done, Jonathan, I have also watched all of Brain Powered in the last 2 weeks. It is a 26-episode show, so it's not, if it was 50 episodes, there's absolutely no way I would have, because I finished watching it 2 days ago. And that was interesting because Brain Powered also doesn't have a particularly good reputation. For some reason, I wanted to say reputation in the anime community. Eva comes out in 96, so Brain Powered is a post-Evangelion show, although Tomino has said that the basic sort of concept and work he did for Brain Powered was done before he had ever seen Eva. But Brain Powered is usually kind of dismissed as being a Neon Genesis Evangelion ripoff, which is hilarious because it is nothing like fucking Neon Genesis Evangelion at all. It has none of the Ultraman stuff, is not in Brainpowered at all, which to me is like, that's one of the defining things that you need to have if you want to have a show that feels like Evangelion. It needs to have a lot of Ultraman in there. But Brainpowered is like bioorganic type mech stuff. It's a very interesting show. Maybe one day we'll cover it for this podcast because I enjoyed it quite a bit. It's kind of like Space Runaway Ideon in that I don't think it's as good as his Gundam work, but it is like a really interesting complementary work to what he does with Gundam. It's very concerned with environmentalism. In fact, it's like the most blatantly environmental show. It is a show that exists in an apocalypse where there's a giant alien ship called Orphan that had landed on Earth in prehistoric times. That's like, by giant, I mean it's like the size of a continent, and it is slowly rising from the ocean. And as it is rising from the ocean levels go crazy, and so cities are being flooded. Lots of scenes of like people running away as the whole city is taken over by a giant tidal wave kind of stuff. And then you have your main characters piloting Brainpowereds, which are organic living mech suits, and they're fighting against Orphan that have their own bioorganic mech thingies called Grand Chairs, and it's very good. I like it quite a bit. And Brainpowered, one thing that's interesting about it is a lot of people who work on Turn A Gundam came from Brainpowered. So Brainpowered is the first major role that Romy Park ever plays, is as a supporting character in Brainpowered. The actress who plays Socie in Turn A Gundam plays one of the main characters in Brainpowered. The guy who plays Gwyn in Turn A plays the main villain in Brainpowered. So lots of people that Tomino worked with, and lots of people behind the scenes as well, including producer Hideyoki Tomioka, who before Brainpowered had worked on Gundam Wing and then After War Gundam X. After War Gundam X, he works with Tomino on Brainpowered. So Tomino does the show. Again, it's a 26-episode show. And while it doesn't currently have like a really great reputation, I think Brainpowered was reasonably successful at the time. And so they decide, well, let's work on something new. What do you want to do, Tomino? And Tomino decided, I want to come back and I want to work on Gundam again and do a new Gundam show. So in 1999, 3 years after War Gundam X finished, Turn A Gundam, called Turn A Gundam, comes out. And so to make Turn A Gundam again, he sort of gathers a bunch of people that he had worked on with Brainpowered, including a lot of the voice actors. He also hires Akira Yasuda to do the character design. The main reason I mentioned that is that he doesn't do a lot of stuff on anime, other than he did do some mech design on a couple shows like Code Geass, and then he came back for Rekko and G to do some mech design on that. But he's most well known as being one of the major character designers working at Capcom, and so he worked on games like, you might have heard of games like Street Fighter II, Final Fight, Darkstalkers, Marvel Superheroes, which eventually becomes Marvel vs. Capcom, X-Men vs. Street Fighter. So that kind of 90s era Capcom, almost any of those major fighting games that Capcom put out in the 90s, Akira Yasuda did a lot of the major character design work in terms of the art for that. And one other thing I did in preparation for this episode is some very kind pioneering person on the internet put out the commentaries, the episode commentaries for the Japanese Blu-ray release of Turn A Gundam. They're not translated, but it's just like the raw audio files. And so there's like 8 episodes worth of those, and I listened to those. And one of those, Akira Yasuda talks about how Capcom and Sunrise had buildings that, I think it was either buildings right next to each other or offices in the same building. So he and Tomino would sometimes just be in like the cafeteria at that building together, and they would talk, and that's kind of just how he ended up working on it. Also, to do the mech designs for a lot of the major mechs, he hires Sid Mead, who is best known as a major industrial designer for Hollywood movies. Most notably, I think for us, Blade Runner, also worked on like the Alien franchise. And so he hires Sid Mead to do work on the Gundams. The original design for the Turn A Gundam was too exotic for what they were looking for. And they're like, this is maybe a little bit extreme, but they still wanted to use it. So the sumo design in Turn A Gundam is what the original Gundam was going to be. And then working on other stuff, Sid Mead designs, or it's like the main designer, obviously with touch-ups by Kunio Okawata and some of the other people working at Sunrise. He designs Turn A Gundam, Turn X, the Wadam, the Wads, and the Sumo, which is the first and only time a Westerner has designed Gundams or like mobile suits for a Japanese Gundam series. And then he also hires Yoko Kanno, who had also done the music on Brain Powered, to do the music for Turn A Gundam. Yoko Kanno would later, I think, become most famous for shortly after this doing the music on Cowboy Bebop. And then she also did the music on Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex, and then obviously a lot of other stuff.
I mean, if you look at her, it's huge. Macross Plus, she had already done at this point. She's one of those anime composers who has a Wikipedia page with a picture, which is rare, and a gigantic list of credits.
Yeah, so she's like one of my favorite composers of anime. She and games. She's done some good soundtracks for games as well. And yeah, her soundtrack for Brain Powered is also very good. Her soundtrack for Turn A Gundam is next level. Fucking, I don't think I had fully appreciated how good it was the first time I watched the show, but I got the soundtracks and listened to the soundtracks while I was doing the second watch through, and I think it's probably my favorite soundtrack she's worked on, and it is fucking amazing.
Oh, it's fucking amazing. Yeah. I think my conclusion from everything you're saying, Sean, is Tomino put together an all-star fucking team for this one.
Absolutely, yeah. He put together like an all-star team and came back with this idea of wanting to unify Gundam together. And considering the fact that he didn't work on Gundam again, really, he did like some movie stuff, like he did the movie versions of Zeta. He did a like short thing called Ring of Gundam, but didn't do a full Gundam TV production again until Reconquista in G, which isn't until 2014. This is 14 years later. So there's this real feel of he wants to take all the stuff that he worked on, but then also the shows that had been done in his absence with the Gundam name, and combine them all together and kind of provide his like definitive. And there's an interesting interview on Anime News Network where he uses this phrase of like a positive direction. He wanted this like definitive, positive, culminating experience of Gundam, and put together this sort of like dream team in many ways to get it to happen. And then he names it Turn A Gundam, and which is named after a mathematical symbol which is called universal quantification, which is normally would be called the turned A, but he calls it Turn A Gundam. One of the reasons why he calls it Turn A is because he wants the viewer to think about the A turning. It's not that it has turned, it's that it is turning. It is a turn A, because it is about cycles, and it is about the sort of cyclical nature of history and cycles within history and within people. And then obviously universal quantification it is defining everything of what Gundam is, and that is why it is the Turn A. But because if you just put out a Gundam show that has an upside down A next to the word Gundam, everyone's going to look at that and be like, didn't you already make something that was V Gundam? Victory Gundam, usually called V Gundam. So he's decided, so it's pronounced Turn A Gundam, and to make sure that everyone knows that it's called Turn A Gundam, he did, I think, the only time in history where a show has a pronunciation guide for the title of the show in the title treatment of the show, which is if you look at the logo for Turn A Gundam in very small font under Turn A Gundam, it says quote, Turn A Gundam, which is the best thing ever.
And in the theme song, they have a narrator. This is not on the song track. This is separate. Who says, Turn A Gundam.
Yes, Turn A Gundam.
It's great. Yeah.
And so, the culminating thing is that over 1999 to 2000, they create Turn A Gundam, which, as we also said, is the last Gundam TV production to be hand-painted on cells. So it is traditional film-style animation. The next TV show would be Gundam Seed, and that is like the first like full digital animation, like modern digital color.
It's the dark days.
Yeah, and it is that transition. So Turn A Gundam, and it just feels like... And, this is not entirely a coincidence because I have been looking at this date, Jonathan, for like months, softly pushing I think we can hit it. I think if we get it there, we can get Turn A Gundam on our anniversary, because it is both the show that I wanted to get to 1 year ago when we started rewatching Gundam stuff, and it also is a defining moment of Gundam, starting from the original Mobile Suit Gundam in 1979 and leading to here in 1999, and it is... In many ways, it feels like the last old Gundam show to me. Like, everything after this feels like that's part of the new era of Gundam. Turn A Gundam quantifies, defines everything that came before it, and sort of nicely caps off this era of this wonderful, strange TV show, Mobile Suit Gundam.
I have one other question,
yeah.
and I wonder if you can answer this at all.
Okay.
We talked so much about the 90s Gundam shows having a lot of interference or kind of demands. Like G Gundam was one that the sponsors like came up with the idea of, and then the director had to figure out, how do I make a good show out of this? Gundam Wing was a fucking mess. After War Gundam X gets canceled. Like Victory Gundam, Tomino's working on it. It's Tomino, and he wasn't happy with how that went. Turn A Gundam feels like he has no leash whatsoever. It feels like we are watching Tomino's fucking id pouring onto the screen. More, I think, than any other Gundam show.
Yeah.
And it feels like there is no constraint on the budget level. It feels like there's just... It's such a different experience. Do we know anything about how that came about? Was it just that Gundam had been off the air for a couple of years, so fuck it, let's go wild?
So I looked around for some of that kind of stuff, and there's not a lot of good information about it in interviews or anything like that. Like the most I can say is that in the episode commentary for the Dark History episode, which is the only one that had staff on it, most of the commentaries were voice actors, which is pretty standard in Japan. One of the people they had on there was Hideyoki Tomioka, and the way that he talked about it was very much this like, we're just going to like make the show you want to make, and he worked with Tomino to do that. And that commentary was very fun to listen to because it was because it was him. It was I can't remember her full name. Her given name was Setsuko, one of the animators who worked on that episode, and Yasuda, the character designer. And they also just talked about how hard it was. Because the animator basically said Tomino works at, I think this is like a light Gundam reference, but he works 3 times the amount of anybody else, like 3 times Zaki is 3 times as fast. But in the sense of like, and not in a like, oh, he's redrawing and he's writing new lines. She said like most of what he's doing is he's in the office, he's sitting at his desk with like a coffee or something, and he's sitting there and he's thinking. He's thinking of how do these mobile suits move? What would interesting lines be? What are our characters thinking about? And like what is going on in the world? And he's reading references to different things. He's reading books and stuff like that. And that when he's doing that, it's a lot of like the labor stuff we talk about with video games. That it's like if the person who's in charge of everything is there working, everybody else is going to be working there too, because that's what work culture is. But there is this real sense of Tomino just threw everything into this thing. I couldn't find any indications of interference, like explicit interference from Sunrise. Obviously, it's a work that he worked with Tomioka and other people at Sunrise to help make. It's not that like they just gave him infinite money. He just did whatever the fuck he wanted. It's a collaborative thing that is working with other people. But there's absolutely no indication anywhere that it was something that had that kind of interference. Obviously, you can't see evidence of that in the show. And Tomino only ever has positive things to say about Turn A and his experience working on Turn A. Like is
that the only Gundam show that's true for?
It seems to be like every time I've seen like a couple of video interviews and then read a couple of like small things in text interviews, and there's not, because Turn A, talking about like the popularity, it's one of those that's like, it's not unpopular, but it's also not like popular, like super popular, like a Gundam Seed or the original.
Because it's fucking weird.
Because it's fucking weird. Because it's not a populist Gundam, but it is the Gundam for Gundam people, right? Yes. It is like if you are a fan of Gundam, Turn A is going to be your favorite or one of your favorite Gundam shows, and like the merchandising and stuff like that for Turn A does do well. Turn A is well represented in games and stuff like that because diehard Gundam fans do really like Turn A, and they respond to it well, both over here and in Japan. It just doesn't. It's not a populist kind of work in that way. But and so anyways, that's one of the reasons why there's not as much information about it as there is for, say, like Gundam Wing, where there's lots of interviews from like American anime conventions with people.
Well, like this is one that never got dubbed too.
Yes,
there's no English version, and there shouldn't be, because good God, this is a well-performed show.
Yeah, and it would be a nightmare.
I don't know how you do it. Yeah,
I don't know how you like translate a lot of the dialogue into English. Like that's not like that's like performable English. I don't know how you would do.
There's names would be a nightmare.
Like there is a part at the end where Harry Orid just shouts "Universe," which has no explanation, and that only works in Japanese because he's saying the English word "universe." Do you just have to say "uchu" in English? I don't know. But yeah, anyways, every time I have seen Tomino talk about Turn A Gundam, he just looks happy about it, and it is like, oh man, he's just like very satisfied.
Well,
he just seems satisfied with it to me.
And that's where I want to go to open up our discussion, Sean, because my initial reaction, because I watched, so the first night, I knowing that just from like looking at pictures, I knew this was a more out there Gundam.
Yeah, and because so don't think I ever told you anything about what Turn A Gundam is, other than that I liked it.
The only thing I knew is that it had this aesthetic that looked kind of 70s and like 1800s pre-industrial West to me. That's the only thing I knew. But like, as is often common with the Tomioshi stuff, I wanted to clear out time to like start this thing.
Yes.
And I was just thinking, I'm going to watch episodes until I feel like I have a handle on it. There was no way to do that in one night.
No.
So I think I did 5 the first night or something. But anyway, what fascinated me and immediately gripped me about this show is it is, above all else to me, a celebration of storytelling. Like, it is so drunk on the power of imagination and world building, and it is so infectiously enthusiastic with telling you a story and creating characters and showing scenarios and building landscapes and showing the relations between people. It is drunk on that to a degree that I have seen very, very few works of visual media ever be just that overwhelmingly, punch drunk on what they are doing. And boy, when you compare it to Victory Gundam, it is night and day.
Yeah.
We both like Victory Gundam a lot and think it is an unfairly maligned show, even by Mr. Tomino himself.
Yes.
But it is undeniable that Victory Gundam is a kind of bitter show.
Absolutely,
It is a pessimistic, bitter series where I think all of Tomino's penchants for world building and detail and theme and design, all of that is there, but it feels like it's curdled a little bit.
Yeah.
And you can tell that he is not 100% happy working on this thing anymore. Maybe because he kills multiple characters in like every episode.
Yes, he murders a lot of that is the peak kill 'em all Tomino.
Yes.
Is he just creates people to kill him. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think Victory Gundam, and I think one of the weaknesses of Victory Gundam in my mind is I don't think it comes to any like sort of grand conclusion about the state of things the way his other works do.
Yeah.
And I think all of that is there. And then you compare that, okay, he's 6 years off. As you said, most of that time was not spent working on anime. So he actually got to recharge a little bit. Because Victory Gundam wasn't just the end of his Gundam cycle, as you said, but a TV show or movie for like 14 years in a row.
Yeah.
More than that. I mean, God, going 70s to 94.
Yeah.
So he had been doing this so long, and it feels like Turn A is someone who has the raw talent of Yoshiyuki Tomino, but is recharged. And that's part of why it feels the most kind of like the original Gundam, is that same sense of like, I'm making something new, and how exciting is that? And I think you just, you start the show with these kids landing on Earth, and the first episode is wild. It's amazing to me that the same company that wouldn't let him do episode 1 of Victory as episode 1 of Victory let him do this for episode 1 of Turn A.
Yeah, because for reference, the reason why they did that mix-up is that the Sunrise wanted the first episode of their Gundam show to end, or at some point over the course of that episode, have the Gundam boy get into the Gundam.
Which makes sense.
Yes, which, is understandable because that's basically how it always worked. I mean, Zeta kind of puts that off to episode 2, but it still has a lot of Gundam shit in the first episode.
Yes.
And so even though the actual original first episode of Victor Gundam still has a lot of cool mobile suit shit in it, it just doesn't have him get into the fucking Gundam yet. We have to flip that around. The Gundam boy has to get into the Gundam. By the end of the first episode of Turn A Gundam, the only machine you've seen is the inside of the cockpit of the flat that Lauren and his friends are coming down on, and then the top of it breaching out of the sand at the end of the first episode while he's standing on it, staring at the moon, saying, "Everybody come down here, Earth is such a great place." And again, not only does he not get into the fucking Gundam, you don't see a Gundam, you don't see a mobile suit, you don't see shit.
There is nothing to identify this as Gundam. Not a single thing in that episode.
Yeah, if you cut out the first, 15 seconds and the last 15 seconds, it basically is just an episode of some sort of, 19th century Victorian pastoral story about a young boy working as a stable hand for a reasonably well-to-do family and the politics of the town that they live in. That's basically what the first episode is. And it is hilarious that in those 6 years, could be that much of a difference in the perspective on what you are allowed to do in this kind of show. That's like, no, fuck it. Like, if this is what you want to do, this is what you want to do. Like, if you're not getting to the Gundam, fine, you know?
Yeah.
We've seen what the Gundam looks like. We know it's going to have a polarizing reaction to the fan base, so maybe it's better if we put it off for a little bit, because you fucking put a fucking mustache on that thing.
Which is the best thing in the world. Yeah. But, and so that first episode, it's got that quality I'm talking about of being, like, punch drunk on storytelling.
Yeah.
But it's also like you go into a show called Gundam and it doesn't look or sound or feel like Gundam at all. But that's part of the I just felt chemically jazzed coming off of that episode, even though I had no idea what this show was going to be about.
Yeah.
None. Other than he's from the moon, apparently, and now he's on Earth. And really, in the scope of things, that first episode is a prologue.
Yeah.
And then episode 2 is the traditional, like, Gundam episode 1, where shit goes down and then in the end he gets in a big robot. But, like, man, the way it's framed, and it feels like such a different world we are in than anything Gundam has prepared us for so far, or will in the future, knowing that I've seen some of the future stuff as well. It's wild, and you go through those first couple episodes, and this is a show about... Let me just try to list off a couple of the themes I noticed in the first couple episodes, Sean.
Okay, yeah.
This is a show that is deeply about class. We will get to that. It's the most fascinating theme of the show to me because it is never explicitly commented on. But this is 100% a show about class. This is a show about duality and doppelgangers.
Yep.
And even before, Kihel and Diana get together, that is all over this show.
Yeah.
There is a gender fluidity aspect to this show. It is about history and the embedded nature of history literally on, like, the scars of our world and bodies.
Yep.
It is obviously about agriculture and landscape. It is about, like, farming and
like
tilling the land.
naturalism.
Naturalism. It is about technology, and it is about widening the scope of technology from what sci-fi usually looks at, which is future technology, but, like, no, anything we build with our hands to mechanize something we could do ourselves is technology.
Yep.
And this is a show about that. It's a show about politics very much. There's so many things we could list, and those are all there in the early episodes, and they get emphasized at different points later, because I do think the show slows down after the first, like, 6 or 7, because it is a fucking barrage of ideas that moves, like, deliriously fast in a way that, like, original Gundam is like, I thought the thing on the asteroid was like 5 episodes, but that's half an episode because Tomino's crazy, and he can do this. Turn A has a real feeling of that later, but I feel like it is just so excited to get all these ideas out on the table and then start playing with them.
Yeah, absolutely, because it does have... I mean, it has the most unique setting of any Gundam, for sure, and of, like, kind of any of these sorts of mech shows, I mean, certainly that I've seen, that I can speak to, because it does... I mean, it's rewatching it. It's hard to try to recapture, like, what did it feel like the first time I watched this? Because especially with the After We're Gundam X episode, you had already seen the first 2 or something.
Something like 3 or 4.
Yeah, you'd already seen that kind of first batch of episodes. And I remember you telling me about it. It was like, man, Turn A Gundam's fucking crazy. And there was something like, you're right, it is, because I've been obviously living with it as just a fact of nature for like 5 years that this is what Turn A Gundam is, and I think about Turn A Gundam a lot.
There's a Gundam about farming where he carries a cow around. What's weird about that?
And then I'm like, oh, right. You're totally right. The Gundam doesn't appear in the first episode, and it is bizarre, and like it is like if you didn't put Gundam on it, because the first episode doesn't even have the opening titles in it. It just starts with them coming down and Lauren singing "Mary Had a Little Lamb," which is very good. But like if you didn't know that it was a Gundam thing, you just wouldn't think that it is. Like it literally just does have this purely Victorian sort of feel to it. It's just one of those stories. Like it literally just feels like a Masterpiece Theater thing.
That first episode is a short story about a boy, an immigrant, dark-skinned boy coming into an upper-class society. And, I mean, it's almost got, like, a fucking Charles Dickens sense to it.
Oh, yeah. And there's, like, the 2 sisters, and one of them has a crush on Lauren, and then Lauren seems to have a crush on the older sister. Like, and it has just, like, that family dynamic to it, that it just feels, like, purely... Like, I almost wish there was, like, a world where they just made a 12-episode show that was just that. This, like, an alternative Turn A Gundam that didn't have any of the mech shit, and it was just like Lauren was from some weird backwater town. Him and Keith and Fran were all from there, and they decided to move to the big city, and he ends up getting washed away in a river and meets these 2 women, and then goes off and becomes a part of their like weird household. and that could be a show on its own. And I think it is important for Turn A Gundam to establish that foundation, because it is a show, I think more so than any other Gundam, I mean easily more than any other Gundam, is a show that is concerned about the Earth and what it means to live on the Earth, and having that naturalist pastoral foundation that is pulling from this very like literary tradition from English literature that is pulling from, that first episode is entirely committed to, gives it this sort of legitimacy when it's concerned about those themes, that other Gundam shows are still concerned about a lot of those ideas, but they're way further down on the totem pole of themes and ideas that it's interrogating. Here it is front and center at all times. They are on the Earth for like 2/3 of this show, and they're only in space for a little period, and they come back to the Earth for the last 3 or 4 episodes, and it's just really concerned about people living on the Earth and from the Earth and off of the Earth.
Yes, and I would add to that also, when they are in space, I think one of the great subversions of this show is what the moon looks like.
Yes, absolutely.
When you get to the moon and you realize, oh, they just made it look like Earth.
Yeah.
That's a huge moment for me, and this show is smart. But anyway, but yes, I mean, and this is something I was thinking about a lot, Sean, is that 90s Gundam is very Earth-centric. Victory Gundam is the first, because it's kind of funny. 90s Gundam technically starts with F91, which has no Earth at all. Yeah. It's all space. But then you do Victory Gundam, which is the first Gundam to start on Earth, and every other Gundam in the 90s does that. G Gundam starts on Earth, Gundam Wing starts on Earth, and After War. All of those start on Earth and are primarily set there. Gundam Wing the least so, but because Gundam Wing does wind up having a lot of space stuff, but it still feels like that's our kind of totem, whereas like I would say the original like cycle of Gundam to Char's counterattack is a little bit more about space if you kind of even it out.
Oh yeah, like especially I think like Zeta and Double Zeta, I think of space as more the default of those shows for sure.
I mean, and even if you read like Tomio's original Gundam novelization, they never go to Earth.
Yes, it's all space and the moon.
Yeah, he's very fascinated with space in that period. And so Earth is a very constant setting in these shows. I think Victory comes the closest to making Earth a real presence, but even then it is, as you say, it's lower down the totem poles of ideas. Turn A is the first and only Gundam that is about Earth. It is about the Earth, like the literal land and the soil and the creatures who live there. It is the first Gundam to like really heavily pay attention to how mobile suits move on the Earth and that their footsteps leave fucking craters as they move. Like, and I hadn't realized that other Gundams didn't do that until I saw this one paying. So, and again, it's partially just this show would have to have the budget and time put in to animate like Earth crumbling beneath Gundam feet as they move, and stuff like that. It is so invested in that. You know, this is a show where the main title mobile suit pops out of a statue of rock.
Yes,
you know, in put against a cliffside. It is so about Earth consistently throughout the entire thing. And that gives it this, it makes it fit into the Gundam canon more naturally than I think it otherwise would, because Earth is something that it feels like the 90s Gundam always kind of wanted to go here, but never did. And now it fully does that, and it feels like actually a much more natural fit than maybe it sounds like just from when you first see the show and you're like, what the hell is this? But it feels very much like an evolution of Gundam themes by doing that. Yeah,
and it feels like a healthy counterpoint to like Char's counterattack in Char in that movie, and this like, you know, Char's whole thing is that very like, I need to save the Earth, I kind of have to destroy the Earth. In order to protect the Earth, we have to get rid of the Earth Federation, which is ruining it. Then, to be fair, they totally are. But at the same time, he would be sacrificing basically the lives of everybody living on Earth and
all the animals.
Yeah, and like dooming the Earth's biosphere to who God knows how long of having to repair from this and for like new forms of life to prop up. And it feels good to have this show be so concerned with like, let's just center the viewpoint there. And having that first episode end with Lauren calling everybody to Earth. That's he is there. He went there 2 years before Deanna Counter to sort of see what it would be like as like a sort of like early immigrant, basically. And he loves it so much. He loves living there. He loves the people there. He loves just seeing the world and standing on it. And he calls everybody back home, you know, naively not understanding like the reality of what that situation would actually have to become. But centering that perspective to this is what people are fighting over, is this planet and the right to live here and what it means to live here and why, and like the responsibilities we have living here to not just live on the earth, but to take care of it and to cherish the home that we all share, which to me is like the ultimate message of what Turn A Gundam is trying to get across. And it is such a pure, hopeful, optimistic thing, which is so... It's one of the things I love about Turn A Gundam. Like, I love that it is not a kill 'em all Tomino kind of thing, that it is a very hopeful show that has lots of, like, darker complexities and nuances, and certainly understands the darker themes and the dark realities of what actually happens, but has this, like, plea to... We need to take care of this thing that we all share together, that we are all connected by, and that we are all, you know, horribly ravaging and destroying for ourselves and creating a habitat that we can no longer live in. And the show having this kind of more hopeful outlook. It certainly coming from Victory Gundam, it feels like this really huge thing. And also Brain Powered also has a similar, very optimistic, hopeful feeling ending that feels like Tomino had a sort of perspective switch in some ways of moving away from killing off bunches of characters and stuff like that. There were apparently early drafts of Turn A Gundam that would have had lots of other characters having died, like Kiel apparently at some point in an early draft, or like idea, like plan would have died at some point, Harry Met would have died at some point, and then slowly basically all those deaths Tomino decided to reverse and say, nah, we don't need to kill that character, and then just kind of kept the story going that way.
Well, this is interesting because we're actually maybe going to have a little bit of a debate of how hopeful the ending is, because I don't know if I feel that way. But
I would say hopeful in the sense of that, like, people can survive.
Yes.
Who knows if we will, like, ultimately learn the ultimate lesson, but like we can have the Earth at least for this time.
Yeah, and I agree that the general outlook of the show is that. Yeah. But I do think like it has. Turn A Gundam has a really interesting kind of arc towards an evolving complex darkness, because it's setting, what it allows it to do is we're not coming into a fallen humanity like we are in every other Gundam show.
Yeah.
You know, in all the other Gundam shows, we're coming in the original one, we're coming into the middle of the 1 year war.
Yeah, where half of the human population has been killed in the colony drop.
Yes.
Yeah.
Zeta Gundam and Double Zeta are following on that. You know, all the other Gundams have some kind of... I guess G Gundam is a different thing. But
G Gundam's always... We can't have these conversations and always say, but G Gundam's a different thing. Let's just take it as granted that G Gundam's a different thing.
Yeah, but all of these have sort of a fallen humanity aspect, whereas there is this sort of pastoric idol that kicks off Turn A, where we are far enough in the future, which looks like the past, where humanity has kind of... like Earth has healed and humanity alongside it from all of the past atrocities we've seen in other Gundam shows. And this whole show is about the people on Earth uncovering the sins of their ancestors and the sins of this planet's past, and finding within themselves some of those impulses to violence and destruction that they could not have imagined. And I think that's really interesting. And I think the finale, we'll talk about it, I think it strikes the exact perfect balance on how to thread that needle, because there's no way to do the story they're telling and have it end unambiguously positively. But it definitely, the finale especially left me feeling very complicated and conflicted in the ways I think the show wants you to feel.
Absolutely, because I think part of what the show's doing that's really interesting is that there's this conflict between, I think, the way that Lauren sees the world and sees Earth. He has this very positive outlook, and he's only, I think, seeing the positive things. But as the show goes on, I think it becomes more and more apparent that that the traumas buried within the Earth, which is the history of Gundam, humanity hasn't changed, right? That's like all those things that caused that cycle to happen. Humanity hasn't fixed any of those things. They just haven't had the tools available to them to wreak the destruction they would have had. But like Gwyn Reinford was always the dude who would be like the guy who would lead the Earth Federation, right, and create that kind of corrupt, aristocracy. Like those instincts in people and those those desires they have are there and are working all the time in the show. It's just not apparent to you, I think, immediately that that's what's happening. That it's like, it is not, I think, that humanity, like, in that period has gotten better. It's that they have lost access to the technology to wreak their desires and their ambitions on the world to the scale that they once did in other Gundam shows.
And I guess I would only tweak that to say, because of that lack of destructive technology, the goodness in people comes through more, and Lauren gets to see it more than Amuro gets to see it, on Earth with people. And that's also, I think, part of the show's message about like technology and progress and innovation and these sorts of things that are not an unalloyed good because of what they bring out in people and what they reflect, right?
Yeah.
But yes, we will have a lot to say about Mr. Gwyn Reinford.
Yeah. So, all right, I think we need to decide how we want to break this show down, because and I don't know if this is how we want to do it, because this was very hard to do, but I did break down it into chunks of episodes that we could talk about that way if we wanted to. Like, certainly does not chunk up nicely the way that After War Gundam X does, because there is a lot of stuff, but it does have like broad arcs that's like, okay, and then this part they go to space and stuff like that. Or we could take another tack. What do you feel like, Jonathan?
I kind of want to start by diving into some of the characters and ideas, because there's so many, and I feel like this is going to have to be more associative than just breaking down episodes, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
Although I would like to hear your chunks later.
Okay.
We can do that.
Yeah, I didn't name any of the chunks because they're not unified enough for me to be like, oh, this is a funny name. Like, I don't know. I guess the first 4 episodes go together.
I mean, this is a show with many, many characters we could talk about. I do want to just start with Lauren/Laura.
Yes.
Lauren Sehak/Laura Rora.
Dora.
Which is maybe the best name other than Jim Burrell, because of how it is pronounced in Japanese.
Yes. And so I think since we're just saying it, we're just calling him Lauren as the pronunciation, not Roland or Loran or whatever. It's one of those names that you look at as like, there's 2 R sounds in Japanese, but it's supposed to be a Western name. How the fuck how are you supposed to say it? I don't know. It sounds like Lauren. Gwen likes to call him Laura, so it's clearly supposed to sound like Lauren. So we're going with Lauren.
It is an intentional bit of funny making on Tomino's part, I think. Funny making is the wrong word, but it's mischievous. It's a mischievous naming scheme that he's given this poor kid. Played by the great Romy Park.
Yes.
In, as you say, so if what was the show? Brain?
So Brain Powered was her first major supporting role. I think she had a couple of very minor background things. This is her first time as a lead, and the first time she ever played a boy.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Romy Park, if you don't know, is one of the great voices of 21st century anime.
Oh yeah. She's in everything. She's the main dude in Full Metal Alchemist.
Yeah, she's Edward Elric, which is really funny. I mean, if you want to know her range, listen to Ed and then listen to Lauren. They do not sound the same. Ed has such a harder edge. He is voiced to sound kind of older and more cynical, and she's an incredible actress, and I think this is one of her towering achievements. It's an incredible performance.
Yes, she's also known to me, of course, as the player of Park-san from Yakuza 5, which I always thought was fucking hilarious because she just kind of looks like Romy Park, and the character's named Mireille Park, and so everyone calls her Park-san, and it's Park-san.
Yeah.
But yeah, Romy Park, great voice actor in video games and in anime, and this is where she got her start. Really, I mean, in the audio commentaries, because she was on almost all of them. She said multiple times that if she hadn't gotten this role, who knows what her career might have been. Like this was the thing that got her the most attention. While she does play lots of female characters, she's most known as playing boys. And this was the first time she did that. But like you say, Lauren doesn't sound like a lot of her other shonen type characters that she plays, because she also plays one of the main characters in Bleach. That is a lot more like her Edward kind of voice.
Yeah.
And here it is Lauren is the sweetest person in the world. He is the nicest Gundam boy you could ever... Not just nice, he's the kindest, most compassionate, empathetic Gundam boy of all the Gundam boys. If you want a Gundam boy to give you a hug, you want it to be Lauren, because that's the kind of person Lauren is. And that's... What I like is that that's how he starts, and that's basically how he ends. And there's he complicates and gets more sophisticated and changes in different ways. But he always has this deep, unmoving compassion for people that is always what primarily motivates him. And I love that about him so much.
There is something of a coming-of-age arc to this one. There inevitably is when you start with a boy and have him age over the course of the show. But it's not a coming-of-age arc as you get for Amuro or Camille or Judo or Uso or any of those characters who their arc is towards darkness and towards realizing how bitter and brutal the world is. Lauren does realize those things, but what he doesn't do is change his behavior to them all that much.
Yeah.
I think it is fascinating. This show has exactly one fight to, like, where both pilots are trying to fight to the death with the Gundam, and it is in the finale.
Yeah.
And that is the only time, and you can correct me if you think I'm wrong, but I really think that's the only time Lauren goes into battle intending to do lethal harm to the opponent.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And it tears him up, as he's very clear about that. He does not want to kill Jim Gingham.
Gim Gingenhammer.
Gim Gingham. That is a name that is so much easier to read in katakana than it is in Roman.
Which is why I'm just going to refuse to try to say it in English, and he's just Gingenham to me. Like,
It also makes me think of Jin Jenneheim from another Gundam show.
Yes, from Victory.
Yeah, it's too similar. Anyway, but, that's the only character he really is trying to kill. The Gundam in this show is, for the vast majority, piloted for either completely peaceful purposes like transporting cows and agriculture, or to defuse situations with the force it has. It is not ever intended by Lauren to be used as a machine of death, which is one of the main big ideas of the show, is what technology can be and what we use it for, and the gap between those things.
Yeah, and that Lauren refuses to recognize it as the Turn A Gundam as a weapon.
Yes.
Regardless of what its legacy may be, as he starts to learn about the history of what it is, not just Gundams in general, but specifically also the Turn A Gundam, that him and then Deanna comes to this point of view as well, that these things are just tools.
Yes.
And if he wants to, he can choose to use it non-lethally.
He can make it into a laundry machine in one of my favorite Gundam set pieces ever, where he just helps Deanna do the laundry with the Gundam.
Yeah. I think we'll talk about that episode, because I think there are a couple of episodes that I want to talk about as episodes. That's one of them. But yeah, you're absolutely right that I think he maybe never kills anybody. There's a couple of did somebody get killed when he shot that ship? Maybe, maybe not, but he's never trying to kill anybody. He's always trying to avoid it. He's always trying to defuse situations. And he has, and I think his defining motivation, this is a speech he gives at the end of the Laura's Cow episode, where he announces at the end of that episode that I'm a moon race. I'm a member of the moon race, and I'm fighting against them. But I'll fight against Earthlings as well. I will fight against anybody who does not cherish life. And that's his standpoint. This is he's not fighting on either of these sides really at any point in the conflict. He's only ever trying to fight to make sure that people can live peacefully and happily, and he's kind of on his own in that objective. He gets resources from Gwen, but he's not really with Gwen Reinford, right? If there's any one person that he's dedicated to, it's Deanna, and that's because he recognizes that she carries the same values that he does.
Yes. And it's a very unique Gundam character. He's, I think, by far the most out of the Amuro mold of any of the Gundam boys so far. I don't know where they kind of go with that in the future, but you've told me it's, Amuro is the mold for most of them.
Oh, Amuro is absolutely the mold for most of them.
Yeah, and Lauren is not in that mode at all. He's just completely different. Romy Park gives such a unique performance. The visual design, this character is dark-skinned. And
he's black.
Yeah.
He's the only... Well, Orga and Iron Blood Orphans, I think you could read that, his character design is black. But other than that, until 2016, he's the only black Gundam protagonist, for sure.
Yes. And there is also, obviously, a lot of class implications here, because he is someone who is black, and then falls to Earth and is sort of taken in as a lower rung of society, and works for the most part as a servant. He is, honestly, this is like if Lord of the Rings was done from Sam's perspective. He is the Sam Gamgee of this series. He is, fiercely loyal to the people he's working for, mostly because they've earned it. It's not just that, but there is also this class thing at play that comes between him and a lot of other characters that he also, and I think this is part of why I read the ultimate ending of the show, the denouement, as somewhat sad and disturbing is the wrong word, but melancholy to me, is that he never really breaks out of it. He is sort of always in that rung, and it's something that is a really interesting thread throughout this whole show. Because again, and I think it's an intentional thing by Tomino, but class is a thing that is everywhere in this show and is never commented upon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Lauren, because when he comes to Earth, he becomes he starts out as just basically like a stable boy.
Yeah.
And then eventually he gets upgraded to chauffeur, which is a nice foreshadowing of being the Gundam pilot, basically, that he's the guy who drives the car. But when you go to the moon, you realize that, he just lived in like a poor fishing village on the outskirts of the moon, on a village who, because of the structure of Moon Society, is basically, even though they have access to much better technology, isn't really more wealthy in any like recognizable way than where he was living on Earth.
Yeah.
It's just like people living in huts, fishing on artificial rivers with really cool moon whales. And that's where he grew up, and having this like incredible love and loyalty to Queen Deanna, who sends him down to Earth. And you're right, that he never breaks from that sort of class mentality that he is a person who serves, right? That he is both literally a servant, but that is like the mentality he has to the world around him, is that he exists to help other people do what they want to do and do the things they need to do. And that's his role in society, which is both tragic because it means that he doesn't ever fulfill... If he has his own ambitions that are for his own benefit, he never fulfills them, and we don't even know what they are because he never verbalizes or expresses that at any point.
We get a little hint of what it might be at the end, and we don't there's a lot there. I think there's a couple ways to read that too, because there's a very Dickens-esque nobility of the lower class thing going on with Lauren, where I think there's something about like someone who does not have everything being the moral compass of this world, and that he is a servant, not just in the sense of serving rich people, but he wants to serve everyone. He wants everyone to be on equal footing. Yeah. He wants everyone to live as he's seen the beauty of life, because he hasn't had things given to him, right?
Yes.
And there's a certain nobility of the lower class to that too. But there's also that idea of like the prism of class is a prison in and of itself.
Yes.
In that he can never quite see outside of it. And I think when you go to the moon and you see where he grew up, and that it is this little facsimile of Earth, and very little. It's like this 2 bays and an artificial river, and there's some very cool moon whales.
Yeah.
But then the city, like the big world, is beneath him, underneath these like windows, this glass under the water, and he's removed from it. And so when he goes to Earth, of course he fucking falls in love with Earth, because it's Earth. It's open, and it's everything, and it's everywhere. But he is still in that kind of class worldview, because think about where he was raised. He can't quite expand his POV beyond that. And I think it's one of the most interesting thing that happens in this show, especially considering so much of Tomino's earlier work is about the expansion of perception.
Yeah.
And that happens to Lauren, absolutely. But, the word new type is never said in this show.
No, there are, other than maybe at the very end, there's no new type Flash. Like, Coronander has something that looks like a new type Flash, but there are not new types in the show.
Yeah, this is not a new type show, and it is the kinds of perception that are altered are much more human scale.
Yeah.
But yeah, should we also talk about his dual identities as male and female, as Lauren and Laura?
Yes.
Which could be its own podcast.
Yeah, because one of the other major themes in Turn A Gundam is identity and duality of identity, whether that's expressed in like doppelgangers, in the roles that people play in society, which we're gonna talk like 2 hours just about Kiel and Deanna at this rate, but yeah, also gender and a little bit of sexuality in that. When we get to Gwen is again, up until Iron Blooded Orphans, the only gay character in Gundam. But yeah, that Lauren has to perform this role as Laura Rolla. And it's like that episode where they all attend the ball together, and Kiel does the classic like Victorian, you put your books on your head and you train to be a nice proper lady, which that must be very easy because he does it all in like one day. He does it like the morning, he finds out that he has to go do that at the party at night, and he spends the afternoon working with Kiel, and it's like
Lauren is a hard worker. He figures shit out.
Yeah, he's a smart boy. And yeah, he shows up. And Laura Rolla also fucking hot. Like Lauren fucking nails it, dude.
Yes.
Right? Like
no,
he's got
totally
this
right.
like green silk dress, this necklace, like his hairdo. It's like
I had not thought about it in those terms.
Oh
but yes, because he sells it when he is she, and it's. Yeah, I mean, I think the payoff to this with Gwyn in the last episode and the conversation he has with Lily Borgiano is one of the most perfect pieces of writing in all of Tomino's Gundam.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Laura Lauren identity and the boy girl shift, and how he wears these two gender identities throughout the show and kind of has to go back and forth between them, and how they also carry obviously different perceptual qualities to the people he is talking to and conversing with, who expect different things out of different people, and how Laura is still, though, very much a part of him. Like, why is it so easy for him to walk with the books? And I was like, well, it's because he's a servant, and he is this quiet kind of boy who is feminized in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Like,
he's got, like, longer hair and stuff like that already. Yes.
That's part of why Romy Park's performance is so uniquely great, is because Tomino isn't asking her to do an Edward Elric, Bart Simpson, any kind of like young boy voice where it is supposed to sound masculine.
Yeah.
It's supposed to sound feminine. There's supposed to be a feminine element of Lauren that is, I think, tied in some ways to childhood and naivete, and tied in other ways to, different class roles and things like this. But it's there in him from the beginning to the end.
Yeah. And it's really fascinating in the way that, like, those identities just kind of become mixed up, as he's supposed to be Laura, because Laura's supposed to be the pilot of the Turn A Gundam.
Yes.
But obviously Lauren's just running around in his very cool blue, like, bomber outfit that is a matching outfit with Sochier's pink bomber outfit, which is great. And he's, especially in that first half of the show, he's constantly encountering people that think it's supposed to be Laura, and they see it's Lauren, and they're like disappointed that, oh, this isn't the famous Laura Roller, Gundam pilot of the Gundam. This is just some boy.
Because Laura is also where he most plays outside of his class identity.
Yes.
Because Laura seems like more of a peer of Deanna and Kihel.
Yeah, because it's in the guise of Laura that Lauren challenges Deanna. When this is the first time he's met her since she came down to Earth. And that's where he just confronts her boldly in the middle of the party. And it's like, why aren't you doing something? Like, did you come here to start war? Because people are dying. And like, what are you, like, you're not supposed to do this. Like, this is not the role that Queen Deanna is supposed to play.
Yeah. Oh, it's fascinating. And, we could do a whole podcast series about Japanese anime's relationship with cross-dressing, because it's fascinating, and it's sometimes problematic, and I think it's sometimes really interesting, and in either ways it's engaged with much more in Japanese media than it is in American media. And this is one of the better examples of that I've seen in anime. I'll say it's really a fascinating use of it, especially because it is about gender fluidity a lot. It is not about sexuality, and I find that separation kind of interesting, because Lauren is not a sexual being in this show, really.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's supposed to be prepubescent or not, but like he doesn't.
No, because he's actually one of the oldest Gundam protagonists. Okay. He's 17 years old.
Yeah.
He lands on Earth when he's 15, and then 2 years passes.
Yeah.
And so Sochier is 13 when he lands on Earth, and is 15 by the time the show proper starts.
So because he is sort of, as he presents to the world, a bit of an asexual character.
Yeah.
He's at least it's something that he is not actively interested in. I think it's also part of the class thing too, of like all the women in his life are of a higher station, and he's not really positioned to grasp onto that in that way. He knows how to serve, which is what Deanna and Kihel are fine with and want, but Sochi doesn't want a servant, she wants a boyfriend.
Yeah.
And he can't give her that. And there's so many, again, we could do the whole episode just on Lauren.
Yeah, and that stuff is like you said, it's very sort of classic Victorian Dickensian kind of servant, like the tragic love between a servant and a
that
master.
Closing montage, which we'll talk a lot about when we get to that. Yes. It does show that while he has a sort of asexual presence throughout the show, he is not that, and he does have
he clearly has romantic feelings for
Sochie. Yes.
Like he clearly has that for most of the shows. He just doesn't actively express it.
Yeah,
because he feels it's not appropriate. Yeah,
and we'll talk about that when we get there. Anyway, Lauren, awesome, great. Do we want to tackle Kihel and Deanna next, or do a couple smaller characters?
Let's do some of the smaller characters first. Let's go to Sochie, voiced by Akino Murata, who again was one of the main characters in Brain Powered. And I guess this is where, since this is the second instance of an actress that this was like basically the second role she had. She has not been in a lot of anime. She mostly I think does voice work in other areas. But because this specifically I think is where you feel it strongest with her performance as Sochie, is Tomino clearly very intentionally with this show went to cast people who were mostly unknowns, that had barely any experience in voice acting. which is also true of the original Mobile Suit Gundam. With the original Mobile Suit Gundam, I don't think that was a case of them doing that because that was an intentional thing, and more because the anime industry was much younger then, and so the supply of here's 500 hugely experienced veteran voice actors that could play this one specific role that played roles like it in 50 other shows, like that structure didn't exist in 1979. By 1999/98, which is when they would have been casting all this stuff, we're in the modern era of the seiyuu industry at this point. We are in, in fact, we have a couple of actors like Fukuyama Jun in this show and Romy Park that this is their first role, and they end up being one of the major voice acting talents of the whole 21st century. And so, the seiyuu industry and radio shows and all that is, in full swing at this point. So there would have been lots of very experienced actors to play a Lauren or to play a Sochie or Kiel or any of those characters. But instead, there's this intentional choice that's similar to what Brainpower did, considering a bunch of these actors also came from Brainpower. That was with their first role, to cast relatively unknown people that didn't have a lot of experience in voice acting. And based on the episode commentaries I listened to, almost every single voice actor said one thing to the question of, what can you remember any specific feedback or commentary that Tomino made on your voice acting? And basically everybody said, he told me, just don't really think about it too much. That he specifically told Romy Park, I thought this was interesting, that she was struggling with a line, and he said, look, you play Lauren Sayak. Anything that you say is something that Lauren says. Don't think about it too much. Just do it. And that's the approach, I think, for the whole voice acting cast, is just don't think about it. Just do it. And it lends all the voice acting, I think, associates is the most apparent, this very raw, fairly naturalistic feel to the acting. That is also something that reminds me a lot of Ghibli movies, because Ghibli does a lot of the same stuff.
Yes.
They mostly cast outside of traditional seiyuu or voice acting circles, get a lot, if they have a child character, they'll cast a child actor to play the character, and then the main characters are usually people who have not played a lot of roles in voice acting.
Yeah, and once in a while they'll scoop up someone who later became bigger, like a Mayumi Tanaka in Laputa, but it's the same as having Shuichi Ikeda in the original Gundam. He wasn't Shuichi Ikeda yet.
Yes, yeah, or Toru Furuya had only been in a couple of things at that point. Yeah.
It's, boy, Tomino knows how to pick him, though, because he made, there's just that whole original Gundam cast went on to be bedrocks of the industry.
Yeah, they defined, 3 or 4 of them defined voice acting in the 80s.
Yeah, and then a couple of the Turn A ones would do it again in the 2000s. So, and I had not specifically thought about that as much, but I think that's because often when I'm watching one of these shows, I very frequently look up who's that voice? And I didn't ever. I think there was only one, and it's Gavan Guni, because he's an actor who is kind of a journeyman Gundam guy in the 90s. He did someone. He was
he's Yazan. Yeah, Hochu Otsuka, who's Yazan in Zeta,
and then he is
he's
Chibute
Cricket.
Cricket. Yeah. And so I was like, God, I know that voice. And but otherwise, but that's a pretty small side character. For the main ones, I was never honestly, I would not have recognized that as Romy Park. I think I knew that going in, because you see that name on the list and you're like, what? Because it's also a weird name.
Yes, yeah.
But yes.
Yeah, she's Korean, or she's Korean-Japanese, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not saying Korean names are weird. I'm saying they're a little weird.
Yeah, you don't expect to see the surname Park, because it's not a Japanese name.
Right, yeah. Anyway, but I didn't have that reaction. But now you're explaining this, that makes sense. And I agree completely with you that kind of raw quality helps a lot. And you're totally right. Sochie doesn't just look like a Ghibli character. She sounds like one. Because there is this kind of untrained, she sounds like an actual adolescent girl who is struggling with her emotions.
Yes.
Because that's her arc. And she's very fast. In some ways, she's more of a traditional Gundam protagonist than Lauren is. Because of the destruction she sees, it's her hometown, it's her parents who's killed, it's her dealing with revenge versus justice.
She's actively piloting the Kapul to go out and fight in the way that's way more similar to an Amuro or a Camille. Yeah. And she's also 15, which is the normal age of a Gundam protagonist. That's what Amuro was in the original Mobile Suit Gundam. Lauren is weirdly old. Again, it's a couple year difference, but usually a Gundam protagonist is a sophomore in high school, not a senior in high school.
Right. And so Sochie absolutely has that feeling. And I love her evolution over the course of the show. I think it's amazing how much of it is done in the background, but whenever you move her into the foreground, it feels like we've seen every step along the way. And she always feels that even though she's very rarely the center of an episode in the way Lauren or Deanna or Kihel are, she always feels like a presence. And they balance that pretty good with a couple characters. I think they do that with her. I think they do that with Harry Ord, where you have these characters who are very rarely the center of an episode, but really feel important all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just find her relationship with Lauren and like the military so interesting, because she's like, I think, is Lauren's like actual link to the militia. I think if Saucier wasn't with the militia, I think Lauren would have at some point taken the Turn A Gundam and fucked off.
Yeah,
and we've gone with Deanna and done something else. But he has both this like loyalty from, as we talked with, like the servant class thing to Saucier, because he always calls her Ojo-san. Like that's, he's always very respectful. He speaks in Keigo, all that kind of stuff. Keigo being like polite language in Japanese. But also he has these like unexpressed romantic feelings that are always kind of bubbling under the surface that Saucier obviously also has for Lauren, that she's had since she saw him. Lauren is probably the first boy she ever saw naked, because the first episode he gets washed away in the river with his little goldfish thingy, which we'll have to talk about nudity in the first 4 episodes of the show as well. But yeah, so it's like she has all these like kinds of feelings towards Lauren, can't really express them. But then is always also motivated by this revenge and this hatred for the moon race, when she doesn't know that Lauren is one of them, and is constantly pushing, and is one of those things of the dynamic of Turn A Gundam. I think is fascinating compared to most Gundam shows, where most Gundam shows exist either during a war, like they start sometime in the middle of a war, or in the immediate aftermath of a war and dealing with the fallout from it. Whereas Turn A Gundam is at the very beginning of a war and like them trying to prevent it, and it's this constant tension between, at the beginning it's just Deanna Counter and the Earth Militia, and these emotions and feelings pushing against each other, driving towards this conflict that Lauren's trying to stop, instead of it being this conflict that feels inevitable, or that is already underway and that there's nothing you can do to stop it. And that tension of Turn A Gundam, of trying to wrangle all these people, including Saucier, and sort of pacify them in some way and get them to understand that it's like we need to live peacefully or everything we love will be destroyed. And Saucier plays a key role in that arc.
Absolutely, and I think it also is something, a strength of the entire show, is there is no single character on this show whose perspective I don't think you understand on a pretty profound human level.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And that is not true of every Gundam show, and sometimes by design. Like, you are not really meant to get inside Giran Zabi's head. There's a reason they use the Hitler metaphor. He is one of those monstrous dictators who absolutely exist, who it is really not worth trying to empathize with, right?
Yes, you just need to blow them up in their whole dumb space base with them and fucking get out of there.
And there's no one like that in Turn A. The closest is Jin Gingenhamu.
Gim Gingenham.
But even then, I think he's much more human than a Giran Zabi. And consistently, you see all these perspectives in motion around each other. And Saucier is one of the best examples of that, because she has this kind of, this thing that we know is wrong, and especially because our main POV is Lauren. We know we don't want her to go kill Deanna and a bunch of other people, but we know why. They fucking killed her dad, and her dad seemed like a pretty good dude in the first couple episodes. He was a nice guy, he was a good dad, and he dies a brutal death, and then her mother goes crazy. Like, there's a reason Saucier is really upset. And I think it's one of just, again, the great strengths of this show is you can do that for every character. Their perspective is very clear, and the path they got to get there is apparent to us.
Yes.
Like, for instance, a good example of this for me is Lieutenant Phil. The guy
Phil Ackman.
Phil Ackman. And we also have his subordinate Poe, who we could talk about. There's so much good stuff with them. But Phil Ackman is this guy who becomes, in the first half of the show, he's the like warmongering villain in a lot of ways, because he's the guy who kind of does this little coup d'etat on Deanna. He winds up getting frustrated. He is pushing for more militarism, and that's bad. But at the same time, I 100% understand where Phil is coming from throughout the first half of the show.
Yeah.
Because he's a soldier who has been asked by Deanna to come to Earth and help them settle Earth. And then she keeps telling him not to do the things necessary to settle Earth. And a hammer sees a nail, a soldier sees a war. He's like, I can win this thing in 5 minutes.
Yes, it's. I think it's the fact that it's like they have such overwhelming military power that it's like, if Deanna Counter in episode 2 just decided to violently subjugate the Earth people, we wouldn't be watching Turn A Gundam. We'd be watching War of the Worlds
Yes.
And there's no germ ending because they're all also humans. So it's like,
yes,
it's just War of the Worlds, but it ends halfway through.
Yeah, and it would be very short, and Lieutenant Phil could do that, and it's not because he's a bad guy. I don't think he is. But he has been, like, raised in such a way and trained in such a way that this is how he sees things, and he is naturally frustrated with what Deanna is trying to do, and we can feel that about Phil while also feeling like Deanna is 100% in the right in trying to do this the right way and navigating that, and that's very dynamic. And that's a level of nuance that very little fiction gets to, and frankly, the real world doesn't get to a lot.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, and it's one of, like, I feel like it's one of the hallmarks of Tomino's style with characters, and it's, like, really heavily on display here in Turn A Gundam, is this ability to very concisely give you this, like, window into who that character is, without the character ever telling you that, right? That it's that thing of, I feel like we talked about a lot with Mobile Suit and Zeta Gundam, because you see it a lot in that, and then Char in Char's counterattacks, maybe the best example of it's fascinating to just sort of, like, you get all this sort of evidence of who these people are, and you're actively putting it together as a viewer. But what Turn A Gundam does, I think, is, like, more spectacular than any other previous Tomino show I've seen, is the scale of the huge ensemble that it has, and the ability they're able to do that with, like you said, virtually every single character that, like, is a recurring character in multiple episodes. You get that feel for, but you never get the moment where it cuts to Harry, and Harry's just sitting there, and he's, like, thinking about it, and you get an internal monologue, or he's just telling someone, as you know, I feel this way, this blah, 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 right? Like, you never get that. It's just naturally through really quick snippets of dialogue, and you cut to those characters, you get those quick snippets of dialogue, it's like 30-second scene, and then you cut back to whatever the main sequence of the episode is, and continuing the main plot of the episode.
Oh, I mean, I don't think Turn A has a single instance of formal exposition.
No.
In 50 episodes. It's amazing. It's even like the original, all of Tomino's Gundams are very good at showing, not telling, an in-universe sort of exposition that is not told directly to you. But even the original Gundam has a narrator at the beginning who tells you some things.
Uchu Seiki, 0079.
Exactly, right? And in Zeta and Double Zeta, you have different elements of, like Bright is sometimes an expository character, right?
Yeah.
But this has exactly zero formal exposition. He throws you straight
There's only
in the deep
one,
end.
but it's fully contextualized in the show, and that's the Dark History episode.
Yes.
That's the only time they do it, but that's also all those characters literally discovering this, like, secret tomb, basically.
Yeah, so I don't know if I would even count that. And it's fascinating how well it works, because this also has, I think, the heaviest lifting of any Gundam show in terms of creating a world. The original obviously has a pretty heavy lift, but it's not. It looks more like normal sci-fi to us, you know. It's not as out there. This one, you're really thrown in the deep end. So okay, so we talked about associating some of these characters. Who else on the Earth?
Since we were just talking about Phil, do you have anything else? Because I feel like we ended up without officially saying that we were doing the Phil talk.
Yes.
That was the Phil talk.
That was the Phil talk, and you know, when he comes back to the fold under Deanna at the end, you also understand it. It doesn't feel like a heel turn back, you know.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But since we did Phil, I feel like we have to do Poe, because it's
Crybaby Poe,
as
the name of one of the episodes tells us.
Who is just to say, sort of, Phil is voiced by Tsuyoshi Koyama. This is also, he's not in a huge amount of stuff, but he does roles here and there. This is one of his first roles. Poe Aji is voiced by Yumiko Nakanishi. Also, this is one of her first roles in the anime. So again, it is just, like, kind of down the line. I think the only character off the top of my head that you have Gavin Gooney, and then Gim Gingenham is voiced by Dio from JoJo's, whose name I can never remember, but we'll talk about those voice actors when we get there. But other than that, basically all these voice actors are either new or, like, fairly new voice actors. But yeah, so Poe is a really good example of that. You understand where the character's coming from even when they're clearly doing the wrong thing, because Poe's whole role in the show is kind of to do the wrong thing because she has really no other choice.
Yes.
And she's just flustered and scared because I think an important detail about the world building is that Deanna Counter, the force that Deanna brings to Earth to settle on the Earth, is not the traditional Moon military, because that's led by Gingenam. They are a civilian military force that has been put together by Deanna for that purpose. Because clearly Deanna's idea is that she doesn't want to violently subjugate the Earth. She just needs bodyguards. I think her idea is, we just need to make sure we're safe in case something happens. Because, you know, fair enough. Something's going to fucking happen when you try to settle on the Earth. Of course it is. And so, Poe is not, when we first meet her, she's not a trained soldier. This is not a thing that she's been doing, sorties around the moon for 5,000 years or whatever the fuck Gundam has been doing. She obviously has experience piloting these things, but she's never been in combat before. So I love that whole sequence at the beginning of the series in episode 2 where she lands on Earth in the Wadam, and the Turn A Gundam wakes up and she sees that there's a mobile suit there, and she just kind of freaks out and ends up firing that first shot, which is like the smoking gun of the whole show, is that it's supposed to be this peaceful landing. She ends up firing the shot that like burns off the roof of a building, and like rubble falls all over the place, and just everything falls apart from there. But it's just this one person who has no experience doing this shit freaking out because it's like, am I going to get shot because there's not supposed to be mobile suits down here. We're supposed to be, it would be like if we took the U.S. military and went back 500 years and tried to go settle Europe. We would be like, why is there a tank here? What the fuck's going on? They're not supposed to have tanks. We're supposed to fly in here with airplanes and tanks and take over these fucking barbarians, and that was all it was supposed to be. And she just freaks out and fires that shot, and the whole series rolls out from that point.
Yeah. No, she's great in that specific role she is given. And but the thing that sticks in my mind most is the episode with her and Harry, where Harry Ord just completely owns her. It's the Pursuit Crybaby Poe episode, which is I think like episode 28 or something.
Yeah, that's the one where she's like sick. Yes. And because another dynamic here, like thinking about class stuff, is that, there's both socioeconomic class and then rolled up into that is also like military ranking stuff.
Yes.
And you see that a lot in Poe's relationship with Phil, because Phil is her commanding officer. And I feel like, and there's this like weird sort of inappropriate romantic relationship between the two that it seems to me that Phil is using that specifically as a way to get Poe to do things that are not reasonable to have her do, like go out, try to take care of this shit even while you're sick.
Yes.
You're no condition to do this, but if you do this, I'll make you queen of the Sunbelt Republic. Like we've staged a coup. We are building our own country on Earth, and if you want to be queen and sit there beside me, you have to go do this, which is like abusive boyfriend tactic number 1, basically.
Yes.
Blown up to like making country, maybe not that point, but like, if you love me, you will do this, is basically what he says.
And the way Harry comes in that episode, Harry being, we'll talk about him soon, one of just the best characters on the show, and like gives her the medicine. He does the Princess Mononoke thing of chewing it up and then feeding it to her with a kiss.
Yeah, like a baby bird.
Yeah, like a baby bird, but also like getting her like weirdly like showing her leadership that doesn't look like Phil. Mm-hmm. It's a really dynamic, interesting episode. But
and I have also just very like sympathize and empathize with Poe's reactions of like, how come nothing ever goes my way? There's this very relatable like, we were supposed to land on Earth, show off our big cool mobile suits to these stupid Earth people, and they were supposed to all move aside, and we would build our glorious like Garden of Eden on Earth, and I was supposed to be like this noble soldier on the front lines delivering this like truth unto the barbarians, basically. And it never goes the way that she expects, because of course it doesn't. But and that's where like her like crybaby, she's just like, whenever she has like a strong emotional reaction, tears come out of her, like start streaming down her face. It's just this like, what the fuck? Like the Turn A Gundam, like this stupid mustache mobile suit is here again, and I can't do anything to it. It's just some stupid Earth person piloting this thing, and I'm in this state of the art moon race mobile suit that's designed specifically to go to Earth and take it over, and I can't do it every single time she loses to the Gundam. And it's why I'm really glad that they never killed off Poe, who I think was another character that was going to die at some point, because in a weird way, it makes her like more of a tragic feeling character, the fact that she never dies, but she like can't succeed because that's the person she is.
Exactly. Should we talk about the other people Lauren comes to Earth with? Keith and Fran?
Yeah, Keith and Fran Dahl. Fran Dahl is known to this podcast because she is voiced by, I think her name is Kumiko Watanabe, the voice of Katejina-san from Victory Gundam.
That makes sense.
Yep. It's a very different role.
Yes.
If you want to hear her play a character that is a lot more like Katejina-san than Fran Dahl, she plays one of the main villains in Brain Powered, and it's very good.
Nice.
Yes.
But I like Fran. I like that she goes to Earth and becomes a journalist and a photographer.
Yeah.
And she's using that cool old school. We're going to talk about this when I think we talk about the world building of this show. But all the mix of like pre-industrial technology with future sci-fi stuff is so cool. And I got such a kick, especially when they go back to the moon, of her using that old time, like long exposure camera on like the moon and in space and out in like the vacuum of space, which I'm not 100% sure the chemicals would like hold up in that state.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the camera would break, but she probably used some moon race something to make it a better camera.
Yeah.
I love Frandal. I love, like, there's that whole kind of middle arc, because there's that great scene where it's after, like, stuff has just gone to shit. I think it's after Phil has done his whole coup. It's at the beginning of an episode where she's in some, like, random Earth town, and just this kind of, like, random band of Deanna Counter people in WADs attack the town and just kind of, like, loot it, because it has just become totally lawless. The peacefire has basically broken down at that point, and so, you're just going to have random groups of hungry soldiers ride into town and steal everything. And she's there, like, taking pictures, and then someone bumps into her, and they're like, "What the fuck are you doing?" She's like, "I'm sorry, I'm trying to take pictures. I'm going to document this war for the newspapers." And he just says, "Don't you know the newspapers are never going to print this?" And she realizes that, like the Louisiana militia, like government propaganda machine is not going to show these images. They're going to want to show, like, that we are the strong Earth people that are standing up against the moon race, and not that they're, can't do anything to protect the random towns along their border. And it is that one of those great, like, handful of lines that just completely build for you the entire political situation of what is happening here.
Yes.
And that her whole job as a journalist, she's still getting paid for selling these pictures, but they're never going to print them. So she decides she wants to go, like, eventually she says she's going to make, like, a book that records the story of this war. But that is one of those just, like, settles everything in this one, like, 3-minute scene, and this one, like, kind of, like, dialogue exchange between Fran and this random character that tells you everything about the state of where the world is at this point, what is going on with the war, and some of those things of, like, I think one of the things I love about Gundam is that Gundam as a series, I think, is just always skeptical of power, and that is another instance of the Louisianan government. You never see much of it, but you know that they're not using their power to benefit the most amount of people, that they're going to suppress the press to make themselves look good.
Exactly. I also think it's interesting, Fran shows up more than Keith in the series, but both of them are recurring, not main characters.
Yes.
Even though they are two of the first three characters we see, right? Mm-hmm. And Keith also, and it's because both of them create lives sort of for themselves on their own two legs more than Lauren does.
Yeah.
So Fran has his job as a journalist. He eventually gets in the relationship with Joseph, one of the other militia guys, has a baby we see at the end of the show. Keith starts working at this bakery, the Donkey Bakery.
Yes.
He eventually buys it. He marries the owner's daughter or something like that. Mm-hmm. And so you do have recurring stories about Keith making and selling bread, which I fucking... Everything about agriculture in this show I love. It's so good.
The recurring bread arc of Keith and, like, who he's selling bread to and the consequences for that is very good.
Yeah, I mean, there's the three of them are only together in a couple of episodes through the show, but there's one around the middle where they have this big debate about whether he should be selling bread to both sides of the army that is fascinating and great.
Yeah.
But I love all of that, and I think it's a really interesting statement about where those two characters kind of end up on the class rungs versus Lauren. They are also both white. It's a really interesting arc with those three where they start on Earth together and then they split, and how the show leverages the three of them over the course of the show I really love.
Yeah, with Keith, I just have to shout out, he's voiced by Fukuyama Jun, who is, this was one of his first roles ever, and I think when I first watched the show I had not seen much else with him. He voices the main character in Working, which was one of my top 100 shows of the 2010s. That it's really, really funny workplace comedy, and he's great in it. And yeah, so I didn't realize that he was in the show, and so when I rewatched it and Keith starts talking, I'm like, wait, that's the guy, that's Fukuyama Jun, that's the guy from working in, like, these 15 other shows. This is one of the first things he ever worked on, and it is so hilarious how, like, young and inexperienced he sounds, like, in a good way, like, again, in a way that feels raw and it fits this whole overall voice acting style. But that was one where it's not like Romy Park where it's hard to tell it's the same person. It is 100% clear that it is that dude, and this is, like, the second thing he ever did as an actor. And I just found that it's a fun to ever, like, see that kind of stuff. But yeah, Keith's whole arc, one thing I like about it is he is basically he is living the American dream, right?
Yes.
So we're clearly in Turn A Gundam. Most of the action takes place somewhere in what used to be the United States of America. Maybe I think the fake France, Louisiana, or whatever it's called. I think this may be supposed to be Canada because it's got all that kind of like French naming convention to it, in like the French fashion. But Gwen is this classic American style entrepreneur, and then Keith is this like I'm an immigrant that came from nothing. I mean, he's a fishing boy from the moon who came to the earth, and started out as like just a simple baker working for this bakery. And all this bullshit happens, and the guy who runs the bakery ends up getting injured, and so Keith is the only one left to kind of keep it running. And then he slowly sort of pulls himself up by his own bootstraps and sells bread. Like, I don't care who it is, I'll sell bread to everybody. Like, that's such a great arc. But then also early on, there's that moment where he sells the flat that he and Fran and Lauren came down to the moon on, or came down from the moon on, to the militia in order to get some extra money. And then the next episode is the one where Coronander comes and destroys the whole town of Nox. And that's where Gwen gets knocked over by a dude and gets told, like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, this country has fallen. Your dollar means nothing anymore. And then the camera pans over to Keith, who's also there. And Keith overhears that, and he, like, has all the money that he just got from selling that flat. And he's like, what do you mean that this is just paper? What do you mean it's not worth anything? And that's a great, again, a moment that just in that one scene totally defines for you, right, this is like what war is, this is what economy is, this is what money is. And Keith was like naive in thinking that he can profit off of the war in this very sort of like simple kind of cheap way, rather than what he kind of comes to learn is that he has to really like build this infrastructure. He becomes a strong enough kind of political force with the money that he has to create a small neutral area where he sells bread to both sides. And I love that kind of, every time you check in on Keith, the amount he's grown each time, both in terms of like the strength of his business, but also like his politics and his policies in dealing with this war and trying to remain neutral. It's very good.
Yes. So there are a million characters we could do this with.
Yes.
Are there some other heavy hitters we should hit before we maybe dive into some other things? Obviously, we need to get to Deanna and Kihel.
Yes.
We have to do Gwen. We have to do Lady Lily Borgiano. Anyone else?
No, because I think the other ones are like moon people that we'll get to when we get
Yes.
to the moon half.
Should we quickly just say Coronander is the fucking best and I love him?
Oh, Coronander's great. Yeah.
He only appears in a couple episodes, but you just mentioned him, so I wanted to say Coronander is one when he first appears, and it's the episode Corin Called It Gundam.
Yes.
And he comes down and he's destroying shit, and he is weird and wacky and off the walls and very like out of tonal keeping with the rest of the show so far, as are his buddies
Bruno and Jakob.
who I love.
Yes,
They're
Jakob
so good.
being voiced by Hidenari Ugaki, who played the Russian dude in G Gundam. But of course, to me, he is always Majima Goro. Which is another thing I did not know the first time because I had not played the Yakuza games. So rewatching it, it's like fucking Majima's just with them for like 2/3 of the show. This is the best shit in the world.
Anyway, but yes, so Corin and his two very cool henchmen who become great figures on the show. I love Jakob and Bruno. They're great. They're some of the best comic relief characters in Gundam because you can also take them seriously as like doing the work.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah, they're just good old working class boys.
They feel like characters from Double Zeta. I really like them. But anyway,
I want a show that is just Bruno, Jakob, and Asanagi hanging out. And just like shooting the shit while everybody else is dying and fighting their wars, and they're just like, man, we're just in the ship doing the work day to day. Like, you know, sleeves rolled up, covered in grease. Like they're just like doing the real work that allows us to win the war.
Yep, they're great. But Corin, man, I love the arc he goes on. You know, those first couple appearances, as I said, seems a little out of tonal keeping, but I found him very compelling. And I think the turning point is the fight in the cave over the lava where Deanna comes out and like calls to him, and you see what like fucked up is in his head, you know, and that he probably seemed like a good dude deep down, as we find out later, but he is unhinged. And then we get this arc where he becomes a monk. One of my absolute favorite episodes is the one where they have to, it's called the Battle of Enlightenment, where they have to use the fake Turn A to fight him and let him destroy it. And then, of course, he gets to be the big death in the finale, and it's awesome.
Yes, yeah. I think we'll probably readdress Corin when we get to some of the finale stuff, because I think he's very key to how that works out. But yeah, I think it is a very intentional arc for that character that I think he's supposed to be a little bit off-putting at first and be like, because he is a full-on comedic character. Like, he animates a little bit differently than most of the other characters in like a classic kind of like comedy way, where he's like, you know, when he's doing like push-ups and shit in the cockpit of his wad, he is shifting from one pose to the other without any in-between frames. So he's just like popping between these different like poses and stuff. So he's like clearly supposed to be this like off-putting, strange character that, as you peel back the layers, you realize he is one of the central characters because he is from the dark history. Like, he is this like living relic, basically, which is cool.
Awesome idea. All right, should we do? Let's do Gwyn Reinford.
Okay, yeah, Gwyn Sard Reinford. If this show has a Katesh on, it is Gwyn. He is the character that like I'm both fascinated by. Also, fuck that dude. Fucking Gwyn.
Oh yeah, and you know from his first appearance.
Oh yes,
that he has the potential. You don't know if they're gonna go there with him, but they could.
Yeah, I mean, because he is briefly in episode 1 where Lauren is before he gets swept away in the river, because he's like getting chased by some wild animals or whatever, and Gwyn is up in a fucking blimp hunting animals from the blimp using a rifle, and it's like, this motherfucker. It's a real, you know, like rich Republican, like getting their picture of them having like shot a rhino in Africa or whatever, and they've like are standing over its body. Like, is that kind of bullshit you see? It's very much that kind of energy. Fuck Gwyn.
Yes, well, but that's the thing, is that he is a very natural politician. Yes, more so than just about any character in the history of Gundam. I feel like he is just born to be a politician. He's the kind of guy, you know. He feels like he would have been in the fucking debate club in high school. He's just that kind of dude. And
I think I know the exact person you're talking about. As someone who was in the debate club with you in high school.
Yeah. Anyway, and some of that is admirable, especially in the early going, where like he has a good kind of handle on the situation, and to be able to like do some good stuff, like sometimes protecting people, using the technology for good, but at the same time, there's always this sense of those ambitions are much bigger than what is actually necessary here, you know? Like, what is necessary here is someone negotiating in good faith so that everyone will be okay. And sometimes it seems like maybe he's heading that way, but a lot of the time you just always know in the back of your head his ambitions are bigger than that. He's not going to stop at that. He has this fascination with technology, and now there's this whole fucking moon race coming down, offering him, you know, the potential to uncover technology thousands of years ahead of his. What will he do? And he doesn't really break bad until near the end of the show, but it's always there.
Yeah. Well, I think the thing that Gwyn does, and he does this from like the first time you see him, because like at some point that you don't see in those 2 years, probably in that 2 years between Lauren landing and then where the show really starts, Gwyn has been in contact through the radio with the moon race to set up everything that's going to happen, and it's. Like Gwyn, it's sort of vaguely referred to around the edges early on, but at some point, Gwyn basically just straight up tells somebody that, like, I think he tells Kiel that he is intentionally protracting the negotiations so that they can gain a stronger position in the negotiations. But the thing about Gwyn, and the thing that makes him such a despicable feeling character, is that he is the kind of person who likes to think of himself as and always acts as if he is operating everyone's best interest. It's like, I am a politician of the people and for the people. Like, I build my factories and I employ good, hard-working families and I look after them. And what I'm doing is for you. And I'm using my privilege to help all of you. And that's what he says, and that's how he acts, and I think he legitimately believes that about himself.
And once in a while it lines up.
Yeah, and once in a while the things he does help people, but really everything he's doing is to benefit himself. Yes. He's trying to create a more advantageous position for himself because he knows that the world is changing, and he wants to be in a position to take advantage of it once it does. Like, he wants access to the technology, the power, and the people to, once that happens, once all the moon race stuff finishes, because I think he knows that the Earth is never going to win this fight. The militia is never going to stop the moon people from living on Earth. If the moon people want to live on Earth, they've got giant fucking robots. They're going to end up living on Earth. But if he can stall long enough, he can gain enough political capital to take advantage of that and exploit the situation. And it's like a more palatable version of war profiteering is basically what he's doing. And he's playing both sides the whole time. And it is only once he gets to the end and the end game kind of goes into effect and he meets Gim, that he sees this sort of window for like, oh, like I can swoop in all at once and kind of take all the shit I want if I ride on the coattails of this dude with the Turn X who's clearly going to win this war. If I back this guy, he finally finds the right horse to bet on, right? That's what it feels like he gets at the end. And he's just been waiting for that the whole time and building up capital until that moment came. And fucking Gwyn, man, fuck that dude.
Yeah, because he has several off-ramps in terms of negotiations where he probably could solve this thing. But part of that is he's kind of presented as a dark mirror image of Deanna, where they are both leaders of their people. They both present very well to the public. They both feel very, like, honorable upper class, you know, to the outside. And they both have a lot of buy-in from the people around them, I think, and a lot of natural trust. And they exude sort of an air of trust to the people around them. But Deanna genuinely is trying to figure out what the best thing to do is as a leader.
Yeah.
And he is trying to figure out the best thing to do for him and his leadership, which is a different thing, right?
Yeah, and I think he just is the kind of person who fully believes that if he's in charge, whatever he's doing is just going to be in the best interest of everybody else because, you know, he was, you know, you don't know anything about Gwyn's, like, history, but his daddy was a rich boy, right? That's the kind of, like, he came from a rich family. He has this sense of sort of privilege about him, and wealth about him, but that doesn't feel like it was, like, rightfully earned. It doesn't feel like he understands the value of money. That's part of the scene where, as Nox is falling around him, he's afraid of dying, and he just runs up to a guy and is like, I will buy that horse. I will give you $5 million. Like, but he's like, he like empties his wallet. I will give you unbelievable amounts of money to give you that horse. And the guy on the horse is just like, fuck you, dude. No, like, this is my horse, and I'm riding the fuck out of this town because this country is not going to be a thing anymore, and that's the only thing that gives that money any value. And Gwyn doesn't really understand that because money's just money to him.
And he feels very much like one of the Earth Federation people from the original Gundam because he is a fucking cockroach. He survives the destruction of Nox, even though that's his little home kingdom. Like, he is the son of her. We actually do learn a little bit, like, his father.
That's true, yes.
He's landed gentry, basically.
Yes, yeah, I forgot that we do get a little bit of that.
He's a literal noble there, right? You know, he is a rung even above Kihel, who is his secretary.
Yes.
But he is a rung above that. And he survives through that to again attain a position of power in the military, even though after that it's not the Inglesa military it's the
Louisiana
militia that kind of winds up taking over, but he takes that over too, and then at the end of the show he's still alive, which I think feels right because you're not going to kill this guy. He's this show's like Saul Goodman. He's the guy who's going to survive because he's a fucking cockroach.
Exactly, yeah, and he will live another day to find a way to, like, exploit people again.
Yes.
And another, like, way that he does this is his attitude towards Lauren and his insistency that he's always calling him Laura, and it is this, like, way of him trying to just control Lauren, and, like, he you know, so, like, at the end of the series you basically find out that he's gay, that he has these romantic feelings towards Lauren, and that becomes apparent, like, more clearly in that lead up to him desperately trying to get Lauren on his side before he knows that it's like there's going to be a harsh break here, and if Lauren's not on my side before we do this, maybe he never will be. But, you know, I think it's really interesting the way that this show deals with his sexuality, because he can't, I think, like, legitimately, the society he lives in, he can't do this, but he also can't see it in himself to be open about who he is and what he wants, and so it would not be appropriate for him to have affections for Lauren because Lauren's a man, but if he can put Lauren in this role that is appropriate, and that's Laura Rolla, the pilot of the Gundam, hero of the militia, that's someone that he can be romantically involved with. And if only a handful of people know the truth, he can deal with that, right? And so he's constantly just trying to put Lauren in this role that Lauren doesn't want to be in. And Gwyn just assumes that Lauren's eventually going to accede to his desires. Like, eventually, Lauren's going to understand what it is that Gwyn wants, and Lauren's going to accept it and like it. And Gwyn just continues with that assumption the whole show until at the very end, I think it becomes apparent to him. It's like, oh, Lauren is not a person that anybody can change his mind. Like, Lauren has a firm belief in what is right, what is wrong, and what he should be doing. And I think Lauren kind of always understands that Gwyn's not a good dude, but can maybe do some good stuff. And I just find that whole relationship and that dynamic fascinating.
And so his sort of beard in the first half of the show is Lily Borgiano, who is his fiancée.
Yes. And
I say beard because, I mean, obviously, and she knows that, we find out. Because, so their last interaction, I forget if it's in the finale or the penultimate.
It's in the finale.
Okay, It's in the finale, where she calls him on his shit in one of the best exchanges in all of Gundam, where she basically calls him on the Laura thing, and says, you need him to... She says, why are you making him cross-dress? Why don't you cross-dress for Lauren?
Yeah, so I have the scene pulled up here to get the subtitles, because it is the best dialogue maybe in any Tomino show ever. It is so good. It's so good that Romy Park, in the episode commentaries on the episode commentary for this episode, and for a totally unrelated episode, brought up this exact dialogue exchange, because she was like... They were talking about, like... Tomino's really interesting turns of phrases he uses. This is her example. She brings up twice. I love. So this is in the last episode. Lily is calling Gwen out on his bullshit and says, "If you really love him so much, why don't you put on a skirt instead?" So basically, instead of you trying to impose this on Lauren and try to force Lauren into this sort of feminine role in a relationship. If you want to be with Lauren that bad, why don't you put yourself in that position and subjugate yourself to him instead of trying to force him to subjugate to you? And then Gwen comes back with this line: "It'll take time before someone wearing a skirt is likely to be accepted as the leader of an industrial revolution." Let's get to the next line, where she basically says, she tries to get away, and she's like, "What the fuck are you?" Or he's like, "What are you doing, Lily? Why are you coming with us?" And she waves him as he's flying away on a blimp. "Farewell. I'll be taking control of Ameria while I'm still wearing my skirt."
Yes.
And that is their last exchange together. And that sense of... that is where it's okay for me that Gwen doesn't die in this TV show, because this is harsher than him getting shot in the head by Gingham. Is Gwen getting called so hard on his misogynist, self-serving fucking bullshit that he's standing next to this woman who has been doing the real work the whole time.
Yes.
Lily has always been, because... Again, at this point, after Knox Falls, Gwen doesn't have a lot of official political power anymore. He only has power through his association with Lily and his relationship with Captain Mihal and other people in the.
Because we should say Lily is the daughter of Duke Borgiano.
So. So she is almost crown princess or whatever for this whole country, and she's been doing the real shit the whole time. And right at this last moment, she's calling him on his bullshit, and he says this thing about it's going to be when leaders of industrial revolution believe in someone wearing a skirt, that's when pigs fly, is basically what he's saying. And right next to this woman wearing, because Lily always is wearing the best clothes, because that is the kind of person she is. And so when she leaves, it's like, "Oh, bye Gwen, I'll just be here taking over the world all while wearing my beautiful skirt. Fuck you." And completely cut ties, and it is the best thing in the world.
Lily Borgiano's arc in this show, from interesting background player to one of my favorite characters in this show, and maybe one of my just favorite Tomino creations, is awe-inspiring.
Yeah.
Because there's this key episode in the middle, it's the laundry episode we'll talk about, where Lily is she doesn't know Deanna is Kihel, and she's jealous of Kihel, and so she is giving Deanna all this menial shit to do,
And I would change that phrasing. I don't think she's jealous. I think she's afraid that Kiel being there threatens her ability to have a political marriage with Gwen, because that's clearly her objective, right? She is
jealousy is the wrong word.
Yeah, maybe she has romantic feelings for Gwen. I don't think that even matters to her. It is entirely about if Gwen is doing this stuff, then eventually it would be an acceptable marriage for her, and she would gain more power, political power, through that kind of marriage. And she sees Kiel as a potential threat to that.
Yeah, and basically, so she does this. It's a very ugly look on her to be doing this, right? And giving her all this extra work to do at the hospital that really makes Deanna kind of suffer. But then over the course of the show after that, we just see her coming into more and more of an understanding of her power, how to use it responsibly, what that means to her. Eventually, she has to reckon with what she did to Deanna and Kihel, / however you want to say it. And then until the end, where she is fully owning that she's going to be one of the leaders of this new world, and her femininity is a part of that, not in spite of it. At any point, it's always she is in very feminine, pre-industrial clothes. She's always using opera glasses to watch Gundam fights, which is fucking badass.
Yeah.
And I love it. I think it's just a great character.
Yeah, I love Lily to death. She just, like, left such a strong impression on me the first time I watched the show. And it is this sense of... Because, you know, I don't think she's necessarily, like... I don't know if I'd call her a good person. I don't think she ever becomes not the person that would manipulate Kiel / Deanna in that way. Like, she does all of that fully intentionally, well knowing. I think, you know, she's a little embarrassed when she realizes what, like, actually happened and that she did that. She, you know, in that episode, she says, you know, why don't you go do something more fitting of your station?
Yes.
Not knowing the irony that she's talking to someone that is quite a bit above Lily's station in life. And I think she's a little bit embarrassed by that. But I don't think she regrets doing that. Like, I don't think she regrets the actions she takes to secure the power she sees for herself.
I think there's a certain humbling that happens, but...
Maybe. But I think for me, the thing I see in Lily that I like as a character, I think is really entertaining and is a great counterpoint to Gwen and why she's so likable compared to Gwen, is that Lily completely knows who she is. She doesn't give a shit. Right?
Yeah.
I don't think Lily has any pretensions to the fact that she thinks that she is a politician of the people, that is helping out the working man and all of that. I don't think she really gives a fuck. I think she's like, I am Lily Borgiano. I am the daughter of Duke Borgiano. We are the richest family in this entire country. We have access to all this political power, and I'm someone who is, by my birthright, supposed to be politically powerful, right? And she is smart and effective at accumulating and sort of squaring her power off, and everything she does is to those, like, to her own political gains. But she doesn't have any pretensions to anything else, which is fine. Like, and it's particularly in the society they live in. Of course, she would believe that about herself. I think it's like Gwen's, like, faux American bullshit that he couches it all in that makes it feel so toxic and poisonous. Whereas with Lily, you know, maybe Lily could serve to be a little bit more of a broadly compassionate person, would be nice. But I think she, as a leader, would end up doing things that would legitimately be more to the benefit of the people than Gwen, because she understands that will be to her own benefit as well. Yes. And that's how she sees it. Versus Gwen, who is just self-serving in this kind of like self-ignorant way, which is very gross.
Yes. All right, let's talk about the big one. Kiel Diana, which I would say, Sean, is the great character creation of this show. Would you agree?
Yeah, like, and it is that where I feel like this show is, depending on how you categorize Deanna and Kiel as one or two characters, this show has two protagonists.
Yes. It's
Lauren and it's Deanna / Kiel. Like, primarily Deanna, I think, is more the focus between the two, but those characters are, like, I mean, there are multiple times where they and other characters describe them as the same person at some point by the second half of the show. And they are, as much as Lauren, the heart of the show and as important to the show in terms of what it is doing. And they also are played by both played by Takashi Rieko. Again, one of her first roles. She's not in a lot of other anime at the very least. She does a lot of, like, on-screen acting based on her Japanese Wikipedia page. But
it's a magnificent performance.
It is, like, an all-time great performance. It is unfucking believable how good it is and how, like, subtle the distinction is. Because it's not often that you have one voice actor play two major, like, main characters that are in most episodes of the show. Like, you know, a voice actor might play one main character and then characters that pop up a couple of times. But there are many, many episodes where they are the leading characters of those episodes. And so she plays two of those kinds of characters. Also, those characters look the same. And then also there's not that much of a distinction between them, right? There's not... They talk mostly the same way. Deanna, when she's being Queen Deanna, speaks a little bit more formally, but Kiel does the same thing. Like, there's a specific form of sort of, like, Japanese conjugation and pronouns and stuff that she uses when she's being very royal. But they are really, really similar characters, and so the distinctions between them, especially in these scenes where they are talking to each other, are so subtle, and yet it is a complete effect. Like, it is something that I never think about. In fact, I never really thought about it until I was listening to one of the episode commentaries where Romy Park, talking to Takashi Rieko, commented on, like, it's so amazing that you were able to do this scene where you're talking to each other and, like, I can barely notice. And when Romy Park said that, it was like, oh my god, you're right. That is her just talking to herself. It never crossed my mind because it's such a complete illusion.
I don't think I realized it was the same actress Or I wasn't consciously... I think
exactly.
if you asked me, I probably would have said they probably are. But I wasn't thinking about it until I think it's the episode where they switch. And at the end of the episode, I noticed the credit below Lauren. So it's Roran, and it's Romy Park. And then the one below that is Kiel, and then a slash, and Deanna, and it takes up 2 lines. And it's one actor. I'm like, oh shit, it's just one voice.
Exactly.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and again, it's not that like she's doing a totally different voice. Like if you listened to the two voice clips in isolation, you would say it's the same person because she's not doing something different. It's just that I feel like the character creation between the two is so thoroughly complete.
Yes.
And that there's just very incredibly subtle changes in like voice tone that totally sells it. And then like the slight difference of like the skin tone between the characters on screen also is, I think, a really good subtle visual cue of like Deanna is slightly more pale because she's from the moon. Kiel is slightly more tan because she's from Earth. But other than that, there's just nothing distinguishable between the two characters.
Exactly. And sometimes they wear their hair differently when they're in each other's, like...
Yeah, so because there's Deanna's outfit and Kiel's outfit, which includes, like, Deanna has this cool, like, solid moon hair. I don't even know how she does it. I feel like she goes to the same hairdresser as, like, Haman Karn. Is what it feels like. I don't know how this hair even works. It's just crazy space person hair.
They put her in cryo real early so that she could be there for all the leaders.
Yeah, exactly.
No. It's, but it's amazing how well it works, because I had no idea this was going to be a part of the show. I mean, you don't meet Deanna until, I think, episode 5.
Yeah, it's 5.
And so in those first 4, you get to... And Kiel is not a huge presence in those first 4 or 5. Sochie, I think, is more apparent because she's with Lauren a lot. But Kiel is there, and she seems important. But then, Deanna comes down, and you realize, oh, shit, they look alike. And then you get a few episodes later, and there's the episode where they very playfully switch places.
Yes.
And it's a Prince and the Pauper kind of story. And I watched that one episode, and when it was over, I assumed in between this episode and the next one, Sean, that they would have swapped back, and it was a one-episode thing. And I think I even made a tweet about, like, this is such a great episode about duality and doppelgangers and, like, and identity, and there's so much. I could spend an entire, essay just talking about that one episode, blah, blah, blah.
I remember this tweet, and I remember smirking at it.
No idea. But you know what I mean? Like,
yes.
You wouldn't... Because that one, it's played much more lightly, but then it's like, oh, wait, no. Deanna's just pretending to be Kiel and going around with Lauren and the militia all over the fucking country, and Kiel is back with Harry, who we haven't... Oh, we missed Harry.
Oh, we'll talk to him with other moon people, I think.
Yeah. Because Harry's my boy. But anyway, and then it keeps going and going and going, and it's a central piece of the show all the way through the very, very end. And it starts as this kind of Prince and the Pauper riff and becomes so much more than that. And it is one of the most fascinating things in all of Gundam. And it really is kind of the central idea of the show.
Yeah.
Is playing this thing with swapping these two characters. And it speaks to how tremendously well planned this show is as an anime too. That, you don't even introduce both characters on screen until episode 5. You don't introduce the swap thing until near episode 10.
Yeah.
But then that's a major thing. This is the kind of idea that normally you would see starting out in like episode 1 or 2 because it's so central.
Yeah.
But Tomino very smartly kind of plays the long, slow burn game with it.
Yeah, because it is that thing of... Because I was shocked when I rewatched it that it took as long as it did for that swap to happen. Yeah. Because in my memory, that's like the whole show. Like the show is kind of just about these two characters swapping their positions and what that means. And then as the show goes on, I love how fucking complicated it gets with, like, at some point, it's where, they swap back when they're on Earth. This is like when Phil has his coup. And now Deanna is with the Moon people, just like pretending to be Kiel. And Kiel is with the Earth people pretending to be Deanna. And their, like, roles are completely flipped and, like, mirrored to each other.
And at the end of, like, that episode where that happens, I wasn't sure which one was which, or which one, if they were trying to hide it. Yeah. And they make it very clear at the beginning of the next one. Like, Tomino never wants you to be confused, but there are moments where it gets, like, a little confusing on purpose to just, like, throw you into this and then untangle it, but to show you how well they're playing it.
Yeah, and, like, a major plot factor in that whole kind of middle stretch of the show is, like, who knows who is who, right? Like, it seems like, and I love that, like, one of the only characters that seems to firmly be able to tell the difference is Harry. Because Harry's very cool. And, like, Lauren himself, like, can't tell. And in one of my favorite scenes of the whole show is the scene where Kiel finally reveals to Lauren, or Deanna as Kiel reveals to Lauren the truth that he's been with Deanna for like, at that point, probably like a week. It's been several episodes in the show. It's after the Will Game stuff. And they're on that balcony together. And the scene starts with the camera like in a room on a radio with a like old timey radio song playing. And a woman gets up and turns the volume up, and a man off screen says, "Oh, come on, keep it down, like we're going to wake someone up." And she says, "Oh, come on, honey, it'll be fine." And the camera pans out onto the balcony, first to Lauren, and then keeps on panning, and then Deanna's on the other end of the balcony. And they have that conversation, and it's just this beautiful scene where Lauren is so distraught by his inability to have realized that he was with this person that he admires so much the whole time.
That he always, like, one of his goals in life was to meet.
Yes, yeah.
Right?
That he met her once when he left the moon, and 2 years ago, and then that he's been working so hard. It's like, I want to like meet, and like and he wants to serve her. He wants to be of service to her, right? Like that's like his goal in many ways, and he's been with this woman the whole time, and just that whole dynamic in the mixing of those roles and the roles of who the people are and what their roles in society are and what that means, and like the clothes they wear, both like literally and symbolically. It gets so tangled in this way that kind of, I think, helps deliver this feeling of that the people that they play are characters, right? That Kiel and Deanna in their real lives were playing fake versions of themselves just as much as they are when they're literally playing their doppelganger, and it helps sort of melt away the facade that every character, or most characters in the show, are living under, like layers of different facades, like a Gwen in particular, and Deanna herself is living under those. Lauren, I think, is living under those. The Earth itself is living under those and hiding the traumas underneath. Like so much about the show is about disguises and masks and things that people are wearing and that they're performing. And at the heart of that is this weird duality between Kiel and Deanna, where these two different people get so mixed up in each other that the boundaries of their identities start to sort of like fall apart.
Yeah, it's like Ingmar Bergman's Persona played out with mobile suits over 50 episodes.
Yes.
Like, I don't know. Like, that's one of the closest, like, analogs I could come to in film history, because it's such a unique story device. And it's also, you know, this whole show has such a different perspective on war, because it is ultimately about two factions who, other than a couple of players, largely don't want to kill each other.
Yeah.
Because they both want the Earth, so they don't want to destroy it. Right? Like,
Yeah.
There's no side, like in Victory Gundam, that wants to go set off nukes on Earth.
Yeah, they're not intentionally blowing up mobile suit reactors just to get that little extra radiation in the atmosphere.
Yeah, like Phil wants to take the nukes at one point, but not to blow them up. He wants to threaten with them. He
Yes.
does not want to set them off. Very clearly, that would be very counterproductive to his goal.
Yeah, we want this rich, pure, beautiful Earth farmland, and then we're going to blow it all up and irradiate it.
Yes,
Not a great plan.
Exactly. So you know, the ultimate goal is to find some kind of way to live together, and having that be this key struggle being these two characters taking each other's places. So an Earth woman is leading the Space Army, and a Space woman is helping advise and lead the Earth Army, and coming to a greater understanding of each other, and taking actions that are against their own homeland, and kind of understanding what that means, and also coming to this point where the construction, because Deanna is a constructed image.
Yeah.
As we learn throughout the show, she is a symbol for the moon race. She is not an actual person. There's a person we know as Deanna, but there's the symbol of Deanna. And what they do is these two characters ultimately make a better, stronger Deanna symbol than they ever could alone.
Yeah.
And by the end, it's not even the woman birth named Deanna as Deanna on the moon.
Yeah.
What they've done is create the leader kind of people need, but to do that, they had to get in the shoes of each other and each other's people and each other's planets. I mean, it's not a different planet, but you know what I mean, like space place. And it's fascinating. It's there's so much there, and it is constantly. It adds just this extra level of invigoration to the storytelling of pretty much every episode once that starts. Yeah. Because you're always thinking about it. And it's drawing your attention to so many other aspects of identity and dualism and what opposition actually means in these settings,
and what it means to do good in the world, right?
Yeah.
Because that's, if we're talking about like focusing in on who they are as individuals, like Deanna is like, feels like this truly benevolent person, like this person that really legitimately wants to do what's best for people, but is in many ways more of a figurehead on the moon than an actual like political entity, right? You have people like Game Gingenham, Agrippa Maintainer. There's like clearly also you get like those two major examples, but there's this sense of that there are lots of these powerful moon families that exist that like, you know, have a vested interest in what's going on in moon politics. And Kiel is kind of like spearheading this. Let's get back to Earth. Let's settle back on Earth, and all of that. But it is her legitimate sense of needing to do good in the world and wanting to do what's best for people that I think, one, earns Lauren's service at some point. That like Lauren, especially after the whole encounter where he's being Laura Roller and sort of interrogates her, and then they meet up again after the disguise melts away, and Lauren, I think, fully comes to understand that maybe like even more than himself, Deanna is trying to do things to help people, and that's like she's actively pursuing that, trying to end this conflict and do what is best.
She's doing it on a macro level. He's doing it on a micro level.
Yeah, and that she's trying to think of like how to settle this all peacefully and allow humanity to reunite again, because humanity is fractured between these two groups: the people living on the moon and the people living on Earth, and she wants to reunite them, partially for her own desire to live on the Earth, but also I think she understands that like living on the moon, and when we get to the moon, it's clear like that situation is not tenable. Like the moon society is fucked up in a bunch of ways that we'll get to because it's fascinating. But yeah, her desire to do good is so powerful. But when we first meet her, it's clear that she doesn't know how to do that. Right? She doesn't know how to reintegrate with the Earth. She doesn't know what it's like living on the Earth. She doesn't know like what problems the Earth already has and what their culture, their politics, their government is like. And so she totally royally fucks up the entire process of getting there and integrating the societies together, and has to make up for that sin and then the sins of the entire sort of like moon race government and sort of body politic throughout thousands of years of history, as she's constantly encountering different people in her journey with Lauren that have been hurt in some way by the moon and what the people on the moon have done, and her having to make up for it. And that's just like a middle stretch of about 10 episodes or so where that is happening. It's probably my favorite section of the whole show, but it is so powerful seeing this woman legitimately wanting to try to do good and learning how to do it. And we'll talk about the laundry episode, but that is like, to me, that is the keystone of that whole arc, is this, the way to do good, before you do big things that are good, you need to find out how you do small things that are good. It's like this small effort to help people can produce the kind of change you want.
If I could make another Lord of the Rings reference,
yes,
it's like the hands of the king are the hands of a healer.
Yes.
And Aragorn, before he becomes king, the ultimate sign of that is all the stuff he does at the houses of healing, and in Gondor, just as kind of an anonymous healer who becomes, and who is then asked to come in as king because he has proven himself on an individual level.
Yeah.
It is this, very interesting philosophical theory of leadership that is acted out in this show really powerfully. And I agree, probably that is my favorite set of episodes too, is the set of episodes on Earth between when she takes over as Kihel and then they kind of swap again. Yeah. Not that there's any section of the show that I think is lacking. I think it's as rock solid as a TV show gets, but that's the one that probably fascinated me the most.
Yeah, because that's the one that's the most distinct from Gundam.
Yeah.
Like, very little Gundam stuff happens in that whole middle section because because for that section, Deanna is 100% the main character. Like, from the beginning of the Will Game stuff through to her deciding that they need to go to the moon, she is absolutely, I think, takes over as the main character from Lauren.
I mean, it really is. Like, I made the joke about Lauren is kind of like Sam Gamgee, but she's Frodo and he's Sam, and that's kind of, and there's kind of a, like in Lord of the Rings, there's kind of a dynamic who is the protagonist that goes back and forth a little, and Lauren, I think, becomes more of it later in the show, just as Sam does in the book, in the book The Lord of the Rings, but there is a shared protagonist status to them there, and I think there's something about, Tomino has always, I think, written women so well in his work, especially compared to, I think, his contemporaries and compared to Gundam shows that he doesn't work on. You know, I think if you look at them, there's very few non-Tomino Gundam shows I've seen that do women anywhere near as well as he does it.
Yeah, we are finally we've after a long drought, we have gotten another show where women are allowed to pilot mobile suits again.
Right. I mean, and that's just one part of it. Is that his shows and some of the Tomino adjacent like 1 Year War stuff, like 8th MS Team and whatnot, will do this as well because it's established in the canon. But like the other AU Gundam shows just don't have women in mobile suits.
Yep.
And they generally relegate. Sometimes they write women well. Like I think the women characters in G Gundam are really cool, but there's only a couple of them. It's a very male-centric show, and it's a very male perspective show. Yeah. Obviously, it's shown in its blood, you know. But Tomino is interested in men and women and the lines between them, and he is not just interested in women as symbols, as I think a lot of anime is. See Neon Genesis Evangelion for reference. And I think Turn A has, you and I would probably agree, the best writing for women because it's got the most women characters. Well, it doesn't. Zeta has a lot, but it has the most, I would say, in central roles.
Yeah, and one thing that I like about Turn A is that, like, partially as a consequence of it having this, like, much sort of more, it's not a particularly bloodthirsty show. There's only a handful of major character deaths, and none of them are of the main cast. All of the main cast survive. I mean, even ultimately the main villain, Gim Gingenham, doesn't die, really. He gets encased in the, who knows what happens to him, but he's encased in the cocoon with the rest of the weapons. But yes, so because of that, it means that you don't get what I think was a problem with some of those other both Tomino shows and non-Tomino Gundam shows, where there are a lot of female characters, and a lot of characters die, but more of the female characters die than the male characters, right? There's a whole trope of the, like, started with Lala, of the psychic lady that dies, and the male character, like, grows from that trauma, which is, like, you know, of the kinds of tropes that this anime can have, those I think were done fairly well. But it was certainly a trope that definitely eventually got very tiring, and it's one of the reasons why I think is so invigorating about Turn A Gundam is that it just doesn't deal in the tropes of Gundam almost at all. Like, it's like Lauren is not like a normal Gundam character. We will talk about Harry Ord and how he is. If he is a Char, it is only because he wears sunglasses.
Yeah, he's totally different.
Like, Deanna is the princess, quote unquote, of the show. She's a queen, but she's the Sayla, Relina, that character archetype, but done in a fucking totally different way. So it's like the handful of Gundam tropes it uses, it evolves tremendously. And it just doesn't have the, like, psychic girl dying, psychic ghost parade, like all that, like none of that stuff happens in the show, and I love that. And I think one thing that's also interesting is that it has, at least, like, I didn't do it incredibly thorough because it would have taken a long time to do this, but a sort of cursory glance comparing some of the behind the scenes people on this in other Gundam shows. And there are two women, Mia Asakawa and Tetsuko Takahashi, who wrote collectively 17 episodes of the series, which is way more than, like, almost no women wrote Gundam before this. And so it's,
and that's
like,
just generally high for anime.
Yes, yeah. And so that's a fourth, basically, of the show, written by women. Obviously, like, Tomino was heavily involved in the scripting of all these episodes because he's a fucking maniac. And so, like, the scripting credits are definitely all of those are, like, co-written by Tomino, really.
Well, but that's like any American show with a showrunner. I mean, yeah, the series director role in Japan is, they're able to call it a series director. In America, we can't credit it, but we do the same thing. We just call them showrunners.
Yeah, but, like, Tomino's Gundam stuff typically is credited slightly differently because it feels like he works with way more people. So there's a lot more scriptwriters in this than there were in, say, Gundam Wing. Because really what Tomino is doing, without taking a credit, he's the series composer, or, like, the series composition credit, or the scenario credit that has, like, a bunch of different names. But like, point being that there are two women, at least, like, heavily involved in the writing of at least about a fourth of the whole show. And then a lot of, I mean, not like a significant number of the animation staff are women, including, let me actually now, like, search for her name so I can get her full name. Setsuko Takenochi, who was the key animator for 14 episodes, including some of, like, the best episodes, one of them being the Dark History episode. And I know that because that's the one that she did the commentary for, with several other people. And so this does feel like, here's another, like, Taiko Watanabe also was an animator on 14 episodes. So it feels like Yoko Kanno, the composer, also a woman. Like, it just, if you look at the staff, it's still obviously majority male, but and Tomino himself is a man, but there is a much greater number of women working on this show, and I feel like the show feels like that, right?
Yes.
It feels like it is considerate to its female characters, even more so than any previous Gundam show, and giving Deanna this role that is, again, co-protagonist in a way that no other Gundam show has up to this point has had a real co-protagonist structure like this. It kind of like suffuses itself through the whole show.
It's a weird comparison, but it's actually quite a bit feels like a good version of Gundam Wing, where Gundam Wing is kind of tries a similar thing with Hiro and Relina Urian. It completely abandons that. It completely abandons, like, I think, a really considerate exploration of what Relina's leadership journey is. It has a lot of messy politics that are just bad writing, whereas Turn A has some messy politics that are very good considered writing.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that in there, I think. But yeah, I think, Tomino's, I think we would say all of Tomino's Gundam has very well written women in it, but it is most of it from a very male perspective, which there's nothing inherently wrong with that, but there are things that crop up. Turn A is interesting because it's the first one that feels like it is from a male perspective, but it is also from a female perspective in places.
Yeah.
And even as a whole, in a lot of it, feels a lot more feminine in its outlook on the world than... And I know that's getting into weird, dicey territory of what is a feminine versus masculine outlook, but you kind of know it when you feel it, of like, this doesn't feel so narrowly from a man's eyes.
Yeah, I agree. And it just, like, the female characters feel more fully rounded and like front and center in Turn A Gundam than any other Gundam show. Like just basically full stop. I don't think past this point there's another Gundam show that feels like this, that sort of like privileges female perspectives and female characters to the extent that this does. And in a way, the part of that is as we talked with like Lauren himself, who has to present occasionally as female and is also, very quickly off the top of my head, I might be missing something, but I'm pretty sure Lauren is the only Gundam protagonist voiced by a woman. Like, typically they are teenage boys voiced by men. This is a teenage boy voiced by a woman, and
Uso would have been voiced by a woman, right?
No.
He wasn't?
Uso's the guy from Gintama. Yeah,
oh, right,
Uso's
okay.
definitely not. Yeah.
That's the only one I could think of, but you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. Up to this point, certainly not. I'm trying to like very quickly go through the other ones. Like Gundam Seed, nope. Seed Destiny, nope. Double O, nope. The Recco and G, nope. The Build Fighters, nope. Wait, no. Build Fighters, yes. I think both of the main characters of Build Fighters are voiced by women.
But they're significantly younger than typical Gundam characters, right?
Yes, yeah. And that's Build Fighters. Like with G Gundam, eventually we'll hit a point in this podcast where I have to say we can't, every time we talk about generalities in Gundam, also then have to include Gundam Build Fighters is different in the way that we can't just always include G Gundam as different.
Oh, good.
Because Build Fighters is different.
All right, so before we kind of move on to talk about other story and episode stuff, Sean, let's take kind of a step back. I want to talk about some of the aesthetics of the show.
Okay.
So, like, maybe some of the world building. We have not dived into the mecha designs yet.
Oh, yeah.
We haven't talked about the theme songs. There's some things here to talk about. So, I want to start with what an amazing world Tomino builds in this one. One of the key hooks as, like, just a piece of entertainment of Turn A to me is the idea of a Gundam set primarily in a pre-industrial society that is coming to uncover future sci-fi tech. There's certainly other works that do stuff kind of like this, but it usually involves time travel, which this is not doing at all, and it does not have the attention to detail that a Yoshiyuki Tomino show has. And you combine those together, and good God, the especially like the first half of the show, we are on Earth, and you have all the planes and the blimps and the cool old buildings, and it feels like a Miyazaki movie at points because it's got that same kind of fascination with old-fashioned aircraft and militia-style weapons and things like that. And then you meld it together with, I think, some of the best mecha designs in the whole series, in the whole franchise.
Yeah.
It is such a gorgeous show to look at and watch this world unfold. And, of course, all the ideas that come along with that, like literally uncovering from the skin of the Earth itself under the dirt, the different mechs and stuff, and the spaceship, the Wilgem and things like that. It is such an intensely cool series, and I don't know what else to say other than that.
Yeah, no, it is like, it's one of those where you're like, oh, right, Gundam is just a rad sci-fi franchise, right?
Yes.
In its way, I haven't, like, thought about that since covering the original Mobile Suit Gundam because everything in it feels so new, right? Because obviously all the stuff in Zeta and Double Zeta and Charged Counterattack and Victory, some of the stuff in Gundam Wing, a lot of the stuff in Afterward Gundam X, those are all cool, have cool sci-fi stuff also, but they're all pulling a lot of their cool sci-fi stuff just from what Mobile Suit Gundam did and expanding on it, whereas Turn A Gundam has such a fresh template to start from that all of it just feels incredibly new. And yeah, the just idea of we are not in the distant past or several hundred years in the past and have time travel or aliens or whatever it is to get the I think what you could broadly categorize Turn A Gundam as steampunk. I don't think it really is steampunk, but in the sense of steampunk is interested in futuristic technology intersecting with the Victorian period, which is what Turn A Gundam is. It just doesn't use the actual aesthetic of steampunk. It's just a similar concept.
It's so much more interested in agriculture and land and food systems than I think steam. That's why I don't really consider it steampunk either.
Yeah,
I get why it broadly fits that, but it just doesn't phenomenologically feel like that.
Yeah, I just say this there's a broad sort of similarity in the idea of what to approach. The main difference is the steampunk takes that idea and applies it to, and what if it was in London, and this takes the idea and says but what if all that was in the countryside basically. And I think a lot of the changes kind of come from that more naturalistic approach that Turn A Gundam wants. But yeah, so it has that sort of feel, but most of the works that deal with that idea have go back to that actual period and go to late 19th century. It's very Victorian or Edwardian. It's more Edwardian, really. It's really pre-World War I, right at the cusp of World War I, which is a very intentional thing for Turn A Gundam, World War I being the first fully mechanized war that we humans have had so far. But instead of doing that and rolling the clock back, it rolls the clock way forward into what they call the correct century, which is a great phrase I love. I'm sure someone out there has created some sort of calendar that has calculations for, well, if this is 2245 in the correct century, that means it's 200,000, 400, whatever it is in universal century time or after war time or after colony time. I think that was the Gundam Wing one. They all have their own weird timelines, and Turn A Gundam's whole goal is let's wrap all those timelines into one massive timeline and have rolled the clock forward so much that everything has sort of reset and see the cycle come all the way around again. And so all of the history of Gundam itself is buried in the earth. And the deeper you go into the series, the more Gundam happens, right? The more Gundam gets pulled out of the little Earth itself and the moon as well, because they have mountain cycles on the moon. And that feeling of this very sort of literalized metaphor of all the trauma of Gundam has happened in Turn A Gundam. It is part of history, and all that trauma is buried underneath the surface. And as things escalate, that trauma is literally exposed, and then escalates things further as it gets more and more exposed. Which is just a beautiful metaphor. It's an incredible piece of storytelling.
Well, one of the things I love is that the first half of the series, every time Lauren pilots the Turn A Gundam and he has another fight, he uncovers another kind of power that we all know is there in A Gundam, but he doesn't know. And in the original Mobile Suit Gundam, Amuro would have discovered all that in 2 or 3 episodes, right? But there's the episode where he first discovers the beam sabers are there. They're right there. They're in the animation. He didn't know.
Yes.
And there's one where he's fighting Korin in that underground lake of lava, and he discovers how to fly the Gundam. You know, because of the leg thrusters. They actually had stuff in them, and it blows out the dirt.
Yeah.
And then he uncovers the leg thrusters, and it's constantly doing that. There's the one where he finds the guns on the top of the head. What are those called?
The Vulcans.
Verniers. Yeah. Or
Vernier are the thrusters.
Yeah, Vulcans. Sorry. And that is such a cool idea, combined with uncovering all this stuff from the Earth. I mean, it is so much about the way history leaves physical, traces and lineage, but also non-physical, non-tangible ones, and it's both allegory and not.
Yeah, and that history comes back, right? That it's you can't bury it, or it won't stay buried forever. That it has long-lasting consequences. One of those consequences being when you get to the Lost Mountain section where the nukes are,
Yes.
and that whole land is infertile. It's destroyed, right? That's like, clearly there were nukes went off there earlier, and that's where the nukes are being stored, and that land is just destroyed. And even if it's been tens of thousands of years in the future, like what has happened in the past still has consequences. And our protagonists have to deal with those consequences, right?
I should say the Gundam Wiki does have the chronology put together as well as they can from all the hints in the show, because Lily Borgiano does have a line where she's like looking at the stuff in the Dark History and says that it looks like this universal century started 10,000 years ago. So you can build it and say, if you use correct century as like year 0, 8,000 years pre-correct century is when the universal century began. You go through all of that. The Dark History would have started in 5,000 years pre-CC, and then we are in 2345 CC, right, is where this show starts. Lauren lands on Earth in 2343. So there's about a 10,000 year plus span and all that. I don't know if I quite believe that that's a long enough time.
Yeah, I think
they could be wrong.
Yeah,
when they say,
when we get to Recco and G, we will then readdress this and talk about how the timelines are bullshit. They will make no sense because Recco and G, in a vague way, maybe isn't part of the same timeline as Turn A Gundam, but if you try to think of it that way, it's very Zelda-esque, or it's like trying to put the Dragon Ball Z movies in the timeline of the TV show. You're like, why am I even trying to think about this? This is impossible.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't make sense. It will never make sense. There's no way to modify things to make it make sense and still have those things that happen in the show be credible.
Well, let's talk about that for a second, because I think the idea that this Turn A happens thousands and thousands, and again, I think like the characters could just be wrong when they're guessing the time scale, but like many thousands of years in the future from the universal century, I love that and I buy it 100%, and I think it being like a far future sequel to all the universal century stuff is very smart and savvy, and us as audience members being able to directly have a sense of what are the things that led to the history that we're talking about. And I also think it makes complete sense especially if you follow the non-Unicorn Gundam Tomino arc of the Universal Century through Victory, that Earth would eventually enter the Dark History period. Makes 100% sense.
Oh, yeah.
I don't really think I buy that the other shows could have happened.
Sure. Obviously, it's supposed to be more of a metaphor than, like, literally, like... Yeah, I mean, because if for that to be the case, and I think this is where, like, the timeline thing doesn't make sense, that would mean that this is the like fifth time or whatever it is that the cycle has come, that it's turned all the way around, right? That A has turned all the way.
And humanity has gone to space, destroyed itself, fallen back to Earth, let Earth reset, start...
Yeah, then G Gundam happens, and all this shit happens again, and then eventually Gundam Wing happens after the cycle starts again, and after Gundam X. And after Gundam X is the one that makes that feel most legitimate, because like that is literally history having repeated itself, and the world being destroyed and then building it up. But yeah, and I think that's one of the cool things about Turn A Gundam as a Gundam series, is that it uses all of the past Gundam shows and the ways that they are thematically similar to lend fundamental credence to this big scale argument that Turn A Gundam is making. And it basically feels like Turn A Gundam trying to do the kind of thing that Romance of the Three Kingdoms does as a multiple thousands page historical novel dealing with over 100 years of actual Chinese history. But Turn A Gundam uses it like a cheat code, basically as a shortcut, because Romance of the Three Kingdoms makes this huge historical argument about the cycle of empires rising and falling by showing you the entire scope of an empire having fallen into decay, a new empire building up, and like, you know, you as the reader in 13th century China reading it when that novel was new would have known, okay, then this cycle happened multiple times. Us reading it, if you've read it like me, like now in the 2000s, you look at the history and see even more examples of that exact same cycle having occurred. Then Turn A Gundam, instead of needing to be a 500 episode TV series that does that whole thing, it uses the hundreds of episodes of other Gundam that has happened as a shortcut for the viewer, if you have seen those, to give you that same kind of effect and like lend what feels like real legitimacy to its like cyclical argument it's making.
Absolutely. Here's kind of this is slightly off topic, but it was related to something you kind of just said. Do you think this is a Gundam show people could watch without having seen other Gundams?
I think so. I think it would actually be a very interesting way to watch the show. Like, I think there are enhancements to be had from having that context, but I think that there would be something really cool about watching Turn A Gundam for the first time and getting to the dark history and seeing clips of, like, old anime in there and you being like the characters and not knowing what that is and seeing the fucking Gundam X firing the satellite cannon and being like, what the fuck is that thing? I think that would be kind of rad to watch it that way.
Yeah. I mean, certainly for a lot of the show, there is no essential necessity to that.
No.
Other than some added context of recognizing, like, I see he's got the beam sabers. He doesn't know how to use them.
Yes.
Right?
It's like, boy, that Borjarnon sure is a Zaku, huh?
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. But other than that...
Although also there is no Japanese person by 1999 that would not have known what a Zaku looked like.
So, 100%.
You would not have needed to have seen Gundam to have the Zaku context.
And I think that's probably a good thing that's actually a good perspective to have here, that in Japan nobody would have zero context.
Yeah, you would have had a basic understanding of what Gundam was.
Yeah, which I do think a basic understanding is probably quote unquote necessary. You do not have to have, like, seen all the shows.
No,
certainly not.
Yeah.
In fact, this would actually be a great one if you've only seen the original and want another one to see. This would be one to recommend. I would still say you should go through the original cycle because they're all so good. But you could totally jump from the original to this one and get a lot of what they're going for here.
Yeah.
But I think it's part of why this one stands on its own so well, and more so than something like After War, which we love, or Unicorn, which I love even more than After War. Because this one is in conversation in much more subtle ways, and it stands on its own much more clearly.
Yeah. Although that reminds me of forever ago on this podcast, thinking about, here's a little 1-year anniversary kind of thing, is I remember when it became apparent to me that it was going to be a thing that you had caught the bug and that we were going to be going. I'm like, eventually you're going to go to Turn A Gundam, but I didn't, because, like, I'm not the one who decides what shows we're watching. Like, I never said we're going to do this chronologically. That was eventually you decided that was the course you wanted to take, and I'm happy to go with it. But I remember coming up with ways like, how can I tell Jonathan that because I knew that you knew that Turn A Gundam was really good, or at least I thought it was really good because I'd said it. I'm like, you shouldn't skip to Turn A Gundam because it has all the little references to the stuff in the middle. Like, how can I possibly tell Jonathan that we should probably watch at least like Gundam Wing or something, or after Gundam X, before we watch Turn A Gundam, without letting him know that that's what Turn A Gundam is, that it does all that shit. Because I wouldn't want to just like spoil you without thinking about it. And that's just a little insight into a thought process I had of like. And luckily I didn't have to worry about it because you just went down that path anyways, and it never became a... Oh, I remember the specific thing was I knew we had to watch G Gundam because
of the Shining Finger reference,
Guggenheim uses the Shining Finger. That's what it was. That's why I'm like, I can't have him watch this without watching G Gundam, because he will not be able to have his mind blown by Guggenheim go, so that's what the Shining Finger is, and be like, oh my god, this is the coolest thing ever.
It's so cool. Yeah, I think it's because, the initial plan was just to do all the the initial plan was just to do original Gundam. Then it became, let's just do all the Universal Century stuff. And then it was time to move beyond Universal Century. Going chronologically through the AU stuff made the most sense. So luckily it all worked out.
Yeah, because again, I never told you to do the chronological thing.
No.
You just did it. I'm like, okay, great. I don't have to be like, I know we really should. I know there's a very different thing. I think you'd like it. We definitely probably should watch G Gundam. Maybe we do it be Turn A Gundam. I don't know. There's no particular reason.
Let's talk about some of the mechs, Sean.
Yes.
I think the mech... So my favorite beforehand, I've said this, my favorite overall mech designs, like the entire canon of mechs within the work, are Original Gundam and F91 would be my two S-tier ones.
Yes.
And then there's a lot of others. Like I think Zeta and Double Zeta, phenomenal. I think actually most of the 90s are pretty bad. Gundam Wing probably has the best in the 90s, but it's still pretty derivative. I think like Victory has a couple of interesting designs, but a lot of them are kind of ugly. Turn A is my other S tier now.
Oh, yes.
I think, and I know that's controversial in the fandom. I've seen that some fans think the Turn A Gundam...
I don't know if I would say it's controversial. I would say, I mean, it's like, it's divisive. It's not like, it being controversial would be like arguing that After War Gundam X had the best mech designs because nobody thinks that.
Yes.
It's more that it's like there are people that are like hard pro Turn A Gundam designs. And I feel like most people are, at this point, are pro Turn A Gundam. I think it's like, at the time... understandably,
it's very different.
People were really surprised by the way that everything looked, because particularly the Turn A Gundam, which is the most not Gundam until we get the G Self from Rekko and G, because Tomino don't give a fuck. He's going to make his Gundam not look like a Gundam if he doesn't want it to look like a Gundam. But it is that incredibly unique, very particular style that stands totally on its own, which I think contrasts particularly well with a lot of the other 90s Gundam stuff, where I think the main problem with a lot of it is just feels like generic Gundam. Even Gundam Wing, which has a lot of cool looking Gundams in it, they're all just kind of Gundams. And I love me the Gundam Wing Zero Endless Waltz, but that's because that's the one that's the least Gundam out of all of those, because it has giant fucking angel wings on the back, right?
Yes.
And then Afterward Gundam X is the one that is also hit super hard by the Leopard and the Air Master or whatever are just the most generic looking Gundam mobile suits. They look like they would be suits that would be blown up in 5 seconds and build fighters that some random person had, right? That's not even a main character.
Yeah.
They're so generic looking. And then you get to Turn A Gundam, and I think a key thing is not only do they have a really unique design aesthetic within the world of Gundam and largely outside the world of Gundam as well, they look very particular. But they're also animated very differently than mobile suits are, and particularly how they have come to be animated in the 90s, which is more and more just sort of like they're big humans. And by the time you get to Turn A Gundam has, for me, the best mech animation I think of anything I've ever seen. You can find stuff that has more frames and is higher budget and all that kind of stuff. Obviously a lot of the Gundam OVAs and movies and stuff have technically better animation in some of those ways. But in terms of the way that they've thought about, this is the way this mobile suit exists in the world, it affects the world around it, this is how it moves and what it can do, and that it looks like a person, but it doesn't have to obey the physical laws that people do. Turn A Gundam is the best shit for that. It is just the best. And the way that the action is directed, the way it's cut, the sound design they use for the mobile suits, all of that. Most of the Turn A Gundam action scenes are very brief. They're a couple of minutes long.
They're very similar to original Gundam.
Yes, but I will take any one of those over almost any other action scene in any Gundam show. I think Turn A Gundam routinely has the most interesting mobile suit action of the whole franchise.
I pretty much agree. I would still say F91 has the best animation overall. Because
it's a movie. It's a movie. Right?
It's Kunio Okawara really going to town with his kind of classic designs updated. I love all of that shit. And F91 also has really good attention paid to space combat.
Yeah.
And that kind of stuff. Turn A. All Gundam does really interesting stuff on Earth. We talked about that a lot with the original show when they get to Earth and how Amuro has to deal with fighting and gravity and all that. But Turn A, I mentioned this earlier, just with how they interact with the physical Earth itself, leaving footprints in the dirt.
Yeah.
That's the kind of attention to detail that I think you're talking about.
Yes, and knocking trees aside and having to be careful not to step on things.
Yes.
And just the feel of weight and terror of these things. Because if you go in the first 4 episodes, that kind of opening arc where Poe and the rest of the Encounter lands on Earth and they're in their Wadams, and the Wadam fires a particle beam that goes over the buildings of Nox and blows a bunch of them up, and then the Turn A Gundam wakes up and fires its beam rifle that explodes. And again, it is the animation, the editing, the direction, the sound design, those particle beams feel so dangerous.
Yes.
They feel so much more dangerous than anything in almost any other Gundam show. Every time a mobile suit moves, something is destroyed by that sheer act of movement. And the way that Lauren fights early on without having any weapons or tools, so he's just steps on a Wadam, and just the sheer weight of the Turn A Gundam creates this huge just crevice, and it's just wrapping, crinkling up tinfoil basically, and this massive thing crumples underneath the weight of the Turn A Gundam. And it's every fight has that. It's every single time the mobile suits go into action, there is so much thought paid into how do they move and what effect do they have on the world around them. And I mean, if you go back and listen to our original Mobile Suit Gundam podcast, I talked a lot about in that my favorite thing with mechs, and I think the thing that kind of really attracted me to the mecha genre as a whole after I got into Gundam, is specifically this kind of mech that has this kind of uncanny quality to it, where it looks like a human, but it is totally unhuman, right? And lots of mobile suits, lots of mecha stuff can go too far on either side of it for me, where it's either like, these are just like way too machine-like. There's lots of mech video games like a Chrome Hounds or an Armored Core that are like that, where they're basically tanks with legs on them, and that doesn't interest me that much because it doesn't have any uncanny quality to it at all. It's just a cool-looking tank thingy.
Yeah.
Or you have something that it is, where some of the 90s Gundam, I think, gets into this, where it is technically a mech, but it might as well just be a big dude in armor for like all I care with the way it moves. It's way too human.
Yeah, G Gundam goes really hard on that.
Yeah.
And it makes sense for G Gundam, but I agree, then Gundam Wing and After War don't go far enough back in the other direction.
Yeah, whereas with Turn A Gundam, it's really simple stuff like Lauren, like having the Turn A Gundam just walk forward while he has the fucking cockpit open because it's a hot day and he's sipping on his like water bottle, and the Turn A Gundam's arms are like perfectly just at its side. Everything on its upper torso is completely still, and its legs are just moving forward in this like quick walk cycle that is just like vaguely like how humans move, but it doesn't have to be how humans move. It doesn't have to balance its weight the way a normal human would. And probably, none of that is actually physically accurate. Giant robots can't exist. That's not how physics work. It wouldn't look like, any of this wouldn't look like this. But it has this feeling of mechanical accuracy to it, that these legs are operating on like pistons, and they're just like really moving, and it's all automated by the ship's computer, the mobile suit's computer. And it's that shit of just when he runs, he doesn't have to swing his arms like a person. He doesn't have to, like, the hips don't have to bend like a person. None of that. It's just the legs are moving completely independent of everything else in the Gundam, and that's fucking cool. I don't know, there's no other way to say it other than it's really fucking cool.
It is, and there's so many good fights and like moves within those fights because of that. Like, my favorite probably thing the Turn A Gundam does is when it gets the giant fucking ball and chain.
Oh my god, the bringing back the Gundam hammer from that one episode of Mobile Suit Gundam. It's Tomino realized the sin he committed in cutting that scene out from the movie version of Mobile Suit Gundam 1. And he's like, the Gundam hammer must see a day again. And so, yeah, Lauren goes, finds an armory. And here's the thing I love about him finding the fucking Gundam hammer in that armory is I love the idea that this is Turn A Gundam is the most advanced mobile suit we've seen by far of any of these. Like, it's so advanced that Lauren can barely do anything of like what clearly the full capabilities of this
and he
machine.
Never does.
No, yeah, this is not an Amuro gets better than the Gundam. This is like Lauren fulfills like 2% of the potential capacity of what this Gundam can actually perform.
This is a Gundam with a fucking nano skin that can self-heal.
Exactly. It can project its nano machines out in a curtain behind it and literally destroy the entire planet. I think in like the novel version they say that the Turn A Gundam can literally teleport if it has like a new type pilot and all this shit. So it's like it's clearly supposed to be this crazy powerful mobile suit, but I like that. I feel like there is the people designing the weapons for it. It's like this is the most powerful mobile suit ever. But with all the nanoskin stuff, I feel in the history repeating itself thing, I feel like they knew. Well, maybe will come a day where we will have lost this war or something, and the Turn A Gundam will be encased in the Earth's soil. And we've done all this nanoskin stuff. But you know what? In 10,000 years, this delicate, like, anti-ship beam rifle thing, that's going to fire 1-2 shots. It's going to blow up. It's fucking useless. Like, there's all this delicate weaponry we've made, and then, like, it's just not going to work. What should we do? And then one man in the back, Frank, raises his hand. It's like, you know what we can do? You can get a big fucking ball, put some fucking spikes on it, put it on a chain, and that was good forever. I don't care 1 million years in the future. You get a big ball with spikes on it on a chain, you can fuck someone up with that thing. You know how we can make it even better? Just put some fucking rockets on it and make it spin real fast. It's the coolest thing ever. And so, yeah,
it's so good. And the sense of weight and momentum that this show is so good at portraying, along with everything else you were just talking about, makes it like one of the coolest Gundam weapons.
Yeah, it is like that episode because later the Kapul gets it, which I think you posted the GIF of that, which is very good.
I had to make a GIF because it's the Kapul swinging it kind of wildly and like not very disciplined, and it's fucking great.
It is clear that like the cupola is not designed to swing that weight around,
Yes.
so it's getting pushed around by the weight of the ball. But the episode where the Turn A Gundam uses it, it's the most vicious feeling thing in the world. And like if you look back at that cut, that scene, like, and just pay attention to the sound design of the chain and just the inhuman speed that Lauren is able to swing that thing around, which again, just it is sort of just breaking rules of how things move with the sheer strength of the machinery of the Gundam, and it's just spinning the ball so fast that you can't even see it, and it just whips it around, and then the thing spins and drills into Poe's Wadum. And that, the physical ferocity of these mobile suits and the sheer amount of damage they can do, and it's the way that they execute on it in those fight scenes with very simple, like quick cuts and like short decisive actions that end fights very quickly. Most fights in Turn A Gundam are ended in like 2 or 3 moves between the two opponents, right? And in that sense of power, when he gets the fucking beam saber, and the beam saber just feels like the most dangerous thing in the world.
I love how they use the beam sabers in this one, because I also love like the way they animate. It doesn't look like a lightsaber anymore. It looks like an actual like pulsating like light kind of coming out of it. Oh, it's so good. There's
when it cuts through metal, it melts the metal around the edges and it curls out and then causes it to like bubble up and explode. And then when Lauren starts getting better, and again, the Turn A Gundam is not a human, its wrist is like a separate thing, so he just spins the wrist impossibly fast. And that's where when he's fighting Gingham the first time, I think he spins it so fast and causes and like hits the sabers against each other to create this giant explosion of car particles that then Lauren disappears in the middle of. Like, that shit is so fucking cool.
Yes.
And it is done with some of the best animation that any TV Gundam has ever had, and that combination of direction, of vision, of these are how these mobile suits mechanically move, how they impact the world around them, and then here's how we choreograph these fights to have this like old school samurai movie sensibility of quick, decisive actions. It's not a lot of, you've got a beam saber, I've got a beam saber, we're just going to flail at each other and clash a bunch. Like, nothing has a beam saber other than the fucking Turn A Gundam. So it's just, nope, like one quick move and that's exploded. One quick shot, that's exploded. Like, I dodged your hit, I hit you with the ball, right? Like, it is just quick, fierce feeling fights that has this very raw, powerful feel to it, which is the only Gundam show that I think has captured the feeling of some of the action from the original Mobile Suit Gundam, particularly the sequence in Cosmic Glow where Lala gets killed and all that happens. Like, the Turn A Gundam is the only other Gundam show to me that gets that same feeling of mobile suit action across.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something special. The Turn A Gundam itself as a design, it might be my favorite Gundam.
It's very good.
It's very good. I know that's a high order. There's a lot of good Gundams. But it is up there. I think it is such a cool blending of Kunio Okawara's, iconic original Gundam design, which is still absolutely there. It's different here, but it's there, with Sid Mead's kind of visual futurism. I just love it, and I love the amount of personality in the face because of that fucking mustache.
Yeah.
That mustache is the piece de resistance on this Gundam. It is such an expressive machine. I love how it gets something that I think original Gundam had as well, where the Gundam can look either friendly or scary depending on how it's being used.
Yeah.
And Lauren very clearly sees the friendly side of this mustached thing, and he kind of brings that out. And so when it's walking around the countryside transporting cows and stuff, it looks like a very friendly, benevolent machine with a lot of personality. But when it's, doing the moonlight butterfly shit at the end, boy, it looks terrifying. And I just think it's one of the best mech designs in the whole show, Gundam or not, or in the whole franchise. And there's so much cool stuff. I also love a lot of the mobile suits in the show do it. The way they do the cockpit, where it's this ball sort of down near the crotch that comes out from this, and then it lowers down and the pilot can just jump out. So fucking cool. And so different than anything else.
Yeah, and it solves the Gundam Wing problem of people just falling out of their cockpits and surviving 30-foot drops, which Hero does 4 or 5 times.
Yes.
Of course, of that series, it's what if we just had that thing kind of gently lower you down to the ground?
That also allows them to do something very different with the chest, which comes into play in the nuclear weapon episodes.
Yes, yeah. One thing I love about the whole design philosophy of all of the Sid Mead design suits, which is almost all of them, other than legacy suits that came over to the show, is they have a slightly more organic feel to them because they're like rounded and they feel like they have like muscular to them in a way with like the big rounded kind of chassis, particularly like the Sumo has that. But then also the Turn A Gundam has the like weird fibrous like cables on the back of the legs that also like allow it to fly, that feel like they're like tendons or something, and a little bit of that sort of organic design to it, mixed with the very inhuman way that they operate, I think again adds to that very uncanny effect. Combined with it having a mustache is the most uncanny thing of all. Do you want to talk about some of the other mobile suits?
Yes, I mean they're all great. I do like the ones that they bring back. Like I love that the Zaku is one of the key ones here as the Borjarnan, and I don't feel like we're being robbed of another design because the Zaku. It's amazing how well it just fits in. The Zaku is just such a good design.
Yes,
I think you could throw the Zaku in pretty much any Gundam show.
Absolutely. I also particularly like that for the first few episodes, I think before it gets destroyed, Gavin Gooney is piloting a Zaku 1. And I love the idea that the Zaku 1 is a way inferior machine, but they don't know that because they don't know anything about these. Because so it's the one that looks different, so the captain of the team pilots the one that looks different, even though it's a worse mobile suit. I think is a small little like visual gag that is very good.
Yes.
You also get the other major returning mobile suit is the Kapul. Which is a good choice as a returning mobile suit because it's only very briefly in Double Zeta. It is from the episode where they land on Earth and there's like the fishing boy who's piloting the Kapul and his like sister wants Judo to stop him. So it's only really in there. And I think it's a good, both, it feels very sort of comic because it's like this big rotund mobile suit that's very awkward. And I love the realization at the midpoint of the show that the characters have that the reason why it's so awkward is that it's an aquatic mobile suit. It's not supposed to be on land, and they're like worried at first. It's like, oh god, will this thing be able to even like stand up to the water? And they get it, and then so she's like, Lord, I think this thing actually is supposed to be in the water. It's like way better down here.
I love it, and I actually could not have pinpointed for you where the Kapul is from initially. I thought it, because I didn't do my homework here, I thought it might have been a play on some of the original aquatic designs from the original Gundam, which the Kapul is in Double Zeta. But I forgot that it was in that episode of Double Zeta, but it's so great, and I think giving it its day in the sun is wonderful, and I think tying it to Sochie's character feels so right, because it is this like big, awkward, flailing thing, which is kind of how Sochie goes out into the world and fights.
Yeah.
So it's great. I think the Wadam, which is the first mobile suit I think you see in the series, and it has arms technically, but you don't see them a lot, because it just like does this like fucking like Naruto run all over the place.
Yes, the arms are usually just sort of like lying limply at its side, and it's just two massive fucking legs with a big laser dome thing on top. It is so cool.
It's so cool, and it really tells you right from the beginning this is a different set of designs. You know?
And I love the idea that the Moon people created a mobile suit specifically to help them colonize the Earth, and they're like, well, if we're going to the Earth, what do we need? Okay, there's big gravity. We need big legs.
Yes.
It's the exact opposite of the Zeong thing from original Mobile Suit Gundam, where the engineer's like, no, what the fuck do you need legs for? You're in space. Just go out and pilot it. And then here, like, no, you're on Earth. We don't just need legs. We need, like, 80% of the mobile suit. It has to just be these giant fucking legs, and it is very good.
Yes, absolutely. Let's see. The flat, which we see from the inside first, and then later see it as, like, an overall mobile suit. Also just a tremendously different one with all these, like, long, kind of thin panels. Yeah. I really love the flat.
Yeah, flat's very good. Then, you know, the Sumo is the other major mobile suit because it's Harry's. And again, the Sumo was originally going to be the design for the Gundam before they're like, this is maybe, which very understandably, a bit too far from, would not, even if you colored it Gundam colors, it would not be particularly identifiable as a Gundam. But this is the one that feels like the Sumo is just built to fuck people up. Like, it just looks ripped. It is a mobile suit that looks fucking ripped. It's just got these huge shoulders, big beefy arms. It's got this like, you know, wide chest with slightly smaller hips, so it has this like, it just feels like it like benches 1 million pound weights basically. It's just fucking this built ass mobile suit that also did not skip leg day. It's red, like it's just fucking cool, and it helps that it is piloted by Harry Ord, who is the best pilot in the whole show.
Yes,
it's certainly based on like fucking kill count. And yeah, the Sumo. Because the sumo's just so compact. It's not a huge mobile suit. It's quite a bit smaller than the Turn A Gundam. It just, you look at it and it's built like a gorilla. Like it's compact and just gonna fuck you up.
Yeah, I think they were right to not use it as the Gundam, but I think they found the perfect place for it because it totally is an essential part of the show's aesthetic. I love the sumo, especially love it painted gold for Harry Ord. It's a good suit.
Yes.
Let's see, the Mahiru, which is part of the Gingham fleet. That one's very good. Got a giant fucking shield that it uses, and it's otherwise like very small, kind of.
Yeah, and that's a cool one because that one's clearly designed for space because it is just like very quick, kind of almost like fighter mobile suit.
I like the Bandit, which you get kind of in the latter half of the series. Very cool. And of course there's the Turn X, which we hadn't talked about yet, which is one of the wilder ones in the series because of how it like separates and comes back together and fucking glows in the chest and is this like, it almost looks like an insect in some parts. It's a really cool one.
Yeah, the Turn X the Turn X also just communicates this feeling of power, and it feels very sinister.
Yeah, it feels alien in a lot of ways.
Yeah, it definitely feels like if like an alien built a mobile suit, you would make a Turn X.
Yeah. Any others?
I think that's all the major ones because that's one of the things that's interesting about Turn A Gundam is it has the least amount of mobile suits a Gundam show has maybe ever had up to this point. There's just not a lot, and a couple of the slots are returning classics. Rediscovering a lost classic in the Kapul. Because I also, the first time I watched Turn A Gundam, did not realize the Kapul was from Double Zeta. So then when I rewatched Double Zeta and I got to that episode, I'm like, yes, finally I get to watch this episode understanding the actual Gundam importance of what the Kapul is.
Yes. But it's a great set, and I think it's very much a quality over quantity kind of thing. And also, like, this show doesn't need as many mobile suits, because this is also not an all-out war show the way all the other Tomino ones are.
There are lots of episodes that have no mobile suit fights, which is a rarity in Gundam.
And there's no big space fleet battles or anything like that. Even on Earth, the battles are pretty small scale.
Yeah, there's never more than, like, 5 or 6 mobile suits in a fight. And usually if it gets to that number, it's because Harry's going to kill 4 of them in 2 seconds.
Yes. Oh, Harry. I love Harry. All right. Let's talk about, I think, we're at 3 hours, Sean, so we shouldn't go too much longer.
That's unfortunate for you, because there's still a lot to talk about.
I know there's a lot to talk about, but I think, I mean, what more? I think we should probably hit some specific episodes and plot points.
Okay.
But what did you...
Because I feel like we just have not actually just probably done it. We just need to talk a little bit about Harry Ord.
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah, because we kind of, like, skipped over him a little bit.
We did. It's too bad, because Harry's fucking awesome.
Yes, because he is nominally the Char of the show, which, again, is entirely just because he has cool glasses. He's not particularly Char-like, other than in this one way, because here's something that was really interesting from one of the commentaries I heard, which was a piece of feedback that the voice actor for Harry, who also, this was one of his first big ones, Inada Tetsu, he got this piece of feedback from Tomino on how to play him, which is that Harry is someone who sort of acts out as an adult. He specifically uses the phrasing "enji te miseru," which means to like play and show it. So it's like play like you play a character in a movie, and miseru means to show someone something. So because it's not a normal turn of phrase you'd use in Japanese. And so the way that Tomino envisioned Harry Ord is that he's someone who is an adult, but like shows everybody that he's an adult, which I think is a really smart way of like thinking. Obviously, a smart way of thinking of the character because the dude who made the character. But it is a way that I think that's the actual similarity to Char, because Char is the exact same way. Char does the exact same thing. Char wants everybody to know how like mature and sophisticated and how much of an adult he is, especially next to all these fucking children running around.
Yes. But otherwise, he's not. Like, for one, he is fiercely loyal.
Yes.
Which Char is very much not. He is, I think, capable of genuine love, although there is the scene where he kind of pledges his love to Kihel, has a very, like, Char undercurrent to it.
Sure, yeah.
Although I think he's more sincere in that moment than
Char I think he legitimately loves Kiel, but he has his loyalties with Deanna. It had to come first,
and he's an ace pilot, all those things, but yes, he's otherwise a very, very different character. But he's awesome. I love every time he shows up. He is very clearly the best pilot in the series. Like, there's no real question about that.
He and Lauren only fight once, and it's like an episode like 13 or something, and he kicks Lauren's ass. And because he's the one, he makes like a massive dent in the Turn A Gundam's head that's there for like 3 more episodes.
Yes, it's great. And you get the sense Harry is one of those characters. If he wanted to end the war in a couple minutes, he probably could. but
he's loyal to Deanna, and that's not what Deanna wants.
And I think he also has his own individual sense of morality that would stop him from that.
Yes.
He is loyal to Deanna, not blindly, but because kind of the same way Lauren is. I think he believes in what she's saying.
Yeah.
And if Deanna suddenly said, I want you to commit genocide, he probably wouldn't do that.
Yeah. So he also has, the Sumo has like those 2 beam pistols, which is a very good.
Oh, they're so good.
And Harry Ord's best moments are when he gets mad, because there's a couple of those moments where he just sort of like breaks. There's the one where I think you posted this one.
I tweeted it out, yeah.
Where Midgar and Meeden kidnap Deanna and they take her away on the Gingham's ship to go out into space.
The Gendarme.
Yes, and Harry sees that, and he's in his cockpit, and it's just like close up on his face with like flames reflected in the frames of his glasses, even though there's no fire there. So I assume that's actually his eyes are just fire, because you only see his eyes once when he's wearing his civilian costume. That is also very good.
Yes.
But yeah, he's just like, Midgard, Meeden, if you do this, you will awaken a fury in me that will live for 1,000 lifetimes. Even if I'm reborn 1,000,000 times, I will still come and kill you. Which is then paid off in one of the best scenes in the whole show. It's I think at the end of the Dark History episode, where Lauren is pushing back the ship with the Moonlight Butterfly, and Midgard realizes in that moment everything's gone wrong, that everything he's done has actually led to the cycle of the Dark History continuing, when he's been trying to stop that from happening, and he's freaking out. And then Harry Ord flies up and sees him, and it's just like, I'm sorry, Midgard, but these are the moon's laws, and the moon's laws are sometimes cruel. And he just slams him and just swipes his hand across the fucking side of the ship, ripping it all to pieces while the guy's standing in the doorway. And it is the fucking coolest thing ever.
Because the order of that is slightly different. He goes up to it and he just boom through it, and then he has the thing about it. And so he doesn't even hesitate. He just goes right up to it, and I don't think we've ever seen that where a mobile suit just hits a ship to kill someone.
Yeah, and he just smears him basically. Yes. It's fucking
like killing a bug.
Yeah, exactly. It's really good.
It's actually somewhat similar to, if you've read the Mobile Suit Gundam novelization, how it describes Char killing what's her name? The Xian lady. Why am I forgetting her name?
Cassilia
Zabi. In the show, obviously, he does the rocket launcher, and that's great.
Cuts her head off.
In the book, he has her on his hand, and he just tosses her, and she becomes like an insect on the pavement. Mm-hmm. That's very similar to that, I think. Yeah, it's just Harry Ord. Also, I mean, one of the things to say about Harry is I love that his whole design aesthetic is basically like he looks like if you tweaked a couple of things, he could be like a Spider-Man villain. He's got this very I'm like Mothman look to him, which is very good. The red glasses with the silver hair is a very, and then the kind of like uniform he's always in. It goes together very well.
It's very good. But yeah, Harry Ord, great character. I love him. He's fucking cool.
Yes. Oh, I love it. All right. So where do we want to go now? Do you want to kind of go through and hit some like key episodes and major plot points?
Yeah. So one thing I would want to talk about a little bit is episode 2, the coming of age ceremony, and specifically that part of it, the coming of age ceremony. Because one thing I think is really a smooth bit of world building here is this kind of lampshading of the Gundams are coming of age story thing, by having Lauren lands on Earth and he witnesses that coming of age thing in the first episode when he's 15, which is when you're supposed to have your coming of age, which again is the normal age of Gundam pilot. It's the age that Amuro was at when he became a Gundam pilot. But because Lauren's not from there, he doesn't be able to get his ceremony when he's 15. So 2 years later, when Sochie is 15, she gets to have the ceremony. Lauren also gets to go along. So the night that all this happens is both the night of the coming of age ceremony of when Lauren and Sochie are, like, Lauren's supposed to become a man, Sochie's supposed to become a woman, and then also when Lauren's supposed to officially be really a citizen of Earth, that he's going to be a citizen of Nox after this ceremony is completed, and it gets interrupted, which is just good symbolism. But the other thing that I think is great symbolism is that the whole ceremony itself, unbeknownst to all these people involved, is symbolic of people becoming a Gundam pilot, right? So because it is the white doll, and it's like the marks on the back, which are marks that the pilot suit has and the seat has of the Turn A Gundam.
Which they realize when Lauren gets in it naked and suddenly he has those on him.
Yes, and so this whole, like, culture's conception of coming of age literally comes from the tradition of being a Gundam pilot, which is a really cool way of having themes from the previous shows being baked into the history of this world. That the way that these people like ritually symbolize the idea of becoming an adult is by becoming the pilot of the Gundam, which is just very cool.
Yes. Sochie's ritual is unfinished and is left unfinished for the whole show, although I think she comes of age anyway.
Yes.
It depends on how you want to read that. But it's interesting. Yes, I agree. It's a great scene. I love the and they call it the White Doll for most of the show. They almost never call it Gundam. They call it White Doll, or they call it the mustached mobile suit.
Yes.
Hige no mobile suit or something.
Yeah. Oh no, Hige no Yatsu, like that damn mustache. I love all the ways the translators have to figure out how the fuck do you translate the like weird Japanese ways that people refer to the mobile suit by referring to its mustache.
Yes, it's great. All right, where to next? I wanted to talk about episode 8, Laura's Cow. Which, gun to my head, might be my favorite episode of this show. There's lots of other ones that would be in contention, but for me it's the one that feels like most sort of defining about all the things that makes it special, because it's a very simple story where the moon race has seized land and crops, and there are all these tensions because they don't have enough for rations. Lauren and Sochie and some of the others, this is also a Keith and Fran episode, realize that there's a Moonrace family that also does not have enough, because both sides are struggling here, and so they decide to help this Moonrace family just by going to this abandoned farm and getting some crops and livestock, including a cow. Poe thinks they're up to no good and attacks. Harry intervenes in this one. And that's the one where at the end Lauren publicly announces that I'm of the moon race, which is a great ending. But also, like, there's an image, it's going to be the key art for this episode of the show, so if you're watching this on YouTube, you're looking at it right now, of the Gundam walking with the cow and a bunch of hay in its arms, and it's got the cow in one of its fucking missile slots and bringing it. I remember that being the moment where I really fell head over heels in love with this show. And there are lots of episodes in the early going about agriculture like this, but this is probably my favorite one of them. And it's just so good. It's just, there's nothing else that does a story like that.
Yeah, it is like the visual juxtaposition that is so powerful. And Jonathan, I purchased recently the master grade of the Turn A Gundam, which was the 100th master grade that they made, and it came in yesterday. I've only built a little bit of it. Jonathan, I've got some exciting news.
Oh boy!
They package in a cow, a little tiny cow figure. It's a 1/100th scale cow that can actually fits into the missile pod, and that's how good that episode is. Yep. Is they fucking put the fucking cow in there, and when I saw that on the back of the box, I'm like, the people who made this fucking get it.
I'm gonna have to get this master build at some point, Sean.
Yeah.
This is so good. Yes, that's wonderful. It is a classic.
Yes. Another great episode 10. We talked about it a little bit, the visit to a grave. Yep. Specifically, so that's the one where the Kiel-Deanna switch happens. Specifically, I want to zoom in on the last scene from that episode, which is Kiel and Deanna, with their places switched, are at the Heim home with Sochie and Lauren and everyone, and it's the first time that Kiel has been home since her dad died, because she's been in Nox the entire time. And Deanna, in the guise of Kiel, falls to her knees in front of the grave and says all the stuff about, like, I'm so sorry, Father, like, I'm sorry I couldn't be here, I'm sorry it took me so long to get there, like, weeping. And Kiel, as Deanna, watches this happen, with, like, tears quietly streaming down her face, and basically saying, like, you know, these must be the words from your heart. Like, thank you, Deanna-sama. And it is this really powerful moment where it is a lot of that, like, weird duality of it feeling like it's hard to imagine Kiel having that kind of emotional display and her, like, being that sort of emotionally vulnerable in that moment. But Deanna is able to do that. And then that scene is contrasted with a scene in episode 18, Kiel and Deanna, where Kiel, as Deanna, makes the proclamation, or it says she's going to make the proclamation that they're going to basically just establish their own kingdom, fuck the whole treaty and all that shit. but then actually gives this speech saying, that's not what we're doing. I have rejected the Deanna Counter's proposal that this is what we're going to do. And instead, I formally asked for negotiations to reopen with the Earth countries. And while she's giving, Kiel as Deanna's giving that speech, Deanna as Kiel is watching her and thinking about, I couldn't have made the speech that was that good. Like, this is she's saying all the things that I would want to say but never can. And it is that really fascinating duality between the two, where by switching their roles, they are able to perform their respective roles better than the person actually could.
Absolutely. Starting with episode 13, you get the little Will Game arc, which is where there's this man that they find trying to dig a spaceship out of the mountain, and Deanna, as Kihel, initially thinks, oh my god, this is Will Game, who we see in a flashback was a possible lover, possible fiance of hers in one of, and this is also where we learn, I think for the first time, that Deanna has been undergoing throughout history, through many hundreds of years, a cycle of being awake and then going into cryostasis and then coming back. So she's been the queen for generations of moon race.
Yeah, that she is like physically hundreds of years old, even if she hasn't like experienced that.
Right. And so Will Game is someone she knew from a prior visit to Earth. This is Will Game's like grandson, I think, or something like that.
Yeah, I think maybe great grandson, because it would have been the last time she came to Earth, which is also when all the Red Team people like Cancer Kafka, were, their ancestors were left there, and then Agrippa the implication is that Agrippa Maintainer, who doesn't like what Deanna's trying to do, like use some sort of political capital to bring Deanna back to Earth, preventing her from doing this and preventing her from having that relationship with Will Game.
Yes. And so this is Will Game's descendant, and he is trying to uncover this ship that is like his great... And he wants to get to the moon to find Deanna, right? That's his...
Yes, because he knows the legend that his ancestor was in love with the queen from the moon, Deanna Sorel.
And so Will Game goes through this whole thing of joining up with the moon race with Deanna Counter so that he can hopefully get back to the moon, and he is ultimately killed in battle.
Yes, he's piloting a gun cannon, which is also a good Mobile Suit callback.
And in a very quietly brutal moment when he dies is when you see his like arms hanging out of the suit, and Sochier says, "We've got to go help him, Lauren." And Lauren says, "Sochier, I don't think those arms belong to a human anymore because he's dead." Yeah. So great stuff. Will Game is a really interesting character. There's an episode where she is at like his house going through and finding all these like artifacts, like the carving on the tree and this old like photo slate sort of thing from an old camera system. And it's such a beautiful series of episodes, because this is firmly where we're in the territory that you talked about earlier, where Deanna is the protagonist. So
yes, she's absolutely the main character of those episodes. Like, the arc is about her.
Yeah.
And that's also where I think it's related to Will Game's death, where Lauren, like Sochier for the first time kind of really realizes the consequences of the whole war that's going on, that like people are dying, and Lauren has this comment about like, you know, that people are able to destroy these mobile suits and kill the people inside of them because they don't see that they're people.
Yes.
And that's why these tragedies are happening.
Yeah.
Good.
And then of course the ship, when they dig it up later on, is named the Will Gem.
Yes.
After Will Game. Mm-hmm. Yes, which I think is cool. All right, you have an episode 17, which has my favorite title of this series in terms of its episodes, Dust Blows on the Founding of a Nation. Mm-hmm. That's just a really good one. That has one of my favorite action sequences, which is where they try to, where Bruno and Jakob, along with, there's a character in here, what's her name? Who's...
Tetis-san?
Yeah, Tetis, who's in a couple of episodes, and she is trying to assassinate Deanna.
Yeah.
And there's this action beat in that one that I think tweeted out, where Lauren runs up to one of the mobile suits, grabs its arm, twists it around, and shoots one of the suits on the other side.
Yeah.
Because he's trying to get to the people assassinating Deanna. This mobile suit is trying to attack him. He gets the one attacking him, breaks like its arm backwards, and shoots it at the other one. And it's so good. It's great action.
Yes, that one's very good.
You already mentioned 18, which is great.
Yes. I also really love episode 20, Anis's Power, is the one
I love
where,
this one.
Yeah, Bruno and Jakob are like been basically enslaved by this like very stern grandma into working on this field when Lauren encounters them, and it's basically about them trying to get this woman off of this farm and get her safe, and her donkey. You later realize that is the donkey from the Donkey Bakery that Keith works at, and it's just one of those episodes that it is totally a standalone. It feels like the kind of episode that we haven't really gotten since Mobile Suit Gundam, which is it's like the time bomb episode from Mobile Suit Gundam where all those Zeon soldiers put the bombs on the Gundam. But it's like you could cut that episode out, and
they do in the movie.
And like you wouldn't really notice it. It has no effect on like the capital P plot of what's going on, but it feels so essential. It's the show. It's the episode that I think most makes use of like the beautiful natural animation of the long blowing fields of wheat that the farm sits on, and it all being destroyed by the war.
This very much feels like a sister episode to Laura's Cow, and I think they're two of my favorite episodes, absolutely. And I love the farmer, Anise. She also looks like a Miyazaki character. Like, literally, she looks like the woman from Laputa Castle in the Sky, who's the leader of the pirates. And she also looks a little bit like old Sophie in Howl's Moving Castle, but it's that kind of archetype. And then we see her in the finale when she comes back to the city for the Donkey Bankery 6 that Keith is opening. Because he is an intrepid capitalist.
Yes, he is.
All right.
Then episode 21 is my favorite episode of the whole show, Deanna's desperate fight. This is the laundry episode, as we referred to it before. This is another one where like Lauren isn't even in this episode that much. It's basically at the beginning of the episode. Lily tricks Deanna into... Well, Lily sees it as tricking Deanna into doing menial labor for this sort of like field hospital that has popped up to medically help the injured militia soldiers in the area. Deanna is really grateful to this because she realizes, how could I have not realized something so simple, that there is something I can do to help, that is like something real and tangible and physical, that I can just go and help people. And the episode is mostly just about Deanna going and doing that work, with occasional cuts away to other groups of characters like Kiel and Harry, while like they move forward the capital P plot. But it's basically about her just going and like changing like dressings of soldiers and helping a doctor amputate a leg that she then passes out because of how like horrifying it is. And then it has a great moment, like a great awful moment, where Deanna, after that, she like sort of loses her consciousness. Lily sees her going with a bucket that's full of something, and Lily's like, oh, so they just have her like going and cleaning laundry. And then you see that she's dumping the bucket, and the bucket's just full of blood. It is completely full of blood. And she's not doing the laundry. She's just getting rid of the blood, presumably from that amputation that happened, which is really fucked up.
Yep. It's I think this or Laura's Cow would be my favorite. And this very much feels kind of like the coming home of Turn A Gundam, because of how it encapsulates so many of the different themes. And, the scene that we've mentioned many times of the Gundam doing laundry and Lauren using the Gundam in this very novel way as he says, I'm going to make it a washing machine, basically. And he does, and it's genius, but it is so much about, like, the mobile suit being a tool that can be used for all these different purposes, and that this machine was never built for the function that he's thinking of. Yeah. But he is able to use it very well for that function, and that is part of like the hopefulness that is embedded throughout this whole show, is a young man, a new generation, using what was left behind for better purposes.
Yeah, and that climax to me is just so powerful.
It's beautiful with all the bubbles going everywhere.
Because this Lauren stumbles, because basically I love that like near the beginning of the episode, Lauren goes off on some mission, and you never see what he does, and then he comes back, and when he comes back, he just sees Deanna cleaning bloody clothes by the river, and he's just like, what? Like, what are they having? The Queen of the Moon. He's the only person that knows who she really is, and it's just, it feels to me like it's the most heroic thing that Lauren does in the whole series, is just this revelation he has that I can use the Turn A Gundam to do this, and it's his version of Deanna's realization at the beginning of the episode. That's like, you can just do this small thing that will really help. And this isn't going to end the war, but nothing that you do is going to end the war right now. And so instead, going and doing this small thing that's going to help the people in front of you is really powerful. And then, yes, it is that image of there is soap that was in the cart that is causing it all to bubble up. And neither of them knew that there was soap there. And they're like, oh my God, it's like a miracle that this soap was just there and it's going to like really help us do this. And Lauren says that this miracle is, a reward for you, Deanna-sama, for like all the good things that you've been doing. And Deanna has this line that I think is really powerful, where her response to that is, can something like that really happen to somebody like me? which is that response that is the defining line between Deanna and the other people of power that we see in the show. That Lily Borjarno or Gwynsard Reinford or Gim Gingenham or Agrippa Maintainer or any of those people would never think of it that way. They would never think of it as, I'm someone who's not deserving of these good things that happen to me because the consequences of actions I've made have hurt people. They just don't have that sort of empathetic frame of mind, whereas Deanna, that's the lens through which she sees the world, and you get that her, like, you know, joyous expression reflected in a million bubbles of soap. It's just amazing.
Oh, it's a perfect, beautiful, one of the best sequences in all of Gundam.
Yeah.
This is a series of episodes that are all 19 through 24, I think, all have character name something. It's Socie's War, Anisa's Power, Deanna's Fight, Harry's Trouble, Tethys' Last Words, and Laura's Distant Howl. And I like that makes like a naming kind of scheme, shows this as like a little arc almost. Tethys' Last Words is a good episode, and where Tethys dies at the end, there's this moment. The way they illustrate that is where she and Laura are fighting on like the cockpit of the Gundam, and he kind of flips her, and she's upside down in the air, and a bullet, this is from Midgard, I think, fires this, goes through her head, and it's all done like in silhouette, and it's the bullet going through her head, and then she falls on the ground, and it is this super stark image where she just has a black hole in her head.
Yeah.
Kind of shocked me, because this is not generally that show, but for that moment it just boom, because this is kind of the Lauren discovers death episode.
Yes, This is like, you know, he wasn't intending to kill her, but he very much didn't kill her. But in the middle of that fight, she died, and you know, he was right there. And it is because Turn A Gundam doesn't have many character deaths at all, like regardless of the the importance of character, like, which I think is important to emphasize, that not only is Lauren not going around killing people, like Turn A Gundam very rarely ever needs to have the classic like Tomino Gundam style cut to interior of cockpit of person going no as it explodes in flame and they blow up in their Zaku or whatever, right? Like, which you see a million times in all the other Tomino Gundam shows. Some of the other 90s Gundams don't have that because I don't think they have the balls to actually like demonstrate the human cost of all the human lives that are being lost. Certainly Gundam Wing can't deal with it. But like Turn A Gundam doesn't have that because people rarely ever die, because you're not having that kind of scale of conflict happen. So the handful of times that people die, like Will Game and Tethys here, is really powerful. I think the next major episode I want to talk about is the other major death, episode 27, which is probably my second favorite episode of Turn A Gundam.
It's so good.
Yeah, Sunrise at Midnight, which this is my favorite title of the whole series.
It's also in Japanese, it's really important. It's Yonaka no Yoake. So it's got this, like, the way the words are structured similarly, it's extra evocative, I think.
Yes, it is it's a brilliant title in Japanese that translates to English brilliantly. Because the phrasing, Sunrise at Midnight, is very poetic and kind of haunting. And this is the nuclear weapon episode. This is where good old Gavin Gooney, he's a good guy that doesn't know anything about anything. Which, fair enough. I mean, they literally don't know what nuclear weapons are, so I don't necessarily blame him. But it is like that moment. I just remember so clearly the first time I watched the show, where you have the scientists for Deanna Counter are investigating the Lost Mountain because they think it's another mountain cycle where there might be other mobile suits. And instead of stumbling upon mobile suits, they stumble upon a cache of nuclear bombs. And that moment where you see the like radiation signal on like a small like screen in someone's cockpit that they're looking at, and you're like, oh shit! It is like, and just this realization of this is like, it's very Godzilla-esque to me, of this feeling of like the original sin of mechanized warfare, which is not actually, you probably like chemical weapons in many ways is that. But like the symbol of that being nuclear weapons and the like
chemical weapon on a large scale.
Yes, the weapon of mass destruction. The weapon so big that humans can't control the outcome of the damage that weapon deals, which is what a nuclear bomb is. And it being this thing that is like buried deep in this mountain that is desolate, that has no grass, no trees. It is not even just a desert because it's not even sand; it's just rock. And it being one of the quote unquote villains of the show, someone from Deanna Counter encountering that, and their reaction being, we can't deal with this. Like this is not good. It's like so far beyond this conflict between these two sides. This is something that should never have been unearthed. It's like the fucking Balrog. We got to get out of here.
So Earth's not worth it. I'll go back to the moon. I don't need this.
Yes.
That you can have it. I'm gone.
Yeah, and the fact that all the people from Earth don't understand the consequences of that, and they don't believe them when they're saying, just get out of here. And it's stuff of like Lauren having to try to explain to Sociate the concept of what a nuclear bomb is and the kind of damage it inflicts. That it's not just it kills people, it's that it poisons everything around it for dozens, if not hundreds of years if it goes off.
I think I tweeted about this because I was talking about I've never seen that perspective on a nuclear weapon story in sci-fi where it is a pre-industrial society that has no real way of understanding a nuclear weapon, encountering it, and then these future characters, and again, doing it without time travel is like what makes it so good. Because Doctor Who could do this if it wanted to, but like this is all these characters being contemporary with one another.
They have a shared history together that both created this bomb.
And I agree 100%. Everyone having to explain it, and then that leads to the whole title of the episode of when the bomb goes off and kills Gavin Gooney, and the only way they have to understand what they're seeing is to say, why is the sun coming out at midnight?
Yeah.
That is it instills in you the sense of horror of nuclear weapons more than, a fucking episode of 24 where it goes off or something in the background. And it's just this thing that happens, right? It really, you feel it. I also think like that episode is one of the tensest single episodes of Gundam. It is edge of your seat. Holy shit. Especially because you know more than most of the characters about what these things are, know? Like, some of the moon people know, but, like, you're watching Gavin Gooney run around just flailing these things around, and it's like watching a toddler play with a knife, know? And you're just, like, terrified, right?
Yeah, it reminds me of the Colony Drop episode from Double Zeta. Where it is just building up to this inevitable conclusion that you see coming at the beginning of the episode that doesn't come till the end of, this thing is going to happen and people are going to die because of it, and you have to live like the consequences of it. Sunrise at Midnight ends with one of like the best lines, which is Deanna watching it. Because everybody else is like trying to compare it, and they're like, "Is it dawn? What's happening?" And then it cuts to her, and because it's when she's back on the Soleil. And she sees it, and she just says, "A sunrise at midnight is a thing that should never be witnessed on this world." And it is just this really truly haunting episode that again is one of the few major character deaths in the whole show is Gavin biting it again right before he's going to get married to Socie. So he kind of set it up for himself, but other characters set up like Joseph at the end of the series sets up his death more than any character in anything ever. But he makes it out. So Turn A Gundam is a show that's just so reluctant to kill its characters that when it does it, it's like it feels very impactful.
Yeah, and the whole arc that follows from what I agree, one of the 2 or 3 best episodes of the whole show, but the arc that follows where Lauren is entrusted by Zenoa, the guy from the moon race, to find a place to dispose of these nukes, and he hides them in his chest in one of my favorite pieces of animation in the history of animation, is him pouring the dirt in, testing it out, tapping back and forth on both Gundam feet.
Yeah, he's like leaning over on one foot and kind of like hopping a little bit to like make sure that the dirt's like really packed in.
And then he goes and gets some more and packs it in. And at the time I watched that scene, I'm like, okay, and at the end of this episode he's going to bury them somewhere else. And no, it also becomes an arc because ultimately he disposes of them in space. And then finally in a big action scene where the meteor is coming towards the moon.
Yeah.
Or not the meteor, it's a colony.
The mistletoe colony.
Yeah. It's so good, and it is such a unique perspective on nuclear weapons, which obviously is well trod ground for sci-fi, right? Mm-hmm. But I think the way this show handles it is incredible.
Yeah, it's really good. So I think we should probably skip a little bit further, unless there's any of the episodes up to...
There's a lot of really good stuff in there. There's there's one section that's very different for the show, the Manui pitch section,
right?
Where it's the most different, but I liked it. It's not bad. It's something I really liked. Where there's there's the Kingdom of Manui pitch, and there is the Adeskin people, and there's the King Coddle. It's kind of like an Aztec sort of thing.
Yes, yeah.
And it is very out there for this show, but I really enjoyed it, and it is a very memorable two-parter, very clear two-parter. Like, it's not called Part 1, Part 2, but it's completely what it is. And they have to get in there and destroy the cannon so that they can make liftoff, because this is Manui Pictures where they have the big fucking booster to get into space.
Yeah, there's the great section there where the old king, Guadal, is telling them the history, and it's clear that, like, there used to be basically a space elevator there that they call the Tree of the World, and that it was destroyed, but there's like sections of it left, and there's like an old it's basically like the one episode in Victory Gundam where they have to get on the thing that shoots them into space, and one of the characters dies holding it up.
It's like that, and the Zach Traeger, this is kind of, you could call this the Zach Traeger arc, because that's where they're trying to get, which is this way station in space. And yeah, I really like those two, even though they're easy to forget because they are so different, but I like them a lot.
Yeah, they kind of feel like more successful versions of what Double Zeta tried to do with the Moon episodes.
100%, yes.
So then you get up into space. There's a lot of... I think we probably want to move to maybe even just like the Dark History episode and start talking about that and kind of contain a lot of the space stuff there.
I think so, especially because there's a lot of this set is kind of set up getting into it. I mean, we already talked a little bit about when you get to the moon and what you see there. I love all the stuff with militia people having to get used to zero G and stuff like that.
There's that very good episode where Captain Mihail tries to he and the other militia people like stage a coup and try to return to Earth. Captain Mihail, the one sergeant who's drunk tries to like get back to Earth in a barrel.
Yep.
And as soon as he like gets out there, he's like, "Oh, it's cold. Oh, why did my eyes feel weird?" Because, it's like there's some air trapped in the barrel, but not enough, and like the rest of the effects of the vacuum are still almost killing him. Lauren has to save him. They all try to get back to Earth and are idiots.
But it's great, yes. But yeah, I think we can talk about the Dark History and kind of that section on to the ending.
Yeah, and like all the moon politics and moon people are wrapped up in the Dark History stuff, because it is like it is that thing where you have a very intricate like world building stuff at the beginning of the show, setting up this like weird society and all the weird hidden things buried under the earth and hidden mobile suits and everything. And then it just feels like the show is spoiling you to basically give you a second version of that when you get to the moon, and how weird the moon culture and politics are, where they have all these families, where you have fucking Agrippa Maintainer, all-time great Gundam name. Has
I thought for the longest time it was an organization or a building or something, because it's named Agrippa Maintainer, and that sounded like a militia organization or something, but like, no, it's a person.
Yeah, it's just a dude. He's part of the Maintainer family, which I think maybe that the implication is that's like a family name / job title.
It's like Smith.
Yeah, it's what it feels like to me. But yeah, he's like taken control of the moon, and he's like imposed some like kind of draconian laws on
because we should say the Maintainer family, their whole role is overseeing the cryo chambers.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, and then Gim Gingenham is the leader of the military, and so they have all that going on. And so Deanna arriving there with Lauren, and they start in Lauren's little fishing village, and then work their way into the capital city that Gim Gingenham's ancestors helped build. And there's just this sense of, one, that Moon Society has replicated a lot of Earth Society stuff. So like the fishing village, a lot of like the class distinctions are there. But there's also this sense of, while Earth has been doing this thing where it kind of got reset, and then it's like it's building back up. Again, it's like right at the threshold of World War I era technology is where they're at on Earth. Meanwhile, the moon culture is like totally stagnant. That they are the same. Not only is it the same families, it's like really the same 4 or 5 people have been in power for hundreds of years, because they keep on going in these like cycles of cryostasis. There's like they say there's like 100 million people in cryostasis because there's not enough. You can't just live on the moon. You have to build facilities just to be able to live anywhere on the moon. So they like have this like population concern with that. But there's all these moments with Teteth. You get one with Harry Ord, where Harry tells Kiel that his parents died when he was young because they were a poor family and they didn't get the good They didn't get the good cryostasis stuff. It's only the rich people that could get that. So their cryo system failed and they died because of it. Tetheth's ancestors originally were from the Earth and they were taken to the moon when Deanna went down with all the Will Game stuff. And so she experienced prejudice on the moon when she was there because she's from Earth ancestry originally. And so there's all this sense of like a lot of the racial problems, a lot of the class problems that we see on Earth are there on the moon, but they've been so solidified by this incredibly frozen society that has just not changed at all for hundreds of years, which I think is just a fascinating kind of sci-fi concept.
I also think it's really important in the pace of the show that we never, ever, ever see the moon until we get there and see it through Lauren's eyes again.
Yes.
We hear about it, people talk about it, we piece some things together, but it is a genuine event when we get there in like episode 40 or something. 40 I think is the one, Sea Battle on the Lunar Surface is when they first, because he lands on the moon in episode 39, but they actually go into like the actual living spaces in episode 40, and we actually see it. And so there's 40 episodes, almost the entire show, 4/5 of the show, anticipating what is the moon going to be like. And it is, even more so than the space colonies in the Universal Century stuff, it is just this kind of, almost pathetic in some ways, recreation of Earth. And I think that's a really radical move to get back there. It's like, it's not that different. And that's really fascinating to me. Yeah. Along with everything else you said, because there are these fraught political dynamics, including Gim Gingham being a purely theoretical soldier. Because
there's nobody to fight.
There's nobody to fight. All he's done is simulations, and this follows with his character, because he looks big and burly and powerful, but he's actually really shitty at fighting.
Yeah, and he's got a little top knot, because he's got a katana, because he's like modeled himself after a samurai, which is a good like Japanese political commentary from Tomino of the like nationalist, militaristic, like aggrandizing of the Bushido and the samurai and all that stuff that the Japanese Empire did, and that Japanese culture continues to do, to be clear.
Right. But like he's always brandishing that sword. Yeah. But there is the obligatory final episode. We have to have a little sword fight, and he sucks. Lauren cuts him down in like 2 seconds. He like makes 2 swings, and Lauren is so much better at it. He just cuts the sword in half.
Yeah, and like Mary Bell, the like weird little girl that is like, if this show had new type, she would be the new type girl pilot thing. She even makes multiple comments because she's in more fights than games. That's like, you don't even know what you're doing. Like, like you're piloting the Turn X, but you have no idea how to fight.
It's one of the really great inversions, because he looks like he's going to be a Yazon or something, but he's not at all. He's very bad at it.
Yeah, if you know, Harry Ord, if you just gave Harry the Turn A Gundam, that fight would have been over in 2 fucking seconds.
Yes, exactly. It's the Turn X is powerful, not Gim Gingham. Yes, so this is kind of interesting, because you reach a plateau in episode 44 is kind of we talked about it, it's like the climax of the show up to that point, because that is where Harry kills Midgard on the ship and all that stuff, and it feels like, and Deanna has like taken over again. We've seen all the stuff with the dark history. She is starting to get power again. Agrippa is killed. There's that. We should probably talk about that moment where Deanna and Kihel decide together to kill Agrippa.
Yeah, and then Midgard shoots him instead. Before they can. Yeah, because he's like, I'm going to shoulder the sins. I'll get my hands dirty so you don't have to. Yes, kind of thing. Yeah,
but they're ready to do it. And then episode 45 kicks off, and I could tell, because the way 44 ended is so like, this is the end of an arc, and I'm like, there's only 6 left. I will watch the last 6 in one sitting, and I did.
I did the same thing,
because 45, Gwyn's betrayal, starts with like this very like faux ending of like, oh, things are good on the moon. We're letting some people out of cryo. Deanna is in power now.
Yeah, like Deanna makes this speech saying that like when all the dark history stuff is happening, where there's also all these like riots happening in the streets because they now realize, one, that like Agrippa Maintainer has been doing all this bullshit while Deanna was away without her consent, and that also all this dark history shit happened. And so they like, there's the sense of like revolution has just happened on the moon, and that Deanna is now basically going to outlaw the cryo freezing stuff. And there's that scene where Frandal is watching as people are coming off this bus, and there's like this like looks like a slightly old woman comes off the bus, and then this other woman like voice off screen says mom, and then she walks into the screen and it's this like 80-year-old woman walking up to like a 50-year-old woman, and the 80-year-old woman is her daughter, and it's just this very like uncomfortable feeling like, Deanna's right, like this is weird, like this probably should not be a thing that humans are doing.
Yeah, it's a fucked up society.
Yeah.
And then Gwyn makes his betrayal and allies with Gingham, and that kicks off the final phase of the series, where everyone's going back to Earth.
Lauren is defeated and escapes in the core fighter, and take the Turn A.
And that makes for a really cool arc in the end here, where 45, he loses the Turn A, and he's just got the cockpit, and he finally gets back in it at the very end of the penultimate episode for the final fight. And so he's without it for several episodes in the middle there at the end, and I think that's a really good dynamic for the final push of episodes, you know? This is the one Tomino series that does not have a proper re-entry to Earth episode, because they re-enter Earth off-screen.
Yes, because there's a good, just like the next episode starts on Earth, showing like Sweatson and some of the other Gingham pilots running around just like destroying Earth cities and fighting Deanna Counter. Yes. And then Deanna and everybody comes to Earth in their cool whale ship, the Whales.
Yes, which is great. They put fucking whales on it, like emoji whales almost. Mm-hmm. Oh, it's good stuff. Yep. And you have lots of interesting stuff here. I think the scene where Gwyn tries to take Lauren to Earth with him, and tries to trick him, and Lauren finally breaks and says, "I'm not Laura, I'm Lauren," and like punches him in the face.
Yeah, and just like, "Fuck you, dude," and leaves. Yeah,
it's good stuff. But yeah, I mean, so the final push of the show becomes about defeating Gwyn and Gingham, and preventing Gingham is basically trying to activate the Moonlight Butterfly again. But it's interesting to me because I think this is... Can we start talking about the ending and how it wraps up? This feels like a show with a much less definitive conclusion than other Gundam shows. Mm-hmm. And I think very intentionally. This is not like they got canceled and, oh my god, it's done, or something like that. It's just... like Zeta Gundam has a really dark, sad ending, but it's very definitive.
Yeah.
They all lost. And Haman Karn is the queen of space.
Yes.
That's the ending of Zeta Gundam, right? But this is a conflict to end the show on. And certainly Earth is, it's going to be more peaceful at the end here. It's not all fucked up at the end. But, there's a lot more work to do. We have not settled what's going to happen with the Moon people and how they're going to come back to Earth or not. We haven't exactly seen how Deanna Counter is going to come back into the fold or not. Gwyn is still alive, and he's a cockroach out there somewhere. Really what they're stopping is the big apocalyptic thing, but there's a lot that is still unsettled. And it feels very much to me like if they wanted, Tomino could have done another fucking 50 episodes of this thing.
Yeah.
This show feels like it totally could just keep going. And it ends very intentionally in a state of the A is still turning,
Yeah, I think the show is so much about history that, it can't have a definitive ending because nothing is ever over, right? So yes. it is you can't, or maybe you can, but nobody has yet to figure out how to solve the dark history, right? That is not we haven't yet figured out how do we stop the dark history and start the good history, we haven't gotten there yet. And Tomino has not envisioned how to do it. No creator has envisioned how to do it. This is an interesting, continual thing that I think lots of science fiction, once it reaches a certain scale of the perspective it wants, Gundam definitely hit this with Char's Counterattack, where it just hits into this wall of you can't imagine what the new type society is. Because we don't know. For you to be able to imagine the new type society means that it's not a new type society because we are all bound by the gravity of Earth, right?
Yes.
And so Turn A feels like its method of how to end, I think, is gesturing at this recognition that it cannot envision the different version of what happens next.
Because the climax literally is predicated on something we don't understand and is never explicated to us. Which is some reaction happens between the nanomachines in the two Gundams, the Turn X and the Turn A, and they encase Gingham and the two machines in this cocoon, basically.
Yeah, and they take the swords also, which I think is a very important detail, that these tendrils come and rip the swords. Gingham's broken sword that fucking Lauren just smashes it to pieces, which is very good, and then Lauren's sword gets ripped from their hands.
And that's where we leave it in terms of the main plot, is this has happened, this cocooning effect has taken the weapons and set them right there, and then humanity has to move on with that as this permanent thing in the midst of their society. It's another layer of something buried on the physical traces of the Earth. It reminded me a lot, Sean, of the end of a movie we both love, Shin Godzilla. Godzilla. I tried to say both titles, and it came out wrong.
Yes.
Shin Godzilla, or Shin Gojira, not Shin Galala, or whatever I just...
Godzilla.
Yeah, Godzilla. Godzilla is the Russian knockoff Godzilla.
The Shin Godzilla is the name of the American Godzilla that they put into Godzilla Final Wars.
Yes. But Shin Godzilla ends with the frozen Godzilla that they have defeated based for now in the movie, and it is this dark Lovecraftian statuesque thing in the middle of Tokyo with these weird beings coming out of it.
Yeah.
Now this does not have that same kind of horror thing to it, but it is that same idea of like, we've won the day, but this record of our fight and our sins and our mistakes is there embedded on the earth, and everything will now take place around that. And I found it similarly haunting, with a more uplifting edge to this, because Shin Godzilla is a much darker thing.
Yeah.
The uplift in this is that it's reminding us of that idea of chrysalis, which is a big idea, especially in the second half of Turn A Gundam, of humanity in this perpetual state of evolution and cocooning and coming out of that again, and that cycle. And now there's this literal cocoon in which, like, the sins of humanity are ensconced on Earth, and what will come of it. But I think it is a perfectly haunting, optimistic, it's all these different kinds of things in one image that feels like Tomino clearly had that in mind from the beginning. It's a very purposeful ending.
Yeah, and I think there's this sense to me of like, because like the Moonlight Butterfly's whole thing and what they find out in the Dark History is that the Turn A Gundam, the Turn X tried to stop the Turn A Gundam to do this, and the Turn A Gundam used the Moonlight Butterfly to reset the world effectively. That's like one of the ways that the mountain cycles and all that stuff happened, was that they were buried under the sort of reformed earth made by the nanomachines that were produced by the Moonlight Butterfly, and that's perhaps was what the original purpose of the Turn A Gundam was. There's also important detail that like all throughout the series, particularly Coronander, because we come to discover now that he is from the Dark History period and he was frozen over and over again, and that's one of the reasons why he seems to be insane. Is it's the effects of this incredibly prolonged cryo sleep that he's been in. Effects that also seem to start working on Deanna as she becomes more physically weaker as you get near the end of the show. But like the Gundam is this symbol to so many people of like oppression, particularly oppression against people who live in space, which is like, that is what the Gundam is, particularly the original Mobile Suit Gundam. And it is this, Lauren deciding to try to use that symbol not as a tool of war, but as a way to try to help people. And I think, like, for me, a key thing that happens at the end is that Lauren decides to run away. Like, he's not there to fight. He's not there to kill Kim Gingham. He wants to stop this shit from happening and wants to stop the Moonlight Butterfly from going off. But when faced with the ultimate decision of, do I stay and sacrifice myself and kill Gim, or do I see all this shit's happening and I just fucking turn and run and live? He turns and runs and lives. And to me, that is I think that's the choice that Lauren makes that prevents the reset button from happening, right? That it's like, if he had gone in and tried to push it and make sure that this fight was over right now, it would restart the cycle again of war and violence, and he would, kill Kim Gingham, but the war would continue. And instead he's like, it's more important for me to live. As he says at the end of Laura's Cow, the only people he's going to fight against are the people who do not cherish life. And cherishing life includes cherishing your own life. And like that whole sequence is constantly countercut with Sochie watching it happening, thinking about, does this mean Lauren's going to die? Is Deanna going to die? Like, looking at the potential, like, old style Gundam climax, which is half these people are going to get murdered over the course of this thing, and Lauren says, no, I'm just going to run and live, and then everything gets cocooned for now. That to me is like part of the for Gundam feels like optimism, not in this like kumbaya, we saved the day, history is fixed, racism isn't a thing anymore, the capitalism is dismantled, and we live in the new type paradise. Because again, if you say that, if you like build that series and that's the conclusion, it just feels childish and unearned. Because when Gundam, like a show like Turn A Gundam, is looking at the kinds of issues it's looking at, I don't think you can earn that ending, or I've yet to see something that feels like it actually earns that kind of ending to me. Here it is about, let's try to take the best path we have now, and that can hopefully build change for the future. And let's cherish the people like Kiel, who's going to go to the moon, or Lily, who is not perfect, but is a lot better than Gwen, who are going to help create a better future, having had these experiences and learned the things they have over the course of the show.
Absolutely. It's a life goes on ending in a very real sense of we've seen what that means, because that's part of a cycle. And it is, all these things have been learned, all these things have been unearthed. They cannot be ignored now, what choices are then made.
Yeah,
right?
The dark history is no longer buried.
Yes.
Under dirt or in an archive somewhere.
We know what we know. We have it. And now what choices are made. And it feels like that's a turning point for the whole real world right now as we're recording this, Sean.
Yeah.
And then we get, I think, one of the greatest things Tomino has ever directed, which is the final montage of Turn A Gundam.
Yeah, the best ending any Gundam show has.
Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. It's definitely the only thing that I think would hold a candle to it for me is the original Gundam. And I think the original Gundam probably has a better final episode overall, but I think this has a better, I agree, last 5 minutes.
I'm on record of having a strong preference for, if it's a long form story, I want a long ending. So it's I want a big epilogue, and basically the entire second half of Turn A Gundam or the last episode of Turn A Gundam is this prolonged epilogue over the Moon song, which was the song that played at the end of the first episode, and then it pops up here and there. It's also the ending theme of the last couple of episodes as well, once they move away from Aura.
It's by Aki Okui, which I think is one of the best songs in the whole franchise of Gundam.
Well, it's composed by Yoko Kono.
Okay.
Kano.
I mean, sung
by her.
It is a amazing composition, an amazing song, and the way the montage works in relation to the music.
Yes.
And the amount that it goes through, because it's actually not the entire last half act, it's only the last 5-6 minutes of the episode. So much is packed into that,
Yeah.
And it is so dense, and it just moves so fast. It is these quick flashes all over the world of different characters, with this kind of through line of Kihel going back to the moon as Deanna, and Deanna going on this journey across Earth with Lauren. And it is, Sean, I watched that ending, and I'm still haunted by it. It's been probably 24 hours since I saw it, more than that now. And I can't stop thinking about it. I can't stop re-listening to that song. I've watched the montage several times. I don't know if it is a happy ending, a sad ending, somewhere in between, but I find it deeply haunting in the best way. And I don't necessarily mean haunting in that it's scary or dark, but just it leaves an effect. It lingers, And
it's just, it is that sense of the reward for winning the conflict, right? We defeated Ging and Ham, everybody lives, and the reward for that is everybody gets to live. And that's what that montage is these characters living their lives as change happens. And the montage is, over the course of multiple years, you see multiple seasons, and there's a constant motif in the montage of the moon at the different phases over the course of the months and years. As time moves on, there's some really good stuff. If you see a very cool, very long-haired Lauren, that's an older Lauren, Sochie wearing 1920s fashion. She's a flapper girl, which is good. It gives you a good sense of, okay, it's been 5-6 years probably based on the fashion these characters now have. That through line of them going, because one important thing here is basically how the montage starts is it basically just straight goes from the fucking moonlight butterfly shit's going on. Lauren runs away. You don't even see what happens to Gingingham. You don't see him get wrapped up in the cocoon or anything. It's just Lauren runs, jumps into Sochie's Kapul hand, and then it is a fade into them in the car at the beginning of the beginning of the montage, which is Kiel and Deanna talking about, okay, we'll do this one last time, which is what sets it off. And it's only probably I think near the end of the montage, if I remember correctly, is where you finally get the shot of the cocoon, and then it slowly pans over and you see the smaller cocoon of where Gim was. And that's like that sense of how much that decision of what the end of the show was about Lauren just getting the fuck out of there, is that you don't even see what happens to Gim until part of the way through you don't see like what the conclusion of that fight was until part of the way through the montage. And you see that like Fran and Joseph had a kid, and Joseph has the kid on his shoulders that like pulls on his like pigtails, which I think is cute.
You see the donkey bakery number 6. There are 2 specific things. One thing that definitely makes me sad, and one thing that I think makes me sad, but I need to think through it more.
Okay.
Everything with Sochie makes me sad. She loses everyone in her life because her sister goes to live on the fucking moon. Her mother, I don't know how well she is. She seems better, but we don't know. And her best friend and the person she wants to be with romantically, Lauren, goes and chooses Deanna, and to continue following her. There's the shot where Lauren kisses her and reciprocates and then leaves. And there's a scene where we see Sochie is flourishing. She is the head of the Kihel or the Heim family. She's doing well in society. But this still haunts her, and she takes Lauren's little fish toy, the goldfish that he brought to Earth with him, and she bikes down to the river, doing these primal howls, yelling, which is some of the best performance work I think in Gundam is what Sochie does there, and throws it into the river where it started, and yells at the moon, just kind of like Lauren did at the end of the first episode, but in a different way. And that makes me very sad for Sochie, because she did not get a happy ending to me, I don't think. And then Lauren being bound to Deanna and taking her around the world. Deanna, I think it's pretty clear to read between the lines here that she is dying.
Yeah.
She does not have much time left. This is him trying to give her what she wanted as her final journey on Earth. But at the same time, Lauren starts the show, or ends the show much the way he started, serving this woman. And the whole ending is, I've made you soup. Oh, that was delicious. Thank you very much, my lady. And the final line, Deanna-sama atane, right? Something like that? Or
Matasta.
Matasta.
Just like,
we'll see you
says
tomorrow.
Good night, like I'll see you tomorrow.
And closes the door, and she's sleeping. It looks kind of like a princess in a fairy tale. And there's something about that, of him having come so far as a character, but ultimately not changed his station, and being kind of bound to that makes me weirdly sad. And I don't know if I can even define it or say it, but it's just something about him not being he is still bound to her and her whims and serving her. Whims is the wrong word, because she's not that insensitive a person.
Yeah.
But he does not break out and become his own person and go forge a life the way we see Keith do and the way we see Fran do, and several other characters in that ending montage. And that is still who Lauren is even years later. And there's something about the intractability of class that says that I think is very important throughout the entire show, and him never really breaking out of that class barrier to be with Sochie, even though he could. I don't know. There's something about that is melancholy. I think melancholy is a better word than sad, because I don't think it's Sochie will be okay, and Lauren will be okay. Like, these people will be okay, and Earth seems to be on a much better path than it was in the heat of all this, right? But there is something kind of haunting and melancholy, because we are in the middle of an ongoing cycle, and it's a show that ends on an ellipses much more than a period, and that ellipses lingers very powerfully.
Yeah. And one thing I found really interesting when I watched it again is I had a very distinct memory that it was absolutely clear that Deanna dies at the very end of the show. In my head, the last shot, I had this memory of the last shot basically being what it was, but with Lauren kneeling next to her with this implication that she had died.
Like Snow White or something.
Yes, I had such an incredibly strong impression of it. I was 100% sure that was how it ended. It was no question. It was obviously that she's dead. And I still think that probably she dies in her sleep that night is how I kind of read that sequence.
Yeah.
Because I think that's why it left that impression, is that is how I felt about it. But it does have, this melancholy sense of life goes on. Not everybody has the best life they possibly could. Like you said, Lauren never breaks out of this sort of service that he has for people. I think it is
and maybe he does when Deanna dies.
And that's what I in this it's a headcanon thing, I guess, but I have this also very strong feeling of, I think that after that happens, Lauren goes back with Sochie and is with Sochie. because what else does he do? Like,
Well,
because Lauren doesn't die when Deanna dies, and I feel like that's part of the implication of why this happens. Is because I think Lauren understands that these are her final moments, right? Like he's going to be with her, and I think there's this thing of like,
it's his ultimate duty. If he has to be there for the end for her.
Yeah, and she's earned that, right? Like
sure.
She has earned, after everything that she has lived, everything that was taken from her, including her life. The only reason she's dying now, hundreds of years after Will Game, the person that she's in love with, is she has like this ring on, that she has a wedding ring on that is Will Game's wedding ring, because Lauren, because I know some people like read it as, because they see that there's a shot with the wedding ring, it's like, oh, she and Lauren get married. It's like, no, because Lauren doesn't have a ring. Obviously they don't get married.
Also, why would he be leaving and going into a different room if they were married?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
this isn't a 1950s sitcom, guys.
Exactly. It's just like, okay, bye, honey. But yes, so she is clearly like holding on to that love she had for Will Game, and all that was ripped away from her because she was this figurehead that people like Agrippa Maintainer and Gingham allowed to be at a certain level of power. But once she stepped over a certain bound, Agrippa pulled her back to the moon and ripped that away from her. It's like she worked so hard to get what she has and then passes that torch on to Kiel. I like that Kiel and Harry get to be together.
Yes.
That's a good romantic couple that they just get to maintain.
Well, and the Deanna they built together gets to
Survive.
live. It gets to survive. It gets to do what it was built to do, which is bring peace and order to people and be a good leader, all those things.
Yeah, and push for the change that is needed, and makes it feel like, I feel like the strong implication is that like the Moon Society eventually reintegrates with the Earth, and all that kind of stuff.
It feels like we're watching the birth of a new world, and it is both painful and beautiful. There's a lot of pain and beauty in those last minutes. That's why she doesn't say anything. She screams because it's beyond words, right? Mm-hmm. That the pain and I think some of the beauty of that. And that's why melancholy is probably a better word than sad. You can tell I'm kind of working through this on the fly. You've had years.
Yeah, because it is this thing of like, I think it is like one of like the trickiest scenes, like kind of infamously in the fandom in Gundam, of like why do characters do what they do. And there is, I agree with you, there is this like weird sense of melancholy of like you wanting Lauren to find something else for himself, while at the same time it's like it is what Lauren has always wanted and always been fighting for. He's always been fighting for this woman who was this idol to him, and then he actually got to know and really understood this is who she is, and she is someone that deserves to have. Like I think I'm ultimately left like maybe more positive on it because the last image is Deanna going to sleep with a smile on her face.
Yes.
And it's like she has won this like simple happiness that she has always wanted. And Lauren is happy to have that and share that happiness with her, even if it's not in a romantic way, if it is in this other way that they have this like really powerful bond of loyalty and friendship between the two of them that they have earned through the course of, again, what is also like my favorite stretch of the show, which is the two of them together after he knows that she's really Deanna, struggling to figure out what does it mean to do good in the world. Yeah,
to be clear, I don't think it's in any way out of character for Lauren. I think it's exactly what had to happen. I think it's a perfect, beautiful, great ending. It's just one that I'm very much still working through my thoughts on because it throws so much at you. Mm-hmm. It is so much more of an ellipsis than a punctuation mark, like I said, and it is a deliberately ambiguous final image. Maybe she has a good night's sleep and wakes up and they go and look at the trees and it's another year before she passes. Maybe she dies that night. There are multiple ways to read that, but she is clearly, this is it for her. She's going to die soon.
Yeah.
And Lauren is bound to her for now. And, maybe he and Sochie will be together and it'll all be fine. It'll be perfect. Or maybe she finds someone else and he doesn't need anyone. Who knows? It is the right ending. Absolutely, I'm just trying to figure out what my emotions are in regard to it because it's complicated and in the best way. That's.
I remember feeling exactly that way when I first watched the show and just being like, totally. Like I just remember being utterly bowled over by the ending, like it not being at all what I expected it to be, but it being like what it absolutely needs to be, and conveying again this sense of like we have one life, and life is messy and complicated and hurts people. But also you get to see Deanna wearing this like comically large like snowsuit outside, which is the best thing and like warms my heart so much.
It's great. You know, it's kind of like you know, George Washington in his like I think farewell address mentions like just wanting to go home and live in his estate in the nation that he's built. They have the line in Hamilton the musical about being at home in the nation we've made, and like just the idea of like I don't want to be leading this shit until I die. I want to go like die in peace in this nation I've founded. And it's the same kind of thing for Deanna minus the slaveholding. You know, of getting to just enjoy the new world she's kind of helped put together. And it's a beautiful conclusion, and I cannot underline enough how perfect that song is.
Oh, yes.
It is one of the great Gundam songs. It is one of the great uses of an insert song in the history of anime. And the amount of like editing to the music is incredible. Which you don't see in animation that much because it's tough. It's so good.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. Like the soundtrack across the board is amazing. I think we will, for the sake of time, we are going to end up talking about that soundtrack one way or the other on the next episode of the show when we do some ranking stuff. So we will save the superlatives for Yoko Kanno in her incredible work on Turn A Gundam for that discussion, I think.
But before we wrap up, quickly, we didn't talk about the theme songs yet.
Yes, okay, yeah.
Turn A Turn
so good.
Is a perfect Gundam theme song.
It's amazing.
It's the one that's most like Tobey Gundam, I think. The original Fly Gundam.
Yes.
It's got that kind of 70s anime feel, but it is... The way he belts out Turn A is incredible.
Yeah, it also, if people have not listened to the full 5-minute version of it, it is so good. It is a song where it feels like every single person like playing an instrument in the song and the people singing feel like they're having the fucking time of their lives.
Yes.
The dude on the drums is just going to town. It has the fucking coolest drum lines. As it goes on, like the last verse in the full 5-minute version, it's a kind of the song where like as it builds, it kind of grows more and more out of control as a song. And so eventually it's just like the bass is going fucking wild in the last verse, and it's great. There's a absolutely ripping guitar solo in the middle of the full song version. So it's like the 90-minute version they use for the anime is great, and I love it to death. And again, the drums, if you listen to it with really good headphones and just listen to what the drums are doing, because it's some of the best, coolest drum lining.
I also think the opening I love the animation and the specific... Like, it is the closest to a theme song being a thesis for a show I've ever seen.
Yeah.
With the lyrics and the animation, which is all about duality and connections between people. It's really incredible. And I do have to say, I think they made a really shitty choice abandoning it for the last 10. Because I think Century Color is the worst Gundam.
Yeah, Century Color is really generic. It's not great. It's like also very weird opening because it's just like the Turn A, the Turn X, and the Bandit just like palling around in space in a weird way that's like what is communicating.
It feels like very mismatched to the show. I don't know why it's only there for 10 episodes. I think it's just bad, and I don't... Yeah. It's the only thing I dislike about Turn A Gundam, and it has no effect on the actual quality of the show, but still.
It's one of those things where it's I think it's the last time we do this thing, because Gundam Wing did something similar where they just like switch it to Rhythm Emotion, which is a very good song, but they just switch the OP in the very like last section of the show, where going forward, it's going to be a thing of where we're not going to be able to talk about every OP that Gundam has because it's going to have like 4, because they will...
One per core, basically.
Yes, from this point forward, I believe, every Gundam show, just like fucking clockwork, it changes OP and ED every 12 episodes, because you gotta get those fucking single album releases and make that money. Yeah. But here, I don't know why. Like, I'm very glad that they didn't do it at the midpoint, which would be more traditional. That's like where G Gundam did it. But so you got most of the show just has Turn A Turn. Century Color kind of sucks.
I love the endings. Aura is one of the best endings, and then Moon's Cocoon is even better. They're both phenomenal endings, and I love the animation. Particularly the animation on Aura, I think is
like incredible. Lauren flying through space, wearing the pilot suit, even though he doesn't actually wear the pilot suit in this show until like the last 12 episodes.
Well, and then he's naked. So.
Yes, but then he's naked because everybody's wearing disguises, and then being naked is being without disguise. I do particularly with Aura. It just sticks with me so much. Is I love that because when they play it for the anime, they just start right where the lyrics start. So every time the episode ends, it just goes straight into Binetsuga Samenai Mama, and like every time I watch this show, it is now 100 times I have sung those lines with that song because it's so immediate. It's a gorgeous song, and I love the sound of the lyrics. Is just it feels good to say.
Yeah.
But yes, Aura is very good.
Yeah, but I mean, if you take its endings and openings, 3 of the 4 are 3 of my 4 favorite Gundam songs,
yes.
and one of them is bad, but that's okay. Turn A Gundam is a special show, Sean.
It is superlative. It is a true classic. It is. I love it to death. It is one of those where like I was in some ways nervous to watch it again because I loved it so much the first time that I'm like, I wonder if it's going to, maybe I'll see more flaws or something the second time through. I like it even more now than I did the first time because instead of being utterly bowled over and like having to feel like I need to keep up with what the show's doing because we could do like a 10 times longer podcast on this because we haven't hit
it is
everything.
Dense.
It's so dense
show.
And so it is a show that is really well worth rewatching because not having to keep up with, okay, here's where the characters are, here's like what's going on with like the main plot stuff, and just being able to sit back and be like, man, the fucking mobile suit animation of this show is really cool. It is a good place to be in watching Turn A Gundam.
Absolutely. So that's it for this week.
Yeah.
And that's it for 1 year of Weekly Suit Gundam. Thank you all so much for listening and making this something that we could do for a year. Because I think, Sean, you would agree with me, this is one of our favorite things we've ever done for podcasting.
Oh, yes. Yeah, it is. I have loved Gundam since I started watching it, but it is one thing to be able to love a thing. It's another thing to be able to share that love with you, Jonathan, and then with the world and everybody listening to it.
Yeah.
People making weird political comments on YouTube that I don't understand how they have those politics, and also enjoy Gundam, but I'm sure we'll get one of those for Turn A somewhere.
We get a lot more positive comments, to be clear.
Yes, but every once in a while you get one of those funny ones, and they're just particularly funny because of what Gundam is.
Yes. But it has been a blast. We will do more looking back next time on the show. I don't think that'll be next week. I think it'll be in 2 weeks, because next week we're probably on the Weekly Stuff podcast, be doing a big PlayStation event breakdown. So, but in 2 weeks probably, we are going to do a big 1 year anniversary episode. We are going to be ranking the best songs, the best characters, the best mechs, and we're going to rank the shows that we've talked about so far.
Yes, so all the shows that have had their own episodes for, so I think the plan will be we will eventually go around and do episodes on some of the OVAs that you've seen, Jonathan, that we sort of did a quick summaries of in an early episode but didn't go all in on, and we'll go all in on those eventually. But for now, if you have been watching along with us and watching the shows that we have done full episodes on, we'll be ranking all of those, which is chronologically all the main TV shows and movies from Mobile Suit Gundam to Turn A Gundam and Unicorn and Narrative. And then all the songs, characters, and mobile suits that appear in those shows will also be ranked in their own lists. And I have a whole list of all my contenders for all those slots, which for the shows is very easy. For the characters and mobile suits and the songs, it's not very easy. Hard. It's hard. I am very much looking forward to it. So we will see you next time on Weekly Suit Gundam.